Good morning, respected Tashos, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and all lovers of literature and the arts. My name is Jigme Singye Wangchuck, and I'm a student from the Royal Academy, and it is an honor to be here with you today. As we gather for the concluding day of the festival, I feel both grateful and excited to offer my words of welcome to what promises to be a memorable finale to the festival. Today may mark the final day of the festival, but it is also a new beginning, one filled with inspiration and the promise of more to come. For speakers, organizers, and participants alike, it is when ideas planted begin to take root for next year's gathering, a gathering that promises to be even more vibrant, more inclusive, and far more meaningful. As Shakespeare so aptly put it, all's well that ends well. So here's to beautiful endings and to the hopeful beginning of another chapter in this ever-evolving story of the Drukyul's Literature and Arts Festival. Speaking of beginnings, we have a truly inspiring lineup of speakers ahead of us today, voices that will guide us through this day with their insight, dedication, and deep love for their craft. To open today's session, we are honored to launch Walking My Destiny, a Bhutanese woman's story by 𝘍𝙗𝙗𝙗. 𝘍𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗 is one of Bhutan's most respected business leaders and one of the first women to head the Bhutan Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Her remarkable journey from humble beginnings to national and international recognition is a story of not only vision, but resilience and quiet courage. This book is more than a memoir. It is not only a tribute to her journey, but also to the countless Bhutanese women who have dared to lead, to rise, and to redefine what is possible. Can we please welcome 𝘍𝙗𝙗𝙗 to the stage to share about her book.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends and family. Standing here today is truly a dream come true for me. Every year, as Bhutan Echoes came and went, I would quietly watch from the sidelines, filled with admiration for the authors, for their courage in sharing their stories, and each year, I would wonder silently, when would it be my turn? Would I ever be ready? This book has been nearly 6 years in the making, written in fragments during stolen moments between life's many responsibilities. So today, as I stand on this stage, it feels surreal. Is this really happening to me? Sometimes I say I should pinch myself. To be part of this vibrant platform, held under the royal patronage of Her Majesty, the 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁 Wangchuck, is an honor beyond words. I offer my humble gratitude and deepest respect to Her Majesty for nurturing this dignified space where Bhutanese voices and writers, especially those of emerging writers like me, are heard, respected, and celebrated. Walking My Destiny, a Bhutanese woman's story, is dedicated to His Majesty, King Jigme Singye Wangchuck, our beloved Drukyul, whose vision and wisdom light the way forward, just as our kings have always led us with foresight, compassion, and conviction. We are a small nation, but His Majesty's vision is vast. At a time when many of our youth look outward, His Majesty gives us a reason to look inward, and to come home. The vision of the 𝘿𝙼𝙗 Mindfulness City is a remarkable gift. It shows us that modernity need not come at the cost of our identity, that prosperity can be built mindfully, rooted in values, grounded in belonging. It was during the Salang Tendil, the groundbreaking ceremony of 𝘿𝙼𝙗 Mindfulness City on 23rd December 2023, that something stirred within me. A spark was lit, and it awakened the poet in me. I wrote a tribute to His Majesty, the Drukyul, on the unveiling of 𝘿𝙼𝙗 Mindfulness City, which is also covered in the pages of my book. A king like no other, a beacon of light, guiding us towards a future so bright. In the 21st century, his vision does soar, a ruler who transcends what came before. His Majesty, our Drukyul divine, with compassion as vast as the sacred shrine, building 𝘿𝙼𝙗 Mindfulness City, a sanctuary for the Bhutanese people, a gift so visionary, a heaven of peace where minds find repose. In harmony with nature, the city truly glows. For generations to come, a legacy profound, a testament to the King's love that knows no bound. With wisdom and grace, he leads us with care, knowing the value of mindfulness in the air. His reign brings prosperity, his heart remains strong, a symbol of unity to whom we all belong. We are fortunate indeed, blessed by his reign, a sovereign who eases our burdens and pain. Hail to the King of Bhutan, our beloved Drukyul, our eternal guide. Under his rule, our spirits forever abide. This book is also lovingly dedicated to Her Majesty, 𝘿𝙼𝙗 Wangchuck, with whom I had the honor of walking, quite literally, during our childhood days at St. Joseph's Convent, which I think you can see. We were school children, and that was our Sunday outfit that we all are wearing. So that's why I decided to put this picture on the cover of my book. And when you see the Taksang, it's an iconic place where it's become so popular around the world. So I thought, when people say Bhutan, what do they think of? Taksang. So that's why I put this as the cover. So why did I write this book? Many people have asked me this question. I wrote it for the youth, for those who wonder where to begin, for those who feel they've already fallen behind. Because I too was once that girl, a mother before the age of 16, and Bhutan too was just beginning to journey. The Chukha hydropower project had started. Roads were being carved through mountains. Trucks ferried cement and steel to build schools, hospitals, and government offices. Industries were emerging. Contractors were taking root. The stock exchange was still just an idea. My story is deeply personal, but it also mirrors Bhutan's transformation. I was born in 𝘿𝙗𝙗, a village known for potatoes. When I was 3, my parents moved with the new road being built from Phuntsholing to Thimphu, as many Bhutanese families did from other parts of the country. We were among the early children sent to India on government scholarships. Many of us placed in schools across Kalimpong, Darjeeling, and Kurseong. These are the hill stations in West Bengal. I still remember halting in Phuntsholing. It's the border town of Bhutan, next to India. And during those journeys, sleeping on the corridor of Babu Ram's shop, right by the roadside, grateful just to have shelter. There were no hotels then, and even if there had been, we couldn't afford them. But little by little, Bhutan changed, and so did I. I had no investor, no map, no mentor. I started with a truck, a small shop, and the will to survive. Wanting a name that was distinct for my shop, because I thought if I named it after me as Phubzam Tsongkang, or my children's name, Ugen Tsongkang, or Sonam Tsongkang, or Dichen Tsongkang, I couldn't lay claim to the exclusivity because we have so many people who bear that name. So I conceived the name 𝘽𝙝𝙗𝙝, which would later become the identity of my business, a name symbolizing progress, innovation, and excellence. From that shop and truck, I stepped into the world of construction. My company, 𝘽𝙝𝙗𝙝 Construction, became the first Bhutanese firm to undertake a micro-hydro project, one of 10 funded by Japan in 1986. From there, we worked on the micro and mini hydro projects of Tintibi, Chanche, Tagana, Ranjung, and the 60 megawatt Pasachu hydropower project, projects that bore the testament to our quality work. I became the first individual appointed to the board of Pendant Cement Authority when most board members were still from the government. I witnessed the emergence of real estate as an asset class. I saw the dignity brought to contractors with the classification into Class A, B, C, and petty contractors. Behind every risk I took, every challenge I faced, there was a story. And I realized these stories might help someone else, especially the young woman who feels unseen, the entrepreneur who feels unqualified, the dreamer who believes success isn't meant for people like them. This book is not just about business. It is about courage, purpose, and perspective. It is about continuing to walk even when the road is unclear. And so from my heart, I offer this reflection. Destiny doesn't shout, it whispers, like a pebble beneath your foot on a dusty trail, small, unnoticed, but it shifts your stride. I had no map, no mentor, just courage and the need to move. I didn't know where the road would lead, but I walked. And now I look back, not to boast, but to tell the next dreamer, you don't have to know the way. You just have to take the first step and keep walking. Thank you to my family, my friends, my colleagues, my schoolmates, my spiritual guides, my gurus. Thank you to my readers for trusting me with your time and attention when you go through my book. And thank you to Bhutan, my home, my teacher, my inspiration. May this book light a small fire in someone else's heart. And thank you to Bhutan Echoes, DLFA 2025, and the entire team, especially 𝘽𝙝𝙝𝙤𝙗𝙝, 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁, 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁, and the host of the team whose names I think I would not remember to say it. But from the bottom of my heart, I really am so glad that you all have given me this opportunity. And after so long, after 6 long years, to finally say, this is my story, and it begins in Bhutan, Kadinche.
Thank Thank you very much, Pupsam. So now can we please welcome Namita Gokhale to the stage, please.
Dear friends, this has been a book launch like no other that I have seen because of the courage behind this book. It is indeed a courageous book by a courageous woman. I've sat up late last night reading it, and this vibrantly told tale, Walking My Destiny, a Bhutanese woman's story, is the first-hand tale of the life and learnings of a spirited first-generation entrepreneur. It's so easy these days to talk about entrepreneurs and all kind of management. Gurus give you easy wisdom about it. But hers comes from another place altogether. I found it fascinating and compelling, and I'm going to read out 2 short quotes from this. The first one was, entrepreneurship is a lifelong journey, one that demands a delicate balance of opportunities, risks, and unwavering principles. And then she talks about trusting her intuition. She's saying, trusting your intuition is a powerful guide, often dismissed as a hunch, but it can lead you in the right direction, both personally and professionally. Trusting your gut feeling is essential when navigating important decisions or making changes in your life. And then she concludes saying, embracing lifelong learning helps us adapt to societal changes, respond effectively, and grow as individuals. And I can say that her lifelong learnings from her impressive story is something I have learned from yesterday, and I too will try to embrace these lifelong learnings under her inspiration. Thank you very much. A big clap for...
Next, we bring you to a conversation between 2 remarkable individuals whose work bridges art, leadership, and community impact. Marisa Chearavanont is a Thai-Korean social entrepreneur, philanthropist, and art collector. She is the founder of the Chef Cares Foundation and 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁 Art, a patron of the arts and an advocate for social good. Her work celebrates learning in all forms, through creativity, compassion, and most importantly, connection. In conversation with her is our very own co-director of the festival, 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁, popularly known as 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁, and is considered one of Bhutan's most dynamic cultural voices. A musician, producer, and advocate for the arts, he was also one of the first Bhutanese people to pave the way into Bollywood for national representation in India cinema. Please welcome our speaker and moderator to the stage.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, school children, welcome to Bhutan Echoes, the final day. It's lovely to see so many faces here. I am joined today in discussion, and I must read it because I must get it correctly. I am joined in discussion here today with Kun Marisa Chearavanont from Thailand. Now, Kun Marisa is a very dynamic lady. So she does many things. But the most important thing is that she is an art sharer. So we're going to learn today about what she does, okay? She is originally from South Korea, settled in Thailand, where she is married. She's an art collector, a philanthropist, and special advisor to the senior chairman of the CP Group, that's in Thailand. She champions education, art, and many social causes. She also co-founded the Build Foundation to support rural education and leads the Chef Cares Foundation, promoting culinary arts for social impact. Now, she's an influential patron of contemporary art in Asia, or Asian art. And she founded the Bangkok Kunsthal and the 𝘀𝙘𝙝𝙁 Art Forest in 2024, which we are going to learn about here today. With that, she advanced Thailand's art scene and ecological restoration. Kun Marisa serves on the global art committees and supports young entrepreneurs, and her numerous honors include Thailand's Royal Awards for contribution to youth and social welfare. Welcome to Bhutan, Kun Marisa.
Yeah.
Right from the outset, I want to get down to the matter because everybody's dying to know, what is a philanthropist?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank Bhutan. I'm really enjoying it every single day. It's been only second day, but the day first until now, I'm enjoying every moment. And also, I would like to thank Her Majesty Queen Mother, the Queen Mother, 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁 Wangchuck, to create this wonderful festival for the art and the literature. Actually, for philanthropy, it's not something grand or something very formal. We can practice daily and from the very simple. For philanthropy, it's rooted from the being grateful. And I feel I'm grateful. Even now, I can walk up myself. I already feel grateful. So today, actually, I would like to have a very short exercise for being grateful reflection. So shall we start?
How about that? Are you all ready for a little meditation, a little exercise in gratefulness? Okay. Kun Marisa is going to lead us, all right? Let's get ready.
Okay. So please follow. Having a deep breath and close your eyes. Now you imagine this. You cannot see. The world is dark. There is no sunrise, no faces, and no colors. You cannot see the smiles of someone you love. You cannot witness the beauty of a tree, a mountain, a book, even your own reflection. You can no longer read the world, I love you. Pause and breathe. Now imagine you cannot speak. You want to say, I love you, but the words are trapped inside. You want to say, thank you, but your mouth stays closed. You feel something deeply that You want to express, but you can't. How do you connect? How do you explain? How do you comfort someone? Now, you cannot hear. The world is silent. You don't hear the child's giggle. You don't hear music. You don't hear the birds, the wind, and the voice of someone calling your name. Only the silence. Now, breathe again. Slowly, slowly, your hearing returns. You can hear the laughter of children, the voice of someone saying, "I missed you." How does that feel? Now, your voice returns. You can say, "Thank you." And you can say, "I love you." You can sing and cry and whisper and laugh. But most of all, you are heard. Now, having a deep breath and open your eyes. The lights pour in. You can see the movement and life. How do you feel this exercise? I'm sure everyone imagine yourself that you don't have these senses. How do you feel? Now you get back all the senses. You never actually imagined that this is a blessing, but I'm sure that you feel very much blessed and share the deep gratitude. You know, the gratitude is nothing something should be grand, but we can find every day and every moment. So I feel that I'm so blessed. As I said, I can walk by myself, I can see you, and I can talk. This is my honor to talk in Bhutan. This deep gratitude will really lead to express. How can I share? How can I express my gratitude? And that is a philanthropy for me. That I feel I have a family, I have a good friends, and I have I don't know if it's strong, but I have a body, I have a senses, I have ability to connect, and that is a blessing. So I would like to share my blessing to the others have less fortunate or less resourced community.
So true. How are you all feeling? Are you feeling a little more grateful? Yes, I feel very grateful to you. You kept all these school children quiet for a few minutes. Just kidding. I'm grateful to Kun Marisa for coming and sharing her philosophy with us. And this exercise in gratefulness is what you need in order to be able to share and to give. Okay? So please practice this whenever you get the time. You all remember how it's done, right? First you start imagining everything going away, not being able to do anything that you so normally take for granted in being able to do. And then you start building back one by one. Okay? Great. Now, you presented me with a brochure, which I haven't been able to stop looking at because I dabble in art myself and I have many friends who are artists. And it's just fabulous. Please share with us something about 𝘀𝙘𝙝𝙁 art forest and how art becomes a medium to heal.
Yes, now here there are so many young, young students. I really see that you have so much opportunity. It's like a blank canvas. You can feel your life with such a creativity, because right now the world is so much changing. It's not traditional form of career. It's not like that anymore. For me, it's the same. I used to be an art collector for 30 years, and one day I was thinking that, well, especially after one of the auction that I was attend, and this auction was one of the very well-known U.S. American businessmen as the couples, and they passed away, and it was in the estate auction. And my friend contacted me that, please, you take a look, it's amazing art. And how I feel is, first of all, I feel that, wow, they must be going through so much interesting and happy moments to collect one by one. Because that's how I feel when I collect something and put on my living room or somewhere, and I'm looking at it. Sometimes even midnight I come out and look at it and having that pleasure. But now, like I see the couples, it's not here anymore, and the work that they collect is in the auction. I kind of feel that, why am I collecting only my two eyes only? Why don't I share this? At the end, the collector is just a contemporary keeper of art. Art will live forever. So then I decide to change, and then I declare myself with my community that I'm not going to be a collector, I'm going to be an art sharer. And I start 𝘀𝙘𝙝 Art Forest. Now there are many amazing museums, contemporary museums. There are beautiful sculpture park. They have an open-air museum in the worldwide. But I started in late 50s. It's kind of late. I spent 3 decades of being a mother or wife or daughter-in-law and a daughter. So now what I see, especially after COVID, I see a lot of things differently. I have a different perspective coming into my life. So I would like to create something that it never been. As I mentioned, the art, in prehistoric times, the art was more like used as a ritual. Then it became more like a record. So you see the art, prehistoric art in the cave, to recording the bison, recording sometimes the humans. But after that, it means for the iconography, for the religion. Then the art was used for elite aristocrats to show their wealth, show their power. Then it comes to modern art, and now is a contemporary art. Contemporary art is an expression of current society, expression of us. Should be always beautiful and so real? No, because the current society is not beautiful. We are such a chaotic and divided, the war everywhere, people become very aggressive. So now the contemporary art doesn't need to be beautiful, isn't it? Sometimes it's grotesque, sometimes very ugly.
When it comes to my art, yes, it's not.
Yes, you're different. So for me, art, I would like to use the art as a medium of healing. And that's how I started. So I found big piece of land, I was looking for forest because I was experienced the wealth of mountain and forest. The nature really gives me a lot of energy. So why don't I put all together, nature and art and food, farming, education, innovation, why not? So that is actually my last, I hope, is a last grand project. Really? Yes. But it is a long term. You are dealing with nature. What I learned, the first, is you have to be patient. You cannot just create like this. Nature will allow you to have it. We have it. We cannot really manipulating the nature within a year or 2 years. We have to wait. We have to be flexible. We have to be patient. We have to be empathetic to working with the nature. So, yeah, that's what the 𝘽𝙝𝙗 art for.
Well, speaking of manipulating nature, you've managed to support an artist from Japan, Fujiko Nakaya.
Yes.
And you've been able to support her manipulation of the forest in an innovative and sustainable way. Could you explain that to us a little bit? And could you tell us a little bit about the artist?
Yes. Fujiko Nakaya is a 92-year-old. She was the first artist it comes to our mind to having her in the 𝘽𝙗𝙗 art forest. She's very special. I mean, she used to be the video artist. I'm sure that many of you know Yoko Ono, the John Lennon's wife.
The children won't know, but the older generation definitely would know.
Big generation gap. And the Yayoi Kusama. And, okay. So, Fujiko Nakaya is these three musketeers and working as a Japanese female artist in New York, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s. She is an amazing art, but her father is an amazing scientist. Kazuo Nakaya, is the first person who created an artificial snowflake. Now, when you go to the ski resort, and we often create the snowflake, and he is the first founder to having this. So I think that her DNA is coming from the father. So 1975, she created her work with the fog. So she used the mist to create the fog. And this fog is ephemeral. It changes depending on the humidity, temperature, and the wind. So it is amazing art. She creating the biggest. It's 4 hectares of, it used to be a tapioca field. Yes, yeah. So the 𝘽𝙗𝙗 art forest, actually, one of the very important projects is that we are doing the reforesting because it was exploited by the refugee from the north, get away from the national disaster, which was a flood. So when the government gave the free land, the first thing to survive was they cut the tree. So this land, a lot of trees are adopted tree and weed trees. It's a foreign species. So we are starting to reforestating with the original trees, which is about 160 different kind of original trees. We are start to reforestating, and this is the tapioca hills, tapioca farms. We made it in fog forest. So here, the healing comes. There's 12 minutes of the fog will, the coming out, and at one point that you are completely engulfed by the fog. You cannot even see in this 1 meter distance. That is a time that I always say that to let it go. Let it go your scars, let it go your worries, let it go your stress and the responsibilities. And be mindful of letting it go. Because, we carry a lot of responsibility, stress, and anxiety, everything. It's a time to let it go with the artwork. Then, on the tour to the end, when you feel that you did the let it go practice, then it's a time of blessing. The water, the rain is actually blessing from the heaven.
We believe that here as well.
Yes. But sometimes the norm will telling that you have to avoid the rain because you get wet, you get sick, you get dirty. But actually, I love rain. I love to get wet because it's a blessing. So it's the same. The mindfulness on the fog installation is a time that you're blessed. You feel all the void will get this blessing from the heaven's blessing. We're here, I have to tell you about the innovation part. So the water, it's not come from the groundwater that everybody was usually thinking. It's come from the air. That's why I can say it's heaven's blessing. This land is very dry land because we do the monocultural farming for 30 years, actually more than 30 years. The soil is very depleted and very dry. So we cannot get the groundwater because one installation needs 6 tons of water. Every day, one installation, 6 tons. And we cannot get from the groundwater. We have a big pond, but not enough. So, I love innovation. I love startups. I'm getting old. I don't want to be jaded, obsolete species that I cannot communicate with the young people. So one of my passion is talking with a young startup. They are brilliant, they are creative, I love. So I try to contact the startup founders who can create off-grid water, not from the ground. So I found the 3 startups, 2 from Japan and 1 from San Francisco. But 2 from Japan didn't work because they can using in the house. They only need 20 liters of water, and you can really live, shower, drinking, everything for 4 years because they can recycling it. But it doesn't work because this will be evaporating, dissipating it. So there's one company called Aquaria from San Francisco. It was just established last year, early last year, and become commercialized. So we've been talking, and they sponsored. We brought 3 big pumps, and that pumps will creating the water from the atmosphere, from the air, and they're liquidifying and distilling to making a drinkable water. The artist Fujiko Nakaya, the condition is the mist should be drinkable because we're going into the mist and it should be safe. So it's a healing, but it coming with many different dimensions.
Fabulous concept, don't you think? For us, water is so important, and for an artist to be able to use it like paint for her canvas, which is the landscape, I think it is a marvelous innovation of sustainability and environmental responsibility. I hope she uses her late father's technology and brings snow here as well. That would be quite nice. When you are here in Bhutan, I would just like to ask you, have you seen the landscape, and can you imagine something like 𝘿𝙼𝙗 in Bhutan?
Absolutely. It's almost like a Switzerland. And I just think that, it's not Switzerland only when I see the architecture. And you have a Bhutanese unique architecture I also admire. But definitely the 𝘿𝙼𝙗 can be here, any places, because you have a pristine hills and mountains and the valleys, just so beautiful.
Now, we are surrounded by youth, and you have mentioned that you like to engage with startups and the youth who are engaging and full of innovative ideas. So perhaps, may I request you to offer some advice to the future generations?
Well, I'll make it short because I think we've been already talking. I would like every one of you, to be curious. It's very important, being curious, because right now we are in the era of open AI, and there are so many informations, and you can experience, you can learn, and just be curious, because there's so many things that you can learn, and be creative. Once you learn, when you experience, and you have a vast of knowledge. Before, we have to all study, but you don't need to do anymore, right? You can get a lot of knowledge and resources from AI,
From
OpenAI.
Google Rinpoche.
Yes, Google Rinpoche, exactly. So be curious, and with your curiosity and your knowledge and your process to be creative. Because right now, I will give you one quick example. In Korea, there's like an MIT called 𝘀𝙝𝙝. And the 𝘀𝙝𝙝 is one of the very, very high level university for the technology. This year was the first year that no one go to the corporation. Everybody become entrepreneurs. Every graduate, it was first time. I encouraging everyone to be entrepreneur. I mean, I think you are the generation of the entrepreneur. And the last, be empathetic. Empathetic is very important. We went over the gratitude exercise, and the gratitude, you feel shared responsibility. You receive these blessings, then once you feel so grateful, you want to share, you want to give back, and be empathetic. And lastly, nothing is too late. Look at me, you know. I just start everything in late 50s, and still I'm going so strong. Every day is, for me, is really blessing that I can do a lot of projects. I'm sure that I also feel that I'm gifted in a way, that creativity. And now, it's still so young. I mean, you have as I said, you have a white canvas. What you can going to feel with your white canvas, with what you learn, what you experience, and your creativity, it's just limitless. So I will give you all the blessings.
Thank you, Kun Marisa.
Thank you.
Now, with that, I think we have to show a little bit of empathy to the timekeeper and keep with our schedule for today's program. I'd like to thank Kun Marisa for being here in Bhutan with us and sharing with us such a beautiful project and the work that you do. Before we leave you, perhaps we could open the floor to a question or two that could be directed to Kun Marisa. Is there anybody who would like to ask a question?
Well, ma'am, you have created a beautiful place where you could share your art. But then, well, I was wondering, you have shared that at one point when you were an art collector, you thought of sharing your art. But then, what was the event which made you come to that point? And then, when you wanted to share your art, why did you specifically choose such an open air field such as that, instead of some conventional museums?
Yes. First of all, I live once, and I don't want to live only for my own pleasure. Again, it is come from the deep gratefulness that I'm blessed than others, and I feel grateful, and I feel that I should share with others. So it's a very natural expression of my gratitude to sharing it. Instead of, put the artwork in my home, I wanted to put in the public place to be shared. I started the 𝘿𝙼𝙗 Art Forest in the forest because right now we are most of time living virtually. We are living indoors. Maybe Bhutan is different, but mostly. And I want people to go outdoor and connect with the nature. How many people really plant the seed and plant a tree? And most of the people that I know, they hardly have chance to plant the seed or plant trees. And also look at how does the seed look like? How does leaf look like? Right now, I think we have to balance with the high technology and also grounding the nature, because nature will give you a lot of energy. You know, there is a white cube, amazing museums everywhere. You know, whoever wanted to build a museum, they invite top artists creating a lot of museums, and they put their own collection, or there's inviting the great artists. Usually you see, I would like to ask you, how many, when you go to the museum, how many minutes you spend a time at one painting, where the wall is full of Van Gogh, full of Picasso, how many minutes you spend? Usually we just skim through, because in museum there's so many. Right now we have 7 artworks. Yes, and what I want is I want to go to the artwork and to reflect why this artist creating this work, and everything's a size specific. Why this artwork is here. So it's a lot of reflection and your own connection to the art and the nature. So it is a very different format.
I think we can use today's event, having met Marisa, as an inspiration to go forward and share art and what you perceive as art more. Las Kadichela. And is there anybody else who would like to ask a question? I don't see, I see a hand back there, a young scout.
So I was wondering if something like 𝘿𝙼𝙗 Art Forest was to put in Bhutan, which Dzongkhap would be the most preferable for it?
I don't know how much of Bhutan Khun Marisa has already seen. She's been perched on a hill overlooking Thimphu, and yesterday she felt the altitude, so she was not able to go out too much. But what she did see was some beautiful weaves being woven by our weavers, and the textiles. So perhaps, if you don't mind, do you know much about our land? And what the young man is asking is, where in Bhutan do you think an art installation would be appropriate?
Okay, maybe I will answer very practically. I know that it's a Kerala, right? New project, Kerala? Gelifu, sorry, yes. Gelifu, new project. I had a couple of years ago, I had a meeting with actually current Prime Minister about this new amazing project. He told me that the landscape, the nature is beautiful and they try to preserve, but again, mixed with high tech, mixed with you know, the most advanced technology, hospital, and all this, and easy to access, not like a Paro. It's much easier access. I think that is one of the beautiful places that we can, and not just only for Bhutanese, but for all the tourists from all over the world will come and also experience it. So maybe Gelifu.
I think His Majesty's vision for us has already begun in what he has decreed as the greatest art installation for the future, which is Gelifu Airport.
That airport. Yes.
It's going to be fabulous. It's going to be a work of art.
Okay.
And the call for the nation to come and give Shabto, to contribute labor, to help build it is already out. So I hope all of you will look at that as like your contribution and your sharing as a work of art. So with that, I'd like to thank Khun Marisa for being here with us in Bhutan and sharing with us her wonderful knowledge. Thank you so much, Khun Marisa.
Thank you to our speaker and moderator. A very exciting news just came in. we were informed that there is workshops and an open mic ongoing, so schools might want to rotate to be able to get the full experience of the festival. But then moving on, we have a power-packed session featuring not one, but 3 incredibly inspiring speakers. First, we have Nicholas Thorne, an entrepreneur, investor, and author of Me, My Customer, and AI, The New Rules of Entrepreneurship, a book praised as a foundational text for the future of business. He is the co-founder of Autos, an AI co-pilot for everyday entrepreneurs, and he is also a general partner at Pre-Hype, where he has helped launch dozens of startups and also supports ventures like Bark, Row, and Public.com. Nicholas also serves on several boards where he is a frequent speaker on how AI is reshaping entrepreneurship and company building. Then there's Amrita Mahil, a writer and technologist from Mumbai. Trained as an aerospace engineer at IIT Bombay and Stanford, she now works in AI for public health. Her debut novel, Milk Teeth, has received critical acclaim, and her latest work, Real Life, is a powerful and multi-layered story to female friendship. And rounding out the trio is Dr. Galraz, Professor of Business Administration and Academic Director of Innovation at the University of Virginia's Darden School of Business. A brilliant mind in global operations and supply chain strategy, he's known for using data to decode the complexities of the modern business world. Together, they will take us on a captivating journey into the future, diving into AI, innovation, entrepreneurship, and the sometimes dynamic and chaotic world of startups. Please join me in welcoming our speakers to the stage.
Okay, hello everybody. Hi Nicholas, hi Amrita.
Hi, Gal.
Thanks for coming everybody. This is a really nice venue. I think the bio earlier was actually from another Galraz, so I'm actually a project manager at GMC. But really pleasure to have you both here and to talk to you all. I want to give mostly the two of you the stage. So first I wanted to give you two just a chance to introduce yourself. You all have a really interesting mix of experience, both in the media and literature side and also the tech side. So maybe, Amrita, you are straddling both literature, tech, social impact work. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're here.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and Kuzuzang Pola. I'm very grateful to be here. And I like to say that I live two lives. I'm a fiction writer, and my most recent novel, Real Life, came out exactly a week ago. And that, I suppose, is the reason why I'm here at Bhutan Echoes. But I have a second life as a development professional. I work in maternal and child health. And I spend a lot of time thinking of ways to use artificial intelligence to reduce maternal and child mortality in India. And I've worked in the field of AI for social impact for about 7 years now. And this, I suppose, is the reason I'm on this panel. I think about AI a lot, and I think about it through three lenses. One, as a public health professional working in the developing world, where we are grappling with low resources all the time, and AI presents a tremendous opportunity to bridge some of these gaps. I also think about AI as an artist, as a writer of fiction, and fiction comes from a deep creative urge, a generative drive, which is now up against the behemoth of generative AI. And third, I think about AI as a parent. I have a 5-year-old child, and I want my son to be happy, healthy, live a fulfilling life full of meaning. And I also worry about what AI means for the future of humanity and the future of work. So I'm going to wear all three hats today in this conversation and switch between optimism, healthy skepticism, and some fear.
Wonderful. Thank you, Amrita. Same for you, Nicholas.
Yeah. Well, I want to echo just being so grateful for the chance to be here. I came in from New York on Friday, and it's just an incredibly special place, which I'm sure you all know. And I'm very grateful to the U.S. Embassy's U.S. Speaker Series for making it possible for me to be here, and the festival organizers and Her Majesty for making this just a terrific event. So it's just been a pleasure. Let's see. I'm an entrepreneur, I guess, as introduced, which really just means that for me, I'm a student of entrepreneurship. I study it. I've had the good fortune of, over the past 15 years, working with a lot of entrepreneurs to start their next business. And for the first decade or so of that, we were helping people, a few people a year, start venture capital-backed, hopefully billion-dollar companies. And we had the good luck of a couple of businesses turned into those quote-unquote unicorns. But in 2020, we arrived at an interesting moment, as I guess the whole world did. We were sitting at home, and we were spending a lot more time thinking about what we had done in the first decade of our career. And I guess when I say we here, I'm referring specifically to myself and my co-author of my book and my business partner. And we really realized that we felt that the next decade, and maybe to echo some of what was said in the previous session and beyond, is going to be, if we do it right, a time when entrepreneurship should blossom much farther and more kind of broad spread than in these little pockets of innovation. And so we became passionate about how do we do that. And so we wrote this book, Me, My Customer, and AI, which is all about how you balance, in the spirit of this event, your humanity and the best of technology. Or at least it's about how maybe that could work. And then we started building AI agents that would help any entrepreneur get started with their next business, all the way through to making capital available to people within 30 minutes of getting going on our tooling to at least try to go find their first customers for something new. And so we are on a mission to help everyday entrepreneurs start their next business. And I guess that's how we arrive here.
Wonderful. Thank you both. We had a brief discussion yesterday about what we want to talk about, and thing that stood out to me is that you both mentioned the kind of interface between typical human qualities and how those might be affected by AI. We spoke about compassion, and so a lot of the things that we see AI encroaching on are traditionally human-to-human interactions, things like healthcare, companionship. And Nicholas, you made the interesting point that you could see a future in which actually the people that are operating the AI that can still bring compassion to how they do so are the ones that might be able to steward AI in the most successful way. I was wondering if you could elaborate on that.
Yeah. The businesses that we started in the 2010s, it was by mistake in large part that they had at their core not a technical innovation, which is also a terrific way to start a company. It's not available to everybody that they come up with some sort of breakthrough science discovery. And so the businesses that we're based in New York primarily, and so we're outside of the kind of Silicon Valley core technology hub, and we're in a place that's a little bit more oriented towards kind of the merger of technology and capital and creativity. But and so the people that we were building businesses with ended up building companies for themselves, where they were the first customer of some sort of new solution. So the silly one is we built a business that sends people who have dogs, dog treats and toys every month. And the reality was that business was built by someone who had a dog and loved their dog and was passionate about their dog. And so, it turns out there's, at least in the United States, 70 million other families that have a dog. And so they fit this profile. And so what we realized is that if you could actually just help people find other members of their community, their tribe, their niche, and get into business helping them, that lo and behold, that could be the kernel of a starting point for almost anyone. And so the hypothesis of our book is that dynamic is actually not only not going away with AI, it might even be the the only thing that allows everybody to benefit to the maximum degree, which is to try to use AI to do all the things that are commodity when it comes to starting something new. And lots of things are not. And I couldn't agree with the first presentation today more, which is that entrepreneurship is not for the faint of heart, although I think that you can use AI to at least make the job of getting going easier. But we think that if people can really just focus on being compassionate about the group of customers that they care for, that they really increase their chance of success. And so while success is certainly not guaranteed, we just try to do everything in our power to increase the chance of success, if only a little bit. And so what we've learned over time is that if you're helping people that you care about, lots of good things happen. You speak their language, you actually just answer their phone calls a little bit later at night. All these things that are part of entrepreneurship just happen a little bit more easily because you care about the people. And so I think AI is only going to it's a hypothesis, but is only going to make that more the case, where you'll be able to use these tools to find more of this group of people that you care about, abstract away some of the complexity of serving them, and hopefully reduce down the job to just being, as much as possible, almost in a very old-fashioned way, an entrepreneur serving their customer. And maybe the last thing I'll say on this is, it's almost like a neighborhood entrepreneur that we might all imagine, how someone who owns a local bookstore is a terrific kind of aggregator of knowledge and curation within their space. We just think that the definition of neighborhood might be changing from something that's very physically grounded, not that that's not a thing, but also to include neighborhoods that exist across the globe because of a shared interest in cultivating mushrooms, or I don't know what the really niche thing would be, but anyway, so that's a bit of why we think compassion, and so I've been so interested to be here and learning about it and how it's thought about here, because I think it's actually a skill that can be developed, and we think it'll be very critical to the world to come.
Yeah, and I think the word that's come up the most often in the last 2 days is compassion. And it's very clearly a core value for Bhutan and the Bhutanese people. And while there are shades of compassion in what I want to talk about, I think the more appropriate word is probably empathy, which is a core value in my work, both as a fiction writer and as somebody who works in tech for social impact. And like Nicholas also said, you need empathy, you need compassion, not just as a core driving value, but also to increase the chances of success of what you're building, right? And I would urge all innovators, especially those working on societal challenges, to use a human-centered approach to building technology, which means starting with, asking yourself, what is the problem you're trying to solve, and whom are you solving it for? And what is their articulation of what they need, and is AI really the answer or not, right? And then if you discover through this exercise that AI is indeed the answer, it's important to design AI solutions for safety, inclusivity, fairness as well. And when you talk about safety, that's where it's very important to have a human in the loop, especially in the low resource settings where I work. You need to make sure that users have access to a fail-safe, a human who can step in when the AI fails or when the AI does not solve the user's problem in a satisfactory manner.
Can we touch on this human in the loop? Can you expand on what you mean by human in the loop? Because I think it's a really, it's kind of a buzzword maybe, but
yeah.
I want to make sure everyone knows what it is, and because
yeah.
I think it's a really critical part of why this is all relevant to this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, most people here probably have experience with, customer care chatbots. And is there anybody in the audience who loves them? I'm sure not. And it's a very frustrating experience because when it goes well, it goes well. Otherwise, you just find yourself in a loop where you and the chatbot are talking at each other and you want to just speak to a human, but that's not possible, right? And that's where the human in the loop comes in. Someone who can step in when the user is not happy with what the AI is providing, or when the AI itself fails. So for example, we are building a chat-based learning assistant for health workers, where they can ask their learning questions and we give them, user-friendly answers in the local language. But if they're not happy with the answer, or if the AI model thinks that the user is asking something that's not safe to answer, that's when there's a human, a medical expert who steps in, who takes over.
And if I can just add, I think this is just an incredibly interesting concept, because when you take it beyond support bots, which are like the place where lots of people have experienced this to begin with, and you apply it to building new technologies and businesses and products with AI generally, when we proceed forward from a place of like AI as part of the toolkit available to anybody, thinking about what role do I as an entrepreneur or as a designer of a product or a technology, because anyone can start to build with these tools. You can go online and start to make new things right now. And I think the really key question is, where do you inject yourself into it? Where are you different from what's just otherwise available? Where is your point of view? And so I think the human in the loop thing has started from this practical place, but we all know how wonderful it feels when you're talking to that chatbot and then the human arrives. But I think if you imagine that dynamic's not going anywhere. It's just, in fact, it might even be extrapolated further into so many other experiences that we all start to have with AI. So I think it's a word or a phrase. I guess it's not one word. It's 4 words. It's 4 words I think we'll hear a lot more of.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really encouraging vision for us at GMC as well, because GMC has this tagline of wanting to integrate Bhutanese values, Buddhist values with the cutting edge high-tech industry. And if your hypothesis is correct that what will really shine and be the kind of highest value is the ability of people to still bring compassion, kind of while having AI take care of the nitty-gritty logistics, I think that actually paints quite a optimistic picture for GMC, where the two are not at odds with each other, but rather the kind of heritage and culture that we're trying to bring to GMC is really can realize its full potential in that kind of setting. Okay, I want to ask maybe Amrita first about some of the maybe things that we need to be careful about when using AI. Particularly, you also mentioned in our conversation that although AI is making our lives a lot smoother in some ways, we need to be aware of who's represented when we hear from what an AI has to say about our problems. And so often AI amplifies a kind of average response, or often a majority's response, but some voices may not be heard when we are relying on AI. So curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so as we interact with more AI systems, as we let AI make more decisions for us, I think it's very important for all of us to ask who built this and whom was it built for. And I think there are 2 very commonly talked about examples of bias in AI systems. The most talked about one is probably the Amazon recruiting system. And Amazon was using an AI-based tool to screen resumes. So the AI would screen resumes first, and only those whom the AI led through would then be reviewed by human recruiters. And then thankfully they looked at the performance of the AI model, and they saw that it was favoring men over women. And when they double-clicked on the problem, they saw that this was happening because the AI model was trained on data of existing Amazon employees. And Amazon has more men than women. So the AI model was looking for employees who looked like the current employees, and hence was picking more men over women. And it was doing this by, most people don't put their gender on their resume directly, but it was penalizing resumes which had, terms like women's hockey or women's football. So it had found its own ways to, to display this bias. I think another use case that's talked about is how, for a long time, facial recognition systems worked better with Caucasian people than people of color. Again, this was because the data that the facial recognition systems was trained on had a larger proportion of white faces. And in many cases, you'll see that those for whom the AI models work better are also those who built the AI models, right? And I'm not saying that there is any malice in these teams, but humans have blind spots. We are flawed. And unless there is diversity in the room of the people who build it, some of these blind spots will then get amplified in the technologies that shape our world. In my own work, we've seen that we use a lot of voice-based AI, and we've seen that performance on Indian languages is much worse than English. And even within Indian languages, there are languages which perform better, like Hindi, which is spoken by more people, compared to, say, Assamese or Marathi, which is spoken by fewer people and are considered low-resource languages. And I think India has now started giving serious thought to building our own data sets, building our own AI models to make sure that the AI that works for us actually works for us.
Yeah, and maybe Nicholas, similar question. So Amrita mentioned that the kind of things that are represented in the AI data sets kind of constitute a sort of average of all human text or kind of an average of humanity. And I was wondering specifically for your work, for the tools that you're building, how do you avoid or deal with the problem of getting average responses to the queries that your customers are using?
Yeah. I guess the thing I would say is it's the main feeling I have in response, because there's nothing to say but that this is a problem that needs to be worked very hard on, right? We should not trust that this will get handled without people talking about it and working on it and applying themselves to it. And I think maybe I sound optimistic, I think is the word that keeps coming up. But I am optimistic, and mostly because every single person here could go and be prompting AI right now in their own way, and it might not be perfect, but it will feed the data set with a more diverse set of perspectives. And so I would just encourage anybody, not just to go to ChatGPT or whatever your preferred service is and use it, but try for the first time going to developer.openai.com and going into their playground and playing with making your own AI tooling. It's free to do, and if it's not, call me and I'll foot you the bill. But there's lots of tools around where you can start to do this for free, and you can express yourself through the creation of an AI product. And in doing so, you will be prompting it, and you will be telling it, don't do that, do this. You can start to give feedback on that's not a good answer, that is a good answer, and you will be diversifying the gene pool almost. And that's at least how we view non-average to come, and why we're both so interested in. I mean, I think it's a really sad version of the world if we're all just using ChatGPT or whatever. I mean, that just sounds horrible and kind of monocultural. Even if it's quite talented at mirroring people, I think we know what the problems are that. Anyway, so I just would encourage everyone to try to use these tools, and not just as a person using it, but as a developer of them, because all it takes is written language to begin to feed it with at least a little more feedback on what good looks like, how to do it in your own language, and so an example for us is, if you ask ChatGPT, and this is at the level of the agents that we create to help entrepreneurs get started, if you ask ChatGPT, how should I start a business? It'll give you a point of view. I happen to think it's a B minus. I don't know what the right term. It's kind of average. It's kind of like, oh yeah, sure. It's kind of impressive that it comes out so quickly, but when you read it, you're like, eh. And I think we've probably all had this experience, So ours starts with just a very simple question: who's the customer you want to serve? What's their name? And to Amrita's point about being human-centric, the whole point of it is to anchor you in, you have to know, you have to at least be imagining a person for us. And so we have, and if you try not to do that, if you say, well, my idea is to build a rocket that goes to Mars, it it should, at least, and we've worked very hard to get it to say, well, like, that's great, but who's the first person who's going to be the customer of your rocket tomorrow? I'm happy to talk to you about your rocket to Mars, but who's riding on the first trip, you know? And so it tries to push back. But it's only because we as entrepreneurs have given more prompting and feedback to the model that it will do that. Because otherwise, if you ask ChatGPT that question, it'll just say, if once you say, I don't want to do that, it'll say, you're right, great idea, let's not do that, you know? Anyway, so I guess it's just a call to arms that, and if you are sensitive to what Amrita is talking about, which I believe we all should be, one of the ways that I think you could actually begin to shape this actively is to go and build tooling with these technologies.
Great. Actually, that leads very nicely into the next question. It sounds like a little bit of what we need to build into these systems to be useful is a sense of friction, right? Like a sense that the user isn't necessarily always right, that maybe there is some value in having the user walk through things in a bit more of a self-directed and deliberate way. And I think that relates very nicely to the maybe writing process that you both have gone through, which is now I experience when I write emails or even long text, it's very tempting to try to remove that friction, have a first draft ready by just generated by ChatGPT. But Amrita, you expressed that sometimes it's actually useful to go through that friction, that it's difficult to stare at a blank page and not know where to start, but that there's some value in it as well. And I was wondering if you could speak to that in your own process.
Yeah, finally I get to speak as a writer, so I'm changing hats. And after you shared the questions yesterday, I was thinking about a very fundamental question: why do I write, or why do we humans create art? And self-expression is an innate human need, just like connection, just like community. And I think self-expression is more about the process and the journey than the final artifact. And creating any art is a way of connecting with yourself, reflecting on society and the role that you play in it. And that's a way to, this struggle is also a way to find meaning and truth. And I don't think this is an area where you can take shortcuts. And, there are few things worse than staring at a blank page. And over the years, I have learned to build the muscle of persistence and grit. It's very unpleasant, and writing the first draft often feels like torture, but what comes out of the process is much better as a result. It makes me a better writer, maybe a better human as well, but I don't know, that's more debatable. And I think you were talking about how AI represents the average of human knowledge, right? And there are cases where the average is good enough, right? When you're going for speed, when you're going for efficiency, even when you just want expertise very easily, like in an instant, AI is great. But when you want individuality, originality, self-expression, AI is not so great. And I know you mentioned companionship in one of your questions, which we didn't talk about at all. I think that's another area where the friction that AI takes away is a bit dangerous. And we were talking about this yesterday. One of the biggest use cases for ChatGPT apparently is companionship, right? Which probably includes coaches, mentors, therapists, just friends, AI boyfriends and girlfriends as well. And I think the friction that AI takes away is actually a very essential part of human relationships, right? There is sacrifice, there is challenge. Your friends, people you care about don't always agree with you. They don't always tell you what you want to hear. But that's what makes that relationship meaningful. And I know that AI models tend to be sycophantic, which is very seductive in the moment to hear what you want to hear. But without taking away the comfort that these tools have offered to people, I do want to just raise a note of concern.
Yeah, maybe for Nicholas, I wonder, is there so you mentioned this, again, this idea that the cost of getting an average response kind of goes to zero or close to zero when you're relying on AI. I wonder, maybe you can share a little bit more about how you've made the use of AI more sophisticated in a way that there's still a business case for going through the extra effort of getting something that's unique to you. And I don't think that necessarily means that we have to exclude AI from the process, but rather that there might be more complex and sophisticated and thought through ways of integrating it into the way that we work. I wonder if you could share a little bit about how your tool works, maybe.
Yeah. Well, I'm interested. I mean, as I was listening to it, the thing, I mean, listen, as a student, and maybe this is what, I was always most interested in the shortcut. Like, how do you get the best grade with the least work? That was like something that I was determined to be the best at. And so I would have used all these tools as much as possible. And so what I'm interested in is, where do you choose to not do that, right? What is the moment in life? What is the craft that you choose to apply yourself to? Like, if you decided that you were the best email writer in the world, you may say, well, like, gal, you're lazy to use ChatGPT to write your emails. I personally think that, like, if ChatGPT can write all my emails, that's great. And so I think it's a very personal decision as to where you want to draw the line. And so, and then I think that comes back to the feedback to be curious, because I think you have to decide, like, what is the topic that you're going to just get so interested in that you're going to know the difference between okay and really good. And so the analogy that keeps coming to mind for me on this is when auto-tune entered the music industry. I think it meant, I've never done it, that like anyone can sing, you know, on tune. And so it took away this like functional capability that maybe previously was part of like the minimum requirements for could you be a musician, was can you actually produce the note. And so then, of course, you see musicians who become famous using it or actually playing with it in interesting ways, and sometimes using it, sometimes not. And so I think we're going to all have our auto, you know, like this is auto-tune across like everything. And so the question is, A, when does auto-tune become boring to hear the same noise that we all recognize to be auto-tune? And then what's the topic on which you've actually lived your life in a way that leads you to say, hey, this is the place on which I'm going to be different. And so to go back to the example, for me, I've listened to thousands of people over the last 15 years pitch a new business idea, and the only thing that I really feel strongly about is this idea that like, I can't understand your idea personally if I don't know who the person is that you want to help with it. And so that's where it starts for me. But that's my expression of it, and it's not, I don't predict and wouldn't suppose that it's anyone else's. And so I don't know, it sounds kind of trite, but it's this interesting, almost like call to action, call to living, is to live in a way where you find what is going to be your crown. Where do you decide that I'm going to push back against the model?
Yeah, I love that. I think that's really nice as a kind of almost making your area of self-expression more, AI being a way for making your area of self-expression more accessible to you, because you don't have to deal with things that are not your focus in some way. Yeah, love that. Okay, we're almost at the end, but I just wanted to situate us locally here in Bhutan as well. So as I mentioned, I'm part of the GMC team, and Bhutan has quite in a unique position, I think, to contribute to this conversation, not least because we have access to cheap energy, which makes the possibility of hydropower data centers a possible future for us. But at the same time, from a regulatory perspective, even in some sense from a cultural perspective, we're very much a blank slate. So I was wondering if you were in our position to try to see how can we guide AI towards good in GMC specifically, maybe technically, but also culturally, ethically. What would be some key things you'd want to focus on?
Keep it very short, we're already at 0. I love that there is the word mindful in GMC, and that word mindful is probably the best starting point. And I do want to reiterate that I think AI can be a tremendous force for good, especially in places where there's a shortage of doctors, teachers, nurses, where climate makes, you know, even agriculture much more, climate change makes agriculture much more unpredictable. But using AI for, you know, problem solving, for social impact requires a more mindful approach, responsible, human-centered, sustainable.
think that's perfect.
Okay. Just to briefly say that Amrita's book
It's in the back.
is in the back.
It's in the store. Get it.
Okay. Do we all know where the bookstore is? Okay, good. And Nicholas's book is coming out soon as well.
That's true. August 12th.
Okay, will be available
The
on.
internet. Yeah, find it on the internet.
Will be
It's
on
called
the-
Me, My Customer, and AI. Yeah, you can find it online.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers. We have a reminder. Can the audience please remain silent when the sessions are going on? Thank you. So we now turn to a conversation that moves through time, imagination, and ideas. If DNA carries the code of life, then world literature carries the code of culture, linking us through shared stories and diverse voices. As requested by our speakers, we are pleased to introduce them very briefly. His Excellency Ambassador Philip Green is a senior Australian diplomat who with decades of global experience across 4 continents. Martin Puchner is a literary historian, philosopher, and Harvard professor whose work explores enduring questions of human thought. 𝘽𝙝𝙝𝙤𝙤, Bhutan's first trained journalist and pioneer in media and public service, also fondly known as 𝘽𝙝𝙝𝙤𝙤. Tasho has also written and released his new book, Within the Realms of Happiness. So please join me in welcoming our panelist and moderator to the stage.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moderator. We made this special request to keep our introduction short, given the time limit and given the very prominent personalities we have on stage here with us. Okay, so may I introduce very briefly Ambassador Philip Green from Australia, and a very distinguished diplomat and with a deep knowledge of the world. And for us, Ambassador of Australia reminds us of the largest diaspora we have today, which is in Australia, we meaning the Bhutanese. And then Mr. Martin Puchner is sorry for using, well, I'm going to say a giant, an intellectual giant, sorry for the cliche, and with a professor in Harvard, and going to talk about, with a very revered kind of knowledge of what we are going to talk about, literature and culture. Okay. Now, when we talk about culture, if any country should be immersed in this discourse, it is Bhutan. Okay, culture is, specifically preservation of culture is a pillar of our whole approach to development and change, cross-national happiness. And perhaps even more important, culture is the essence of the Bhutanese identity, our survival. But I think the discourse in Bhutan is perhaps a little at the more discourse in civil society outside the academia, is at a superficial level. And this is where I would really request our speakers to help us understand what we are talking about. So if I may start with Martin, our theme, our topic says that world literature as the DNA of culture. So for a society which is largely still emerging from an oral tradition, what can we learn from the world from world literature and world literature portrayal of cultures.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say it's such a pleasure to be here. I'm an outsider, so I don't want to lecture you about what you should do, but I can share a little bit from my study of culture and literature, and maybe we can all together apply that to Bhutan. And it's been such a pleasure touring the country for the last 5 or 6 days. I would say the most important thing to keep in mind when we talk about orality and literature is that that's not a linear progress. I think every country, every culture in the world has a very particular combination of literature and orality. And I think Bhutan, from what I can see as an outsider, is just one of many cases, but a very specific one, where, of course, we are here at a literature festival and we've watched a lot of Bhutanese authors launch their books. You, as the editor of the first newspaper here, have been part of that literacy discourse and different forms of literature. But for me, the key here is Buddhism. Every monastery, as you know better than I do, has a special place for Buddhist scripture. Every prayer wheel has a prayer inscribed into it. And for me, most movingly, the prayer flags that are across the landscape, which means that you have literally inscribed your beautiful landscape with writing. So, and of course, this is part of Buddhism's literacy mission. The Buddha himself didn't write, but Buddhist monks, including the ones you revere here, were always bearers of scripture, right? Scriptures from India to Tibet, from Tibet to Bhutan, to China, to Korea, to Japan. And Buddhist monks have always been early adopters of new technology. For example, paper and print, the oldest existing printed text in the world is a Diamond Sutra, a Chinese translation of the Diamond Sutra. So I would say very much there's a very specific constellation of orality and writing that I see here that strikes me as unique. And that's not, I would not place Bhutan on some kind of progressive chart, but say there's a very specific combination, and this is changing, and maybe we can talk about it in a second. Technology is changing the relation between orality and writing yet again, and maybe we'll have to talk about that later. So that would be my initial answer to your question.
Thank you very much. We'll follow up on that. So if I may turn to Ambassador Green for the first question. By the way, with your permission, sir, can we drop Ambassador and talk to Philip Green, the Australian? Please call me Philip. Okay, Philip the Australian. Okay. So, talking about, on the same topic about literature and culture, can you tell us a little about the culture or cultures in Australia and how Australian literature portrays it?
Well, thanks very much, Dasho Kinley, and it's my great pleasure to be on a panel with such distinguished people, including Martin, some of his work I've read and very much enjoyed. It's also a great pleasure to have so many people in the audience, including so many young people. It's a very good thing that in Bhutan you're exposing young people to issues such as this. So I would trace 3 main threads of Australia's population, which in some ways inscribe the 3 main threads of Australian culture. So the first is our Indigenous people. You may know them as the Australian Aborigines and Torres Strait Islanders. They are a continuing culture for 65,000 years. Many people say that's the longest continuing culture anywhere in the world. The second strain that I would trace is people like me, people from an Anglo-Celtic background who came mostly from the British Isles. And then the third strain is the group of migrants that have come to Australia since the Second World War. Very many people from Vietnam, from China, from India, from Turkey, from the Middle East, and now, as you say, Dasho, from Bhutan. Now, these three strains have their own culture, but I think what is more important is that a fusion and a mixture of those cultures is going on. For me, as an Australian, my life has been enormously enriched by the other two cultures that I have come to experience. Now, some of the literatures of these three strains operate within their own dynamic. That is to say, we have great Indigenous authors like Sally Morgan, whose book, My Place, is about finding her role as an Australian Aboriginal. We have books by people like Nam Le, who is a person of Vietnamese origin who talks about the migrant experience. But also we have authors like David Malouf, whose family comes from Lebanon, who writes books about the world. So there is a cross-pollination of these three cultures, and I would say a dynamism that evolves from the fact that these three cultures are constantly intersecting in Australia.
Thank you very much. I think we'll also follow up on this evolution of culture in the context that in Bhutan we talk about preserving culture, referring to old culture. But and in this case, if I can open up the conversation generally, we're talking about the world literature, and Bhutan, a country that has not really had time in a way to develop a literary tradition. Okay. So now I want to come to today's Bhutan, if I may. We're talking about when we in Bhutan we always looked at the past. We tend to look at the past, and in terms of cultural identity. Now we have a new king, a young king, the fifth king of Bhutan, defining his era, and that is a kind of transformation. Major transformation, and with the emphasis on science and technology. So, what's going to happen? Are we doomed? I mean, with our oral culture more or less fading in the past, what happens? How do we preserve this? Well, how do we move forward?
Yeah, I think this conversation about technology really follows on the earlier conversation. Because writing and orality are always questions of technology. And so let's just think about what we do with this. This is called a phone, perhaps a misnomer, but we speak into it, so that's oral. We text and receive texts, that's writing. The fastest growing part of the book industry is audiobooks, so I can listen to audiobooks. I can watch TikTok videos that can document oral performances. I can send them around with little clever text captions to my friends. So all of this is to say that this technology is really, in an interesting way, and maybe also in a scary way, scrambling the relationship between text and orality. It's very hard to know. It's going back and forth, and with text to speech and speech to text. And with AI now, I can take an entire text corpus and basically have a conversation with it. So a text base that with AI becomes an oral conversation. So all of this is to say, I think that in some sense, this is great for Bhutan that has such a rich oral culture in addition to the, let's say, Buddhist-based written culture. And so I think this is just, this means that there are unique opportunities and perhaps challenges for how this oral culture and written culture both going to be reconfigured through this new technology.
Sure, if I can pick up on that point, the Hegelian concept of the dialectic occurs to me here, of two poles of thought which seem at first to be discontinuous or contrary to one another, but can be thought of as happening together and causing what Hegel would have described as a synthesis. So two opposing poles of thought being engaged until you reach a particular end. So the reason why I say this is that I'm not an expert in your country, but you asked the question about the direction of this country. My guess is that you are on a journey where the pole of thought which says that Bhutan should remain as it has always been and that harks back to ancient tradition, I think that will remain a very lively part of your society. But when I speak to your elite, I see people who are very worldly. When I speak to their majesties, the kings I have an opportunity to engage with, these people are they're deeply rooted in understanding the ways of the world and thinking about the way in which Bhutan navigates through an increasingly complex world. And when I think about Gelaphu Mindfulness City, this is a way in which this is a way in which Bhutan will be, in a way, opening to the world. I hear that it's open to investors from all places, including perhaps Australia. And that will inevitably bring international trends into your society. My guess is that these two poles of your thinking will each be more lively going forward and will eventually form some synthesis together.
Thank you. So you're saying that there is a chance for the screen ages of today. We need to tell our stories in the changing media.
Well, can I just, on that, I mean, I just want to make a parallel here with Australian Indigenous people. And as a result of the impact of colonialism, and I want to be clear that involved violence and exploitation, and we as Australia are on a reconciliation journey with our Indigenous people to try to right those wrongs. But the important point here is that many have lost their culture and many have lost their languages. There were 250 Indigenous languages at the time of first settlement in Australia. Now there are about 12. But in the current moment, a huge amount of work is being done by Indigenous and non-Indigenous people to recapture the culture and recapture languages that has been lost. And in fact, Indigenous languages in Australia are growing now, and an understanding of Indigenous culture is growing now. So, I mean, you were at a much higher point where your culture has remained very lively. In my country, we are seeking to recapture culture that has been eroded over time.
Thank you. Would you like to add to that, Martin?
Yeah, it's interesting. I agree that, you know, we just heard a session on AI, and I think AI can be used in very interesting ways, both to document and provide new access to culture, both written and oral. There are challenges in that AI is used, it is mostly based on availability of digital texts. So there is a challenge to introduce specific, in this case, Bhutanese material into create databases, document culture, document languages, and feeding that, customizing these nebulous, mostly English or Chinese-based large language models in ways that would be culturally appropriate for Bhutan. But I think that is absolutely possible, and a really interesting project, I think, that would make, that would be both a preservation of culture, which is such a priority here, but also would create the dynamism that I think you talk about, because it would make this material accessible in a new way. It would make it much more interactive. Anyone, young people, can interact with it in a much easier way. So that's maybe a thought that I could share here.
Okay, thank you very much. This is something now which I can't resist, a question which I can't resist. Particularly with people like prominent personalities like the two of you here. You know, Bhutan talks very often about the identity. The identity. You know, the small country, big neighbors, how do we survive without military might or economic strength? It's our identity. We want to be different, look different, from this, 2/5 of mankind that live in the region, for example. So a little unfair, but at the same time, I take advantage of your background. What do you see in Bhutan? What do you see as the Bhutanese identity? What do you see of the Bhutanese identity when you come? I know that tourists would say, oh, green, everything. Look at this nature. Look at these people dressed so, nice in their costumes, etc. But people like you, what do you notice? What's different about the Bhutanese identity?
There's a calmness and a gentility and a very welcoming character that is that is a wonderful part of this society. I, like Martin, over the last few days, I've had the opportunity to travel in your country, and wherever I went, whatever rank of person that I came in contact with, I was struck by their interest in us as foreigners and wishing to show hospitality. Charmingly, we came across a group of people who were having a picnic in a field, and they wouldn't let me go until I had had some of their buttermilk tea and some of their rice crackers. It was a charming experience in as many parts of the world that it wouldn't happen. I think there is a sort of confidence and self-centeredness about people here. I think you describe yourself as a country wedged between other very big players, and that is, of course, true. But I think one of your successes is to make Bhutanese people feel proud and confident of what they are. So those are the things that I would say, as well as the charming buildings and landscape and the way in which people dress. But certainly the human interactions I have are very warm and thoughtful.
Martin talked about the depth of this Bhutanese culture, which is there in our scriptures, for example. But how do we, what are the threats, and how do we survive in this big world?
Yeah. I mean, what I've been struck, and I want to second everything you've said, Philip, what I've been struck is, and it's maybe a version or continuation of what you described just now, such a careful and deliberate, non-rushed, non-panicked approach to modernization over the last 60 years. And that, I think, is exemplary, because we can all think of so many countries where, societies have gone from one extreme to another and back and forth, and there are these incredible tensions that are out in the open. I'm sure there are also tensions here. Every country, every complex society has them. But overall, I see just such a, through thoughtful leadership, a very deliberate approach to modernization. And I think, from what I can see as an outsider, you should continue with that. I mean, it seems like an incredibly successful model to me, especially given the difficult geopolitical situation that you mentioned.
Thank you very much. I particularly ask this because sometimes I think we have a tendency to sell before we produce something. And even I'm speaking now as a journalist. We have, whether it's gross national happiness, mindfulness, we tend to, some of us even think we can teach the world, teach others about our culture. But I think we all know it's more important that we make it work here first. I've seen a sign. Are there any questions, by the way? We can't see from here. Yes, there's a question from a student, please. Yeah, question from a student.
This is a question for everyone on stage. Right now, I would like to hear your thoughts on cultural invasion, such as Western cultures slowly encroaching in our country. It's not that noticeable, but then we could see it in the small habits, such as languages which they prefer and so on. So what are your thoughts on that type of cultural change?
Cultural invasion, the invasion. I think he's talking about our experience, like when we first introduced television, for example. You know, as a media, we asked reporters to go and talk to the people, children, about their values. So the one question was, who is your hero? So until June 1st, 1999, it was His Majesty the King. No question, no need for, a reflection. After a few months, it became David Beckham because the soccer was on, and then Hollywood, Bollywood, with the incoming, with television was introduced, by the way. That's what I meant in June 1999. So that started changing. Those values started changing. I think that's the implication of the questions. So I think we are talking about invasion. What are the threats?
Thank you very much for the question. I can't answer it for the Bhutanese context, but let me try to answer it for the Australian context. The first thing to say is that the effect of other cultures in my country has been enormously enriching. The Australia that I grew up in as a young person was culturally barren and dry. It had some positive elements. There was a big focus on sport, not much focus on literature, the world of art and music. And that has changed dramatically in the course of my lifetime, and that is very much because of waves of migrants into Australia. At the same time, I perceive what I think you are driving at has also occurred in Australia. There has been an Americanization of Australian culture and society. I guess I speak with a more international accent that my parents spoke with. They would have spoken with a more profound Australian accent. They would have had more Australian words, Australian slang, in the way in which they spoke. That is both good and bad. I guess I like to recreate some of that old Australianness in my own home and introduce Australian slang terms for my own children so that they don't die out, and that's a deliberate effort I make. But overall, Australia is a better place for 50 years of what is effectively globalization.
I grew up in Germany and saw in period of 60s, 70s, 80s, a period of Americanization in Germany. And I would say perhaps the same thing. I mean, Germany has different cultural traditions, but that was an important, German culture has absorbed Americanization while maintaining its own identity. And for the last 30 years, I've lived in America, and I've seen America absorb culture from around the world, including, more recently, K-pop. And I know that that's also something on people's minds here. So I want to second the larger point. When I study cultures from around the world, I find that cultural survival, you use that term, doesn't work by shutting out the world. I think it works by deliberately absorbing elements, but with a kind of cultural confidence that I think I see here everywhere. And to just stay with a moment with the K-pop example, I just spent a month in Seoul. The worldwide success of K-pop didn't come out of nowhere. It was essentially a government policy that started in the 80s to deliberately build up a culture industry, both private and government funded, to project Korean culture suffused with American music back into the world. And being here and talking to you and others, I started to fantasize about what the Bhutanese version of this K-pop projection into the world would look like. And I have to say, it's a fun, to my mind, a fun, an important sort of intellectual exercise. And so that wouldn't be so much the fear of, K-pop invading here, but learning from that and creating the Bhutanese version of K-pop.
Thank you very much. Very reassuring I think, for this. Okay. Any more questions? I'm saying we are very reassured by our expert speakers. Okay, there's one at the back. That'll be the last question, and then I'll ask Philip and Martin to perhaps, if you have any last thoughts to share.
Firstly, I would like to express my gratitude for this opportunity. And now my question is, in an age where AI has taken over, of course, figuratively speaking, how do we really preserve our culture? Like, how do we actually convince people to take care of their own identity instead of others, especially the youth who get manipulated by social media?
Yeah, it's super complicated with social media and AI, but I want to maybe just rephrase something I said a little moment ago, and to also echo what the previous panel talked about, in that I really believe in customizing, adapting AI to local cultural circumstances. I believe it's true. I think it won't happen. I don't think there will be a Bhutanese large language model. So Bhutan, like many countries around the world, will, at least for the time being, be dependent on either English-based or Chinese-based large language models. But I think that's okay, because a lot can be done with customization, with making AI your own, by enriching it and customizing it and through prompt engineering and other techniques to make it responsive to and infused with your values. I really think that's possible. After here, I'm going to Cambodia, where I'm involved in an AI project with the same aim. So I think there are a lot of places around the world that are trying to figure that out. Maybe I'm always an optimist, but I think this is something that can be done despite the prejudices and the fact that these large language models are either skewed towards the Anglophone world or the Sinophone world. I think with a deliberate strategy of customization, I think you can make AI work for you.
Yes, Philip, what is AI doing to Australia?
I don't have such profound thoughts as Martin, but I would say this. I think, especially for the young people in the audience, AI is coming. It's going to be a very, very big influence on your lives. And like every technology, whether it is a profoundly good or a profoundly bad experience for you, your family, and your culture, is up to you. And that it will be a tool which you can use to transform the lives of you and the next generation. And so I don't know how successful you will be, but I can only urge that you try to grapple with it and find a way to use it in ways that suits the needs of your own community.
Thank you very much. Remember, Bhutan, little Bhutan has been through these changes. We had, in a very short time, we've had motor vehicles coming in, we've had media coming in, we had television, radio, internet, all the digital technology, and now AI. And I think we go back to the conventional wisdom that we need to remind ourselves that we are the users, and as Philip said, AI is the tool. If we let the tool take over, we do the wrong things more efficiently, as I say. So we remember that you are the one making the decision. You are the one who should be using AI. Okay. So we've got two zeros pointed at us. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, yes.
You said I could have one last comment. My last comment was this. In preparation for this session, I asked my team to find out whether the diaspora of Bhutanese people in Australia had produced literature. And the answer is not much yet. And so I wonder what a diaspora Bhutanese literature in Australia will look like. Will that look like people thinking back about their homeland and creating stories about their homeland? Will it be about their migrant experience in Australia and the joys and the complexities of coming to a new country? Or will it be about something else that they choose to write about? That's the joy of literature, that you can plough so many different furrows.
Thank you very much. And that's the fusion you've been talking about. Yes. Okay, Martin, any last word?
I think that's a great conclusion.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. And okay, remember that these 20 minutes we don't, we don't expect to change any lives and all that, but food for thought. Thank you. Philip, I was so nervous I forgot your name. Oh, no.
Thank you to our speakers. I think that was a wonderful and interactive session. So next, we turn to a conversation that blends myth, storytelling, and deep cultural appreciation. Eugene Pay is a renowned designer and storyteller whose creative journey has taken him across the globe, but it is Bhutan that has captured his heart. He is a longtime and cherished friend of the country. As a designer, he created the Prophecy Whiskey Bottle, a one-of-a-kind piece commemorating the 60th anniversary of the Great Fort. His latest work, The Tale of Two Ravens, is a fable born from over a decade of connection with Bhutan's people and traditions. Joining him in this conversation is 𝘍𝙇𝘼𝙁, Managing Director of PBS Channel 3. Ms. 𝘍𝙇 is a dedicated storyteller in her own right, having led the creation of the beloved children's series 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁 and guided numerous projects centered on youth, literature, and lifelong learning. Together, they invite us into the symbolic world where storytelling honors not only place, but memory and the unseen. For those drawn to folklore, art, and quiet mystery, this session offers something timeless. Please join me in welcoming our speaker and moderator to the stage.
Thank you so much, 𝘍𝙗, for the wonderful introduction. First of all, can we give a round of applause to our wonderful MCs and all the young people who are... And before I start, I just wanted to recognize them. This has been such a wonderful festival, powered by the youth of Bhutan. Okay, very briefly, ladies and gentlemen, young people in the crowd, so happy to see so many young faces. Fellow storytellers, Imagineers, 𝘍𝙗𝙗 𝙁𝙗𝙗. So, as 𝘍𝙗 has mentioned, I serve at Channel 3, but I'm also a civil servant, and I've just entered my 18th year at His Majesty's Secretariat. So I am very happy today to represent, I'm wearing my Channel 3 cap, and Channel 3 is the third national television station in Bhutan, and we were established in 2021 as a completely not-for-profit and non-commercial television station to inculcate lifelong learning. We are a team of 15 young, not me, but my team is young, and very dedicated media professionals, and we are very honored to be one of the media partners for Bhutan Echoes. Okay, enough about me. Today we're all about Mr. Eugene Wangchuck Pay. I'm delighted to welcome Eula. You are a man whose resume is truly inspirational and impressive. You are a brilliant graphic designer, also a trained pilot, and now a published author of this wonderful book called The Tale of Two Ravens. I have the very special copy. I wanted to also share that Mr. Eugene is a son of a British diplomat father. He spent his early years in Turkey, Italy, India, Singapore, and now you are based in the Netherlands. You also studied at the London College of Printing and co-founded the innovative design firm 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁 with your fellow partners in the Netherlands. Eugene's debut book, which I just held up, is deeply rooted in Bhutan and sets the stage for our conversation. Could you tell us a bit about your childhood? You are truly an international man of mystery. And we wanted to know, how did growing up across such rich cultural landscapes influence your thinking and creative direction?
Difficult to answer that because normal is what you experience. So for you, your normal is different to my normal. I was blessed or inflicted on a childhood where I grew up all over the world. But I'm going to give you one little metaphor which has shaped me. I went to a school in Singapore when I was 10, 11, 12. And we used to, at St. Andrew's School, I don't know if anybody knows that, but it's a wonderful school, I enjoyed it. In those days, there was no international schools, you had to go to the local school, but I was very happy, it was a very nice place. But there were Malaysian children, Chinese children, Europeans, Indian children, mix-up of different races and cultures and religions, all mixed up together. As children, you don't really see all that difference, except the food. What you eat is always the difference between the cultures. So I remember as a kid going out with my mixed bag of friends, sitting under a big tree, having lunch. And we all had our lunch boxes, or the Indians called it the tiffin box or something, and I had a plastic Tupperware box with my sandwiches, and everyone had their different foods. And we all used to laugh at each other and say, oh my God, how are you going to eat that? That looks awful. So what we did is we started trying each other's food and then realizing how delicious it all was. So it's a start to understanding different cultures and different ways of seeing things. I think that's the best metaphor I can give you about what started opening my eyes to different cultures. We're not so different to how we think we are. But Bhutan is very different, special.
Thank you. That sounds like a very multicultural start for you. Eugene, you're very honest with your dyslexia as well as your initial dream of flying. I know this is something dear to you and you're very open about it because you feel you have a message to share. Could you tell us, how did these challenges and dreams shape your decision to pursue arts and design?
My end station of being a creative person, a concept thinker, somebody who works in the creative arts, is actually an accident. My dream was to become an airline pilot. Now, not for Drukyul, that's impossible because it's a nightmare to land here, but just an airline pilot. Because when I was a kid growing up, my parents are in different countries. I used to fly on my own as a little kid with a big badge with my passport in it. And I was whisked around to get to my airplane, and I thought the whole world of flying was amazing. I really wanted to be a pilot. So I went through my early childhood knowing that that would be my end goal, until I realized that all my essays were being marked down in my favorite subjects, like history and geography and anything to do with literature or anything to do with the human side of life. And I couldn't understand that, why I got such low grades in all these things I loved to death. But it actually was because I realized later I had dyslexia. So as a child, I struggled with reading, writing, spelling, even seeing words. I would make big mistakes. So how the hell am I sitting here in front of you as an author of many words? Well, and I haven't cheated, and I haven't gone through Grammarly all the time, which other people have been talking about. I did it the hard way, spelling with the dictionary and getting it all right, asking editors to advise me, because I wanted to go through the process of unlearning dyslexia. And it worked for me. So I'm very old, I'm 73, and it took me a lifetime to get over this. Now let's go back to the flying. So I wanted all my life to be a pilot. I couldn't be because all my grades were too low, so I was rejected from the school to go in to become a pilot. And then you stand there and you think, oh my God, what now? What am I going to do now? I have no idea what to do. And somebody thought I should go to the art class. Art, painting, color? No, that's not me. But it was, because it was a time when graphic design, engineering, architecture was coming to life. And I realized there was a more linear approach to art that I could deal with to get into that world. And I loved it. I became a graphic designer. And that was my career, and it started when I was 18, and it went right through to yesterday. And when I retired from my company in Holland and started to look for a new life, I'd already been coming to Bhutan for many years. I've been coming actually 2 decades. The introduction was 1. It's 20 years I've been coming to Bhutan. So I've seen many, many changes. The person who brought me here is in the front row there. And I've never looked back. I've loved it here. So I've been collecting all these stories. You love telling stories. Not immediately. You have to be provoked, you Bhutanese. But once you provoke a Bhutanese person and start really leveling with them, all the stories come rolling out. And I've remembered them all over the years. And I thought one day, yeah, maybe I've stopped my company. I've got to do something. I opened up my laptop. I didn't have to organize 100 people and give them all work to do. It was just me and my laptop. And I started writing. And the result is this book.
You are almost Bhutanese. 2 decades of coming to our country. You have really seen a lot. And you know, when I read your book, I could feel that. And I want to delve right into your book. You are the best at giving us, without telling our audience too much, because they haven't read it, could you tell us a bit about your wonderful book, The Tale of Two Ravens? For me, what I took away is that it's a loving tribute to the youth of Bhutan, her culture, and most importantly, her kings. So if you could put it in your own words, La.
Well, I've been listening to some of the speakers before me, and what I do not want to do is say, you all have to stay rooted in the past. Of course not. You go forward. But remember what your core values are that make you unique, and you make them fit the modern world and the modern way you're dealing with your life. So my story is a little bit about those roots and the way I see it. Now, if any of you jump out of this room and land in Sweden or Germany or whichever country you could imagine, if you stay there for 20 years or go back every year for about 2 or 3 weeks, you'll start to see some traits in those cultures. And you, being an outsider, will see traits they can't see anymore because it's right up in front of their nose. Every day their reflexes are being German or Swedish or American or whatever. And you as a foreigner, outsider, which I am here, start to see things that maybe you've forgotten you were doing. That's all I can humbly offer you, is that I'm an observer of your culture and an enjoyer of your culture.
His Majesty, the Great Fourth, King Jigme Singye Wangchuck, championed harmony between modernization and heritage, ecology and well-being. And as you know, this festival this year is dedicated to His Majesty for his 70th, as well as propounding JNH and other wonderful things during his reign. How do you see design, storytelling, and visual narratives acting as threads weaving these elements across generations?
Well, that's more complicated. Oh, I better show you some stuff. Hang on. Yeah. Bhutan is not one country, it is one country, it's many cultures, you have different languages, you love and have a little friction with different districts and different sort of people, but you are an amazing tapestry of different facets of culture. I will answer your question, I'm getting there. So the setting is, you're not as one as you think you are, but you are working together as one, which I think is beautiful to see. I went to Hunsi last year and I was amazed by how different that culture was to being here in the West. It's rugged, it's raw, it's honest, and the people are such fun to talk to. I was very blessed to go up to the ancestral home of the royal family. What's the name of it again? I forget. Dunka. Huh? And it's a magical place. You really feel the energy of what that family have brought to your wonderful country with their wisdom and guidance. But the landscape is magical. It's not like the rest of the West. It's absolutely stunning. So I don't know if any of you have been to Hunsi, but if you have, I hope you agree with me that it's different to here, and it's even more special.
We have a lot of young Bhutanese in the audience, so this next question is, Eugene, when Bhutanese youth read your book, The Tale of Two Ravens, what seeds of thought, wonder, or value would you hope it plants in them?
You all have hidden in you a great story. As you're young, you'll think, yeah, my story's nothing, and all these other people can tell a better story, or I don't know. But as you grow older, you'll learn the lessons of loosening that story and giving it shape and form and voice. That journey you could call youth and middle life, because you really only get brave enough as a human being to tell your story when you're older. Me, old. But you guys at the back, you're on your start of your journey to know who you are and how you see things. How exciting is that? Don't be frightened. Go for it.
I like that. Okay. This next question I have for you, I was quite thrilled when I came up with it because this is something that I think you'd like as well. If you could read your story to someone meaningful, whether it's someone from your past or perhaps a Bhutanese figure, who would it be and why?
I don't know if it's in the illustration at the back. Let me have a look. Where is it? No. One of the most... when I was invited by a friend to come to Bhutan the first time, the only thought I had was, could I go and see some migu, some yeti? And he said, well, that's a bit complicated, Eugene. It's not really on our normal travel itinerary, but this is the land where these things are meant to have played out. So I thought, yeah, I really want to meet one. And in my writing, I've met one. I really have met one. And it comes to life, him. I'm not going to give away the name, but he comes to life. Sorry, ladies, it's a he. But there's many, many female characters in my book, so I'm balanced. He comes to life, and I really see that person, even though it's not human, and I'd love to tell him that story.
Our friends at the back, if you hadn't heard that, Mr. Eugene was saying he would love to tell his story to a yeti or a mige, and he's a character in this book. You know, I know you want...
Can I ask one thing? Do I say the word right? Migu? Migu. Oh, sorry.
Migu.
I'll get it right.
So I'm being very mindful of our time. We have 10 minutes. Okay. And I know, Eugene, you really want the young people and all age groups, actually, everyone here to ask questions. Shall we jump into question-answer time? Okay, may I, if you could raise your hand if you have any questions for Mr. Eugene. There's one. Somebody will come.
Mr. Eugene, you as a dyslexic person have overcome that challenge, as you said, through a more difficult way, through dictionaries and learning through unlearning. And you have traveled across the world, I understand that. And now my question to you here is, as a dyslexic person who has traveled the world, as you have seen the world with your own two eyes as your unique experience, can you share to us some of your experiences in that way? How some of the troubles you face, how you found solutions to it, and some of the morals you learned from your journeys?
You know, the funny thing is traveling, you see different languages and letters, and there's different manners and everything. Your dyslexia disappears because you have to understand a new culture, a new way of communicating. So if you have the right state of mind, you see and feel energies from people. You feel, yes, they're happy with what I'm saying, or I haven't been rude, or I've eaten with the right hand, or whatever it is. You actually have to learn a different way. So dyslexia is the least of your problems. Your dyslexia comes strongest when you're amongst your own kind who judge you in the wrong way. Now, I know that many young people are lucky now because there's many help. There's a lot of help for dyslexic people. Maybe if any of you are dyslexic in a room, you think, not enough. But it's more than it was when I was young. So you were ill, you were backward, you weren't very clever when you were dyslexic when I was young. And now I don't think that's the case. I hope not. So my answer to you is, being in another culture, I'm free of all those judgments. And then you can just enjoy meeting people. Is that a sort of answer to your question? I think that's a no.
Is there any other questions for Mr. Eugene? I see a few hands.
Hello. I really loved how your books weaves memories and myths together. My question is, why do you think ancient myths still speaks to us today? Do you think they're telling the same story we're still too scared to name in modern life?
You know, they're only parables of the values of living and how you judge yourself, other people, how you interact with the world. They're timeless. They're just packaged and given characters in specific ways. I was talking outside, maybe some of you were there, about the 4 harmonious friends. It's a timeless story. So you could tell it in a modern way. You can tell it in an ancient way. It doesn't really matter. The essence is the story, not the characters. But I've used the 4 harmonious friends, which I've always loved as a story when I first came here, as the basis of my first book of the series of 3, The 4 Seekers. So I've changed the name to The 4 Seekers because I didn't want to step on anybody's toes about calling them the 4 harmonious friends. So they're based on the same idea. Different sort of characters going on a journey to help each other to achieve something.
Any more questions, though? Great questions, by the way.
Hello. My question is, what encouraged you to write the story, The Tale of Two Ravens, and what is the purpose of the messages that it delivers?
Oh my God, I think you have to tell me that, because when you're writing a story, for me, because it's my first book, I don't want to tell you, give you any wise words. I just want to enjoy writing a story I hope people like yourself will enjoy. But I want to do it respectfully based on your cultural input, which really helps me frame my way of writing. But I suppose if I had to now be pinned against the wall and say, what do I want to bring over? I want you young Bhutanese to love your culture. And the culture is not set in stone, it's there forever.
Some more questions? The young lady. Oh, lots of hands.
Hello. Mr. Mr. Eugene Pay, this is a pretty straightforward question. As a leader and a storyteller, as a leader and a creative person, what inspired you to start storytelling, and how do you think the stories that you write can change the world?
Oh my God, that's a big brief. I don't want to make a joke of your question because it's really important. There's many big questions in your minds, especially the younger ones. Us older ones get less interested in the bigger questions. We're just sort of like fighting day to day to survive. But you all have got bigger questions you need answering. And sometimes the answers you hear are too simple. They're too cliché, if you understand what it's too predictable, and they're too flat. They're not told with passion or with love or with engagement with the person asking the question. And what I think a story can do is do all that if you read it properly, because you need to be patient to answer a complex question from a young person. There is no quick fix answer, because you're receiving the answer in your tempo, in what you know about the world, and you have to have time to absorb it. And maybe the framework of a story can help you look through different facets of that story to find the answers you're looking for. I really believe that you need patience and time to give answers to young people. Does that help you? Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for finally giving me the chance. So mine's just a simple question. I was just curious on why Sir kept the title as The Tale of Two Ravens. Not just that, as Sir mentioned before, the storybook I think was mostly related with Yeti, but still, why the title as The Tale of Two Ravens?
If I tell you that, you won't read the book. It's a little bit of a clue to a journey you have to go through with the story to work out why two ravens. You know why one raven, I think. You know your mythology and your history and the stories of the deities. So you know one raven. And you have to find out who the partner is to that one raven to make it two. I can't tell you that. But it should pull you into the story to find out the page where you think, now I get it. And it's quite near the end, I'm sorry to say.
I think I can supplement Mr. Eugene's answer. Well, I've had the pleasure of reading your book, and there's a lot of characters, but the ravens have a very significant role, as we know. But I implore you to grab a copy. It's full of characters, full of adventures. I'll take my check later. But no, all jokes aside, you must read it. The Yeti is one character, but there's many others. Do we have more questions, La? We have 5 minutes.
What inspired you to write about this particular llama?
Which llama? You haven't read it, have you?
I think it's a quiz.
Is that a trick question? Trip me up. Yeah, you're one of those type of guys, right? I get you.
No. I mean to say about that Yeti, not the llama. Sorry.
Oh, okay. The Yeti is not a llama. He's okay. I don't know. I mean, aren't you fascinated by if you could sit down and have a conversation with a Miguyu? Wouldn't you love to do that and work out if you could communicate, what you would talk about. I'm fascinated by that idea. I'd love to do that. I'll take you with me and you can be my translator.
Maybe one last question. Yeah. We have a young lady in the front that her hand shot up.
Thank you for this opportunity, and Mr. Eugene, I was wondering, so like I thought about like how you wrote a book, so it's not just about writing a book, it's like the art and passion behind it. And I feel like there's many artists nowadays and writers, and AI is taking away their chances, and me as an artist, I like sometimes like lose the passion to draw, so I would like some words from you, so you could give some hope to some people who are very passionate about what they're doing, but the opportunities are not given to them in this current modern day. Thank you.
All of you are creative. That's the first statement. So however good or bad you think you are is totally irrelevant. You will all have a creative part of you. If you outsource that to somebody to make something for you, whether it's a computer program or somebody else, or you want to cheat or whatever it is, you will just lose the development of your own creative kernel, your little heart. Not little, heart, sorry. But so, like any exercise, you've got to keep practicing. And that strength, that talent in you will become bigger and bigger. So I hope you will never listen to anybody saying you can't do something. Why would people say you can't do something? What a waste of time. You can do something, and you should constantly try to improve. And improvement can only be judged by one person, yourself. No one else. So please continue and flourish.
So, perhaps one last quick question. If there isn't, then I think I will wrap it up now. Okay. Oh, Mr. John.
As Eugene and I have known each other for 25 years, I'm just curious.
He's older than me.
Wee bit. I'm just curious, the characters in your book, or when we look at the four friends, I want to keep this a very simple question. In which of these characters do you see yourself? The elephant, the monkey, the rabbit, the bird, or the migu? And why would you see yourself in that character?
Oh dear. First of all,
25 years, yeah.
My four seekers are not the elephant, the monkey, the rabbit, and the, what's the bird called again? Pheasant. Whatever. My story is that they are a raven, snow leopard, a takin, and a golden langur. Now, John's question should be, which of those characters do you best identify with? None, but all. The raven is noble, wise, and sort of leadership qualities, etc. I think I have a little bit of that, but not a lot. The takin is loyal, stubborn, stoic, keeps fighting against all the odds. I have a bit of that. The snow leopard is sly, slinky, strategic. He knows exactly where to go and where not. I have a bit of that. And the golden langur is fun, is crazy, is disrespectful sometimes to other people's value. And I definitely have a bit of that. So, all four, John.
That was a great question. Okay, well, on that wonderful note, I want to just say, Eugene, it was such a pleasure to meet with you and to read your book and to get to know you a little bit more. I want to thank the Bhutan Echoes team for making me a small part in this. It's truly an honor. And I also want to say, I have an aspiration. May all the stories that we share on this stage and amongst ourselves during tea break. May it continue to bridge cultures, age groups, and may it inspire us and also harmonize both our inner and outer worlds. Then thank you so much. Cutting Chairman.
Ms. Teden, you are a big part of Bhutan Echoes because you are BBS3, and it was wonderful having you here. If I am not wrong, The Tale of Two Ravens is also going to be released as an audiobook, so please look forward to that as well. Let us take a short pause and refresh and recharge, and please feel free to explore the stalls outside the hall. We will resume our next session shortly, so please make your way back to the hall at 11:55 a.m. sharp. And we also have very exciting surprises for you waiting at the end of our break, so please make your way back to the hall on time before you miss it. Enjoy your break. Okay, so welcome back everyone. So before we jump into our session, the promised surprise is that we will have 3 questions and 3 lucky winners. So if you know the answer to the question, please raise your hand and answer, and you might get a chance to win. So the first question, in the name Drukyul's Literature and Arts Festival, what does Drukyul mean? Where's the main?
Hello? Is it a dragon?
More specific.
The land of the thunder dragon.
Correct, La. Please come on to the stage. The land of the thunder dragon is the correct answer. Second question is, which location has frequently served as the main venue for the festival?
The Royal University of Bhutan.
Correct. Please come to the stage. The last and final question, and possibly the most valuable prize, is, the question for that is, what does the festival's name Echoes symbolize?
Spreading the information on literature. Awareness on literature.
No, sorry. Looks like this question cannot be answered, so we will keep this. Oh. Yes, please.
Perhaps echoes is like how the past reverberates back to the present, so the past always lives with us.
Yes, that is correct. So the special prize that Ma'am Tarini Mohan has won is a dinner at Shualing. Okay, that's weird. So we'll move on with our sessions. So next up, we have a heartfelt session featuring 3 incredible voices. We first begin with 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁, an award-winning writer, designer, and entrepreneur from Delhi. Her debut novel, The Scent of Fallen Stars, has been widely praised for its emotional depth, lyricism, and powerful exploration of grief and resilience. Please welcome Jigme Singye, a filmmaker, theater director, choreographer, and youth mentor who has worked with the royal government of Bhutan for a really long time. She was awarded the Order of Merit by His Majesty the King in 2024. Her films With Love from Bhutan and Gangnam Girls have received international acclaim, and her animation was honored at Digicon Japan. Kilifinso, a writer, screenwriter, musician, and inclusion advocate, channels rock and punk to explore identity and emotion. He also co-hosts Bhutan's first ever mental health podcast, Masterpiece, and created one of Bhutan's first sketch comedy series, 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁. Together, they will explore how empathy, storytelling, and creative expression can help us move from collapse to clarity. Please join me in welcoming our speakers to the stage.
A very good afternoon to everyone. This is truly a very interesting and a great honor and pleasure for me to talk to Aishwarya and Kinley. I would call them artists first, writer, songwriter, musician, designer, podcast host, writer, so many things. And I think when we talk about artist, we're first talking about the human within. We're talking about identity. We're talking about sharing. And we're talking about a journey that starts within, and then how, with a lot of courage, we decide to share this with the world. And that requires, I think, a lot of resilience. And that sort of is going to be the tone of our session today. So, as Shakespeare said, what's in a name? But then I think sometimes a lot is hidden in a name. So we're going to start asking, I would like to know from both of you, Aishwarya's first book and award-winning book, The Scent of Fallen Stars. And well, Kinley does many things, but he also hosts and has crafted this podcast called Masterpiece. So I want to know why The Scent of Fallen Stars and why it's called Masterpiece.
Thank you so much, Charmi. It's so lovely to be on the panel with you and to be in Bhutan. So the Scent of Fallen Stars, the fallen stars refer to this mulsari flower, which is a very fragrant and beautiful flower that you find in the monsoon in India. And that flower is actually what inspired the whole story. And for the longest time, as I was telling you, I only thought of calling the manuscript Mulsari. And you know how as creative people, sometimes we tend to get very rigid. And it's like, no, there's no other name, nothing else that I can call it. But I also wasn't sure whether it would be relatable for people, whether they would get it. And then over time, I always say this about writing, that it's like a clogged tap. You know, because for a while, nothing comes out. You know, it's all blocked up. And then slowly, drop by drop, a little bit starts coming out, and suddenly it all rushes out. So then one day, it came to me, The Scent of Fallen Stars, because of the shape of the flower, and also because of the mystique of a star, which I've always found fascinating, because a star is something that you can only see in memory, right? Because it's so many hundreds and millions of light years away that by the time we see it, it's changed, it's gone. So just the idea of memory and nostalgia and, you know, fragrance and how it's so evocative and transformative, that is really where the title came from.
Beautiful. I mean, I never thought that, you know, you're associating it with a flower. Of course, you shared this with me, and that's exactly why I think that everybody needed to hear this. Thank you so much, Aishwarya. Kinley, would you like to enlighten us with Masterpiece? It is Masterpiece, P-E-A-C-E.
Thank you, Charmi. I'd like to say that the Masterpiece is not just my podcast. It's with my co-host, 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁, who is supposed to be here today but could not make it due to some unavoidable circumstances, but she's here in spirit. And 𝘿𝙁𝙁, if you're watching, we miss you and take care. And I'll do my best to talk about what we created together and the reasons we created it. So one thing that 𝘀𝙪𝙗 and I noticed is that while Bhutanese people, we are so compassionate and we are very giving and we love and we are very hospitable people, we also tend not to necessarily take care of ourselves the way we take care of other people. And we do not necessarily embody the vulnerabilities that we expect from other people. We want other people to embody towards us. I mean, we expect other people to embody towards us. And with that in mind, we sort of wanted a podcast that spoke about taking care of yourself, taking care of your mental health, taking care of yourself, and also reevaluating your beliefs, reevaluating your opinions, but doing it in a way through your lived experience, not necessarily to say like, this is the way you have to do it, but more so like find the way that works for you. And the only way you can ever really do that is through vulnerability, through really sitting with yourself, or as what I like to call mud sitting, sitting in the mud by yourself in your own muck of your mind and try to understand who you are. And that was, we decided we wanted to do a podcast around that. And so when it came to the name, we were like, I love puns, so I'm very glad that 𝘀𝙪𝙗 came up with a name like that. And it's also, I understand, it's very ambitious as a name, masterpiece. Are we able to masterpiece? Maybe not immediately, but I think it's a process that requires a lot of work, a lot of self-analysis, and a lot of being able to see yourself with kindness. And with that in mind, we just created the podcast, and that's how the name came out to be.
Wonderful. I think a podcast like this will definitely reach out to young people, to everyone. And I think we all go through similar kind of challenges in life in different areas. And when we hear each other's stories, we sort of get strength from that. And that is why probably as artists, we do what we do. And coming to that, 𝘽𝙗, your book is, it's about love, it's about pain, it's about getting over challenges, but it's about human connection. And 𝘿𝙗 was talking about that same human connection right now. You want to say, just tell us a little bit about the characters. And you also told me that it's an old-fashioned book. And you're very young, and you've written a very old-fashioned book, so please share something about it.
Well, you know, 𝘽𝙗, like I was telling you, I always feel, especially I guess in the last 10, 20 years, that there's a lot of content out there, whether it's literature or movies or TV shows or whatever, which explores the darkness and complexity of the human mind. And a lot of it is brilliant, and you know, it's very hard-hitting and people can relate to it and all that. But I kind of also felt that there was a gap of the flip side, you know, where we also need to absorb things and to consume things that are inspirational and uplifting. Because I just feel if we're constantly bombarded always by all the dark and gritty and horrible things in the world, and we don't need to, you know, open a book for that. We can just open social media or a newspaper. We all know what a messed up place the world is. So I think it's very important to have something which counters that. You know, and as I was telling you, this is something that my mother always brought me up with, me and my brother. She always said, just be careful what you put into your consciousness. Don't put junk into your consciousness. You know, the way that you wouldn't put junk into your body, which of course we all do sometimes. But, you know, to be careful of what you consume and what you put in, because it does shape our thoughts and how we look at the world. So I really wanted to write something which maybe harkens back to values that are sort of being forgotten, or, you know, like nowadays we have this thing of like, oh, everything in the past was so much worse and now we know so much better and we're so much more enlightened and all. I don't know if that's true, and I know there are a lot of young people sitting here, so I would like to say that there are things that we could learn from in the past, you know, and there are especially values and relationships and things like that, that I think that we are the poorer without them. So that's why I wanted to write a book like this, which was not trendy, not, you know, not in line with maybe even what publishers are looking to publish these days. But for me, this is the only book that I could write. So
earlier I did mention about this whole journey that we go through, that is internal, and then we share something with the world. You just mentioned that you have written something which is not really popular, as you know, in terms of writing, in terms of what the publishers want or what they think will be selling. And that's a very hard place to be, especially because when you start that journey of art, it's very personal. And you just said that you wanted to, because this is the only story that you wanted to tell. So how is the journey for both of you that you make something that is so deep, that is so personal, and then what kind of resilience, what kind of mindset you need to go through that journey of publishing and getting your work out there, sharing it with the world. And once you put yourself out there, there's going to be all sorts of feedback. So how do you navigate that?
Something a very good friend of mine always told me is, people will never see you as enough if you do not see yourself as enough. And I think that is sort of the idea that when it comes to the podcast or when it comes to anything that I have done, whether it's my music, whether it's the scripts that I've written or the podcast, I've always done it because I felt a deep love for what I was doing. And when it comes to, of course, once things are done there, you release them into the world. I think if you believe in it strongly in yourself, if you believe that it is good enough for you, it doesn't necessarily, like, this is my thing, right? Like, it doesn't necessarily matter if everyone takes anything from it. I believe that for those who will take something from it, it's good for them. For those who don't, it's just not their time to take from it right now. Maybe they will come to it some other time, but I think I do not prescribe to this idea that, when you do something, is there an anxiety around how people will take it? Yes, you are a human being. You will feel anxious about it. But I think the anxiety should not be whether or not you released a good product or your artistic endeavor. It's more so that you believe in this and you did this with love and affection and you put everything of yourself into it, and that is enough. And if other people don't like it, it's not something they enjoy, but there will be those who take something from it, and it's good for them.
So that too is a journey that you go through in a way. Aishwarya?
Well, first of all, I didn't realize until after I had written the manuscript that it wasn't a trendy kind of thing. So it was a rude shock to me when I started trying to get it published, which publishing can be a very brutal and soul-crushing process in any case. And yes, it is discouraging, of course. As Kinley said, there's always anxiety about how something that you do, whether it's a book or, as you know, a play or a movie or a song or anything, how it's going to be received. But I do think at the end of the day, as an artist, you have to create something that you believe in, something that you feel is important, that you have something important to say to the world. And again, I will say that this is what my mother used to say to me when I used to get very discouraged and I used to feel very down. And she would always say, well, do you believe in the story? Do you like the story? And I would say, yes, I do. Do you believe in it? Yes, I do. Well, then that's all that matters, and like the book will have its own destiny. Everything we do sort of has its own destiny. And you can't control how people are going to take it, but I think the beautiful thing is that I have found that every book, I can speak for books, it always finds its readers. And there is nothing more fulfilling than getting a message or seeing yourself tagged in something or a review, or just somebody comes up to you and it's like, your book really meant something to me. And it really spoke to me. And I think that is the best that you can hope for as an artist, because like I was telling you again, when you write or when you do any sort of creative endeavor like that, it's a very solitary process, right? A lot of it, it's just me sitting in front of my screen and with my characters and all that. And when you put it out there in the world, it's like you're sending a message out into the universe, like, hello, can anyone hear me? Is anyone else feeling the same things that I felt? Or is this resonating with anyone else? Because that's why I love to read, because I love to discover that an author, someone from centuries ago or a completely different context, completely different life from me, and it's like, oh, but I know exactly what they're talking about because I've gone through this too. And I don't think that you can ask for more. So whether you have one reader who loves your book, whether you have 10, whether you have 100, whether you have 1 million, it doesn't matter, because what really matters is that somebody should understand what you're trying to say, and it should help someone to deal maybe with what they're going through.
So I think it would be safe to say that first, enjoy the journey, enjoy the process. We have a lot of young people here, and I'm sure there are many future artists, filmmakers, writers sitting here as well. So I think it's very important for them to hear that nothing comes easy and it's going to be a journey. But if you believe in it, that's what Aishwarya and Kinley are trying to say, that if you believe in it and if you believe in what you're doing, you must just be on the path. Yes, please.
Something that we talk about a lot on the podcast is melam, your intention.
Yes.
So it's also what is the intention with which you do something, right? And I'm not going to tell, I know there are a lot of young people here, and I think when I was in high school, I was very deeply motivated and quite worried about what other people would think. And I'm not going to tell y'all that it's going to come easily, that y'all are going to be able to find that within yourselves. For some of you, it's going to come as easily. For some of you, it's not. But I think while you're in that process, while you're enjoying that process, it's also important to look upon yourself during that process with a bit of kindness and with a little bit of empathy for yourself. Like I said earlier, we can give a lot of empathy to other people, a little bit of that to yourself as well when you're in that process, when you're in the thick of it. Because I think when you're in the thick of it, that is when you might face the most difficulty in putting out something that you truly believe in. And everyone has their own journey in that. And I think it's very important to say that your journey is different to someone else's journey, so you can't, like, if I can say anything, just don't compare your artistic, creative journey to somebody else's journey.
Wonderful. We use a lot of words. You know, we talk about empathy, we talk about compassion, we say these things, but sometimes words, while words are a lot, and especially at a festival like this, we're talking about words, but at the same time, sometimes you cannot put certain experiences to words. And we have different medium of expression for that. But what I'm really trying to get at is grief. You know, a lot of art comes from, I'm not saying everything, but a lot of it comes from a space of grief or personal experiences or heartbreak or some challenges that we've gone through. And then do you go through a path of liberation through that, through your work, through the arts? And the reason why I'm going there is also, again, I am focusing to the young people in the room that arts is not just a career, but it is something you indulge in for yourselves, for your growth, for your expression, for your mental health. So can we hear from you guys?
I think there's no doubt about it that any kind of creative pursuit can be very cathartic. And speaking for myself, when I started writing the manuscript, I was also at a very low point, and I was very, I wasn't very happy in life with things that were going on. And it was definitely very, very therapeutic to start writing, because also it gives you something to occupy your mind. And sometimes that's the best thing you can do. If something is bothering you a lot and, you're not able to do anything about it, then all you can do is distract yourself. And if anyone, and I know there are writers here in the audience, you all know that whenever we're writing a story, it's very consuming, and in fact, you're not a very fun person to be around then, because, everybody else around you is like, okay, so we have to go here, we have to do this, and you're just like, what? No, but my character here, there, I'm lost in a different world altogether. So it is very therapeutic. It is very helpful. And again, that also speaks to what we were just talking about how your work is received, where at the end of the day, we have to have this balance between, yes, I know these days where everybody's looking for validation and everybody's looking for numbers and those social media likes and shares and reels and whatever. But I think, like we were discussing yesterday, I kind of miss those days where we hear, those stories of like filmmakers like Raj Kapoor or Hrishikesh Mukherjee or someone who, he mortgaged his house because, he believed in this movie and he just wanted to put everything into it and all. And I think as artists, we have to have a little bit of that, because you're also doing it not just for, okay, I'm going to have success from this, but your success also comes from the process of it and what you get out of it. And if you feel proud of something that you've done and something that you created, I think that really is success in itself.
And I think, again, there's a lot of compassion and love in the process of art and storytelling. When you share, even if it makes an impact on one person, I think that's truly a victory. I'm already there showing time. Really, it just started 5 minutes ago. It feels like it's really 5 minutes. Okay, because we do want to take questions today. So I would like to get actually more into the book and the characters and the plot, but we really don't have time for that. But her book is available. It's called The Scent of the Fallen Stars. So please do pick up, and Aishwarya will be around for any kind of discussions and talks, and watch Masterpiece podcast on YouTube.
As well as my band, Resisting Misery.
Sorry, what?
I'm just going to plug my band as well.
Yes.
Kinley sings really well, so yeah.
Yeah, you want to sing something for us? No. Oh, okay.
He refuses. It's very unfair, yeah.
Resisting misery. Kind of came out from a point of grief in my own life, and this is what I think what Aishwarya says, and what Charmi says goes to that as well. I was going through a very difficult time in my life. Was talking with a friend of mine who happened to be a therapist, and we were talking, and I was just casually talking about how grief plays such a big part in our lives, and how instead of sometimes letting ourselves feel grief, we resist it. And then my friend just said, yeah, that is the human condition, we resist misery. And all I took from that was, that's a nice band name, I'm gonna note that down.
Yeah, I think sometimes we abuse the word positivity a lot. Like we keep saying, be positive, and without, really fully understanding the weight of that. I mean, someone is going through something and you tell that person, be positive. How is that even, possible? You need to go through it. You need to live it. You need to do whatever it takes. And then, because we are so specific to arts right now, so we keep going back to that. And I think we've touched upon few things, and there are many things we cannot really talk about right now. But I think we should take questions from the audience. Anything you're curious about, anything you would like to know from Aishwarya and Kinley? Can we take maybe 3 questions, please? Anyone, anywhere? Oh, yes, please. Have a mic here.
Thank you. I'd be really interested to hear from you on how you begin. I mean, the very essence of beginning, because the beginning of writing is always very hard. And a lot of young people, perhaps, I don't know if journaling is something that helps start the flow. How did you begin to write? Because sitting down is really difficult, and just putting the first words down are hard. Can you share, some ideas on that beginning, that seedling process?
Yes, it is always the toughest part, how to begin. I don't keep a journal, but I do keep a note on my phone wherever I think of something that I want to write, or I see something like the way the light is falling on the road, or if I meet someone and they have a mannerism that's very interesting. I always make a note of it because I never know where I'm going to use it in my writing. And in terms of beginning, I always say about writer's block, it's basically just the fear that I'm going to write something that's not going to be good enough, right? Because we all want to write something. You want to write something and you want to think, oh, wow, it's brilliant, it's great. I think the only way is to move through it, is to write through it. And it's like, it's okay. I'm going to put down some words today. Maybe they'll be terrible, but it's all right. I'm going to put them down. And later when I revisit them, or you just do like a free writing kind of exercise, where for sometimes when I feel stuck, I'll just set a timer for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and I'll just keep writing, and it doesn't matter what comes out. And then in the middle of all that junk, you'll find like a kernel of something that may be very, very valuable. So I think it's like a muscle. You just have to exercise it. And don't be afraid if something you write isn't good enough to begin with. You can always work on it. You can always polish it. Just don't send out your first draft.
Definitely just word vomit. In terms of ideas, I think a very good friend of mine who is actually a writer, she told me, when you want to write, don't worry about what the paragraph looks like. Don't worry about the structure. Just get the ideas out. Note down all the ideas and think about the editing process later. For now, just get out everything that you need to get out, whatever ideas you've got. Doesn't have to make sense to you right now. Doesn't have to look pretty. You just need these ideas out. And I think that's where you would always want to start.
Yeah, it's like that. There's that lovely quote, the first draft is just you telling yourself the story. So I think that can be very helpful.
Thank you for actually asking that, because that makes me think, last one, is that we're also talking about faith here. The faith you have in yourself and validation. These become a very, key two things in the matter, that when we're thinking about what someone will think is good enough or not, it's validation. And then how do you, Kinley, maybe you can say that, answer this, that how do you build faith in yourself?
You build faith in yourself. Wow, that's a big question. curiosity. I think you need to be curious about yourself. You need to be able to sit with yourself, to really understand what do you like, what do you not like, what makes you happy, what makes you not very happy, what are these things. And I think once you understand more and more, and the thing is you will never understand yourself fully because as a human being, you are constantly growing, your personality keeps changing and shaping. So which is why it's necessary to always have a childlike curiosity for yourself. And then when you do that, I think you tend to understand this is what I like and this is what I feel strongly about. And if nobody else likes it, it's fine. I love this because I have done the work with myself to understand this is what I love.
So what you do it with immense joy within. Any last few words, and then we'll close the session.
I think there's a lot more that we could have touched on,
yes,
a lot
yes.
more. But I hope that since there's so many young people in the audience, I hope that you guys have found it useful. I'm very disappointed that none of you asked any questions. I'm going to go back thinking that the school children of Bhutan are not curious, which is sad. But
they're just shy. They're brilliant.
But I hope that you all will believe in yourselves and always pursue your dreams.
Thank you. Thank you, Aishwarya. Thank you, 𝘿𝙗𝙗, and thank you, Bhutan Echoes. Thank you, the audience.
That was a very wonderful sessions with the speakers. So to close out the morning, we bring you a heartfelt and thoughtful conversation. Tarini Mohan is a writer and development professional whose debut work, 𝘿𝙇𝙼, explores life after a sudden accident and her experiences living with changes in her mobility, speech, and cognition. Through personal stories and shared social insight, she reflects on resilience, inclusion, and redefining strength. She'll be in conversation with Sok Sianpek Dorji, Founding Executive Director and Advisor to the Bhutan Center of Media and Democracy. Together, they offer a meaningful dialogue of life's challenges with honesty and courage. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I kind of feel like there is a continuity between the last session, Hope and Contentment, and ours, Hope and Humanity. So this is Tarini. We met online about a week ago, last month, briefly, yes. So Tarini is, very briefly, she launched her book, 𝘿𝙇𝙼. This is available out there, right? 𝘿𝙇𝙼. At the age of 23 is when I think, Tarini, you talk about your life taking a turn. When you were in Uganda as a development worker, and you took a motorcycle taxi, I think. Yes, could you explain very briefly and introduce yourself?
Am I okay? It's working. So at 23, I was working in New York on Wall Street, and I had been working for 2 years when I quit my job because I didn't feel fulfilled enough. I wanted to do something more meaningful, and that will fulfill me more. So I quit my job, my wonderful life in New York City with all my friends, and I moved to Uganda to work on helping smallholder farmers earn have better livelihoods. But unfortunately, I had been there only 6 weeks before before one night with another expat friend, an Indian American man, we decided to take a motorcycle taxi to go to a bar at night with all our other friends. And everyone was waiting for us at the bar. On the way there, as we were cruising down Yusuf Lele Road, a vehicle hit us from behind. And it hit us and immediately took off. So all three of us were thrown off the bike. And unfortunately, I didn't. And then my friend and I weren't wearing helmets. And in Uganda, there's no law on helmets. So
helmets.
Helmets, yeah.
No law on helmets in Uganda, and you were in the motorcycle taxi without a helmet, and you were thrown off.
Because at the age of 23, what's more important, a helmet or looking good at a bar? Like, duh.
Not just at 23. Most of us want to look good, regardless of age.
Hello, your head is the most important thing. Please wear a helmet. Do not ride a motorcycle without a helmet. Or any two-wheeler. In fact, always wear seat belts. You never know what can happen. Your life can change in an instant. So always wear seat belts in the back or in the front. Okay, anyway.
So that put you, in a whole series, right, of challenges. You were in a coma.
Yeah, so my friend and I was thrown off the bike and we weren't wearing helmets. So we were both thrown into a coma, both were comatose. So I was unconscious for 3 months. And my friend, unfortunately didn't survive. And the driver, he was wearing a helmet and he only had fractures. So after I woke up, so I was in Uganda for 1 month. My parents, they flew to Uganda the next day. And I had to remain in Uganda for 1 month because my condition was too critical. So for the next 2 months, I was unconscious. They brought me unconscious on a flight to India. So I lay unconscious in India for 2 months. And then slowly started regaining consciousness very gradually. It wasn't like, oh, hello. And suddenly, it wasn't very clear. So it just happened gradually. Memories started coming back, and all my cognitive, I still, as you can see and hear, my disabilities persist. And it was through writing this memoir that I started owning my disability.
So it is here. This is the story. All right, but Tarini, you describe your book as more than a memoir. What was your motivation in telling this?
Well, first of all, I don't know what you mean by more than a memoir. It is definitely a memoir, but one exploring many, many themes. And I have reflected on this question before because I suspected someone would ask me this somewhere. And I have come up with 5 different ways in which, 5 different ways I was motivated to write, reasons why I was motivated to write this.
There are 5 reasons why.
The first is the just processing, making sense of a senseless event. It made no sense why it happened to me. I thought I was doing good in the world, creating positive change. And I have never been mean to my friends or family or anything like that. Why did I have to suffer such a horrible injury? So just to make sense of senseless event and to address the profound disconnect between the fracture between the before and the after. And also, second, I also wanted to explore themes like identity and memory, because sometimes I feel like the present is porous, is impacted greatly by the past and the future, both. So the present is porous, I feel like in a liminal space. But at the same time, that's what makes me feel whole, defined by the present and the future. So both carry us and make us who we are, the present and the past and the future.
Lovely.
The third reason was to offer others a degree of comfort and myself. Because if I can lend even 1% comfort in my story, with the universal themes in the story, with anyone else who's undergoing a profound change in their life, that would mean the world to me. Yeah. Okay, two more. The fourth, is just that I was inspired by other stories. Well, the catalyst for my memoir. Okay, not the catalyst, but the first motivation I had was meeting Trisha Meili, the author. Her and my life overlap in so many ways. We both went to Wellesley College. We had the same professor. She also worked on Wall Street. She also suffered she also experienced a hereditary, and then she also went to Yale School of Management like I did. So we have many commonalities, and she wrote her memoir. So reading her story made me feel like, oh, I can. Why don't I do it? But then, 6 years later, I decided I can do it too. But it was reading another book, Sulekha Jawad's A Life Between Two Kingdoms, that really spoke to me. It was like the way her prose is so lyrical, and she told her story just how I wanted to tell mine. So that's how. And the fifth point, I forgot.
That's okay. It's here in the book, all right? But what's interesting is Tarini was inspired by another writer, she said, from her school. She went to Wellesley College, where she also met with some Bhutanese girls, right? You were students. They're here. How wonderful. So when we were chatting, when we were introduced, Tarini was very forthright. She said, please do not describe me as being inspiring. So I was, oh, okay, But I think, we've been talking about these words, even the previous group, empathy, pity. Why do you not want the word inspiring? Because that comes across too in your book, right? Would you want to talk a bit about this?
So I've been reflecting a lot on this point that's been asked me many times, and I don't have any very negative feelings about the word. It's just me and other disabled people, I know other people with disabilities and don't like being like people with visual disabilities don't like it when people don't know anything about them and just see them in a wheelchair or something and say, oh, that's so inspiring. It's like, hello, you just reduced me to struggle. See, a wheelchair, you just reduced my existence to a struggle. See, like, you don't know anything about me. What if I'm the silliest human on earth? What if I'm hilarious? What if, I don't know, like, what if I'm the most privileged? So with that context, how can you say I'm inspiring?
Yes. So you really made us think. I think the organizers and myself, started thinking about the sort of very pat words that we use today all the time. Inspiring and resilient.
Or brave.
Pardon? All brave.
Yeah, because please don't call us brave for just existing. With our disabilities, like just showing up to life. I mean, we have to.
So what comes out very clearly also in your book, and it made me think, is your observation of people's response to you. And very often, I think you pointed out a couple of incidents where people started talking to your mom about you in front of you. And you made a big differentiation between pity and empathy. And I think it might be useful for us to hear from you the difference and what we should be mindful of when we meet with people living with disabilities or even writing about people with disabilities. Would you share?
Thank you for that very important question, which I hope that the young and old and middle-aged people all keep in mind. I think you should. Can you just repeat the question?
Maybe you can illustrate it with.
No, can you just repeat the question?
The difference between pity and empathy, what we should be mindful of. Yeah.
Sorry, I just blanked. So, I feel like pity is like a passive emotion. It's a passive emotion and makes us feel small and insignificant and less than. And compassion lifts us up. Empathy and compassion lift us up. And I think that things to be conscious of while writing or speaking to people with disabilities. First of all, the most important thing is treat us like adults. We aren't like small kids. Like, oh, like when I first started my journey of recovery, I noticed people's eyes grew smaller, their heads tilted like this, their sentences grew shorter, like they were trying to make me understand, like oh, how you feeling? It's like, hello, I'm an adult. So there's that. Then see us fully, not just as a person with a disability, but as a human. Like we can be funny people. We are daughters, sisters, friends, strategists, advocates, writers, so much more. So recognize our whole identity.
Now you know why. Mira Nair, who's a filmmaker, says that this book is no pity party. She says, this is an extraordinary coming-of-age story of a spirited young woman determined to fly with clipped wings. So your yearning to be free, I mean, comes across in many of the chapters, And you also talk about, you use the metaphor of building wings to fly. You write about the sense of freedom that comes with mobility. And you always talk about how, you wish like you have a powered wheelchair and how you can like take the bus and feel the sense of freedom when you're in the US. And you also talk about freedom even with a hard-earned paycheck, right? Because you're earning your own keep. She's now a professional working in education, right? Higher education, and how to make education more inclusive, right? So can you speak about a bit about your sense of freedom today, Tarini?
Yes. While most people here would think my existence now is completely shackled because I can't do almost anything on my own. I need support and assistance. But look, I'm here in Bhutan. Yeah. And that's what that's the primary theme of my book, is just expansive love in a communal form. And that's actually the heritage of us, our part of the world. It's not, we don't celebrate the individual as, I mean, I guess we do, but the individual is a more of a Western concept, while ours is more of communal love. So, a primary theme, as you know, of my book is expansive communal love. Yeah.
Expansive love.
Yeah, in its most communal form.
So as you can see, Tarini you've really kept your sense of humor, right? And
hope.
And hope, despite everything. And it's interesting because, Tarini, you continue to contribute articles, right, to online sites, newspapers, etc. And one of the articles that I read is, the title is, How to Party in a Wheelchair on a Friday Night. And I thought, oh, wow, I need to get out there too. I don't party enough on a Friday night. But tell us, you have been through some difficult times, and I do notice that you also have a sense of, you talk about the sense of community around you. What is it that motivates you today, that drives you, that makes you want to continue to do all the things you want?
Well, we have only one life, so there's only one life, so make the most of it. I mean, how can I not want to do everything I want to do? This is my one chance. Well, for me, it's my second chance because I was saved I was saved, I don't know how I was saved, but I was. So this is my second chance. So I want to make the most of it.
Good. And you, the other lesson that I took, and you made it very clear, that you lived in both in the US, where you went to school and you worked for 16 years, you studied there. You lived there and worked there, yes. And then also India. And you've seen the possibilities in both countries. But here you also mention the moral dilemma that it, reflecting on, living in the two places. And here I thought it was very moving to, I'll quote from your book. You talk about this inability, you can't shake the deep sense of guilt in not being able to afford household domestic support or a driver in the United States, for example. And that in India, where you now live, right, this is possible because of a system that undervalues informal labor. And of course, you say that your family make sure that you compensate people, above the norm, etc. But it's very powerful. You say, I can't help feeling that I'm party of a system that exploits the poor. How do you manage these differences today, Tarini?
Well, my father, who's sitting right here, wisely, I guess, told me that you don't compare living in the US and here and India. So don't compare living in the US and India so much. They're different. Think of it like like going to different countries with a country for which you don't speak the language. So think of it, think of how a person who doesn't speak the language relies on a translator, and they still live their life just with the help of a translator to make sense of the world. So I just don't compare. You can't compare. As a person with a disability, there's no question that life is way easier in the West, where you can do everything yourself, and the focus on individual is so great. They empower every individual, and the Americans with Disabilities Act that was passed in 1991 really frees people with disabilities.
There is that difference. And even here in Bhutan, I think, just a couple of days ago, services for, inclusive services is just beginning. And there was an article about children with disabilities here facing very stark literacy gaps, is on the front page of the newspaper. But are there any particular policies that you think we could do more, to be more inclusive in this part of the world?
Well, I can only speak for India because I have studied all these policies in detail. And you'll be surprised that we have all the correct policies. We have all the laws. Everything you can imagine is on paper, and it's quite comparable. You can compare it to the Americans with Disabilities Act or the ADA. And it's quite similar. So it's there on paper, it's just not implemented. Because they just think, oh, no one is going to actually do anything to us. And that's how it goes. So I don't know what will make people implement it, but execution needs to happen.
So you heard that. We often have very good laws and legislation, but it's the implementation where we fall short. And I know that, Tarini, you continue to advocate, for example, for wearing of helmets, on motorbikes.
Inclusive education.
So maybe we should get you to talk with some of our education officials, okay?
Yeah,
but right through your book, you've talked a lot, and I've noticed anyway in the last 2 days that Tarini has a whole lot of friends and family, and Mr. and Mrs. Mohan are right there. And in fact, very interestingly, last night at dinner, I said, "Where's Tarini?" He said, "Oh, she's there, let her be, let her be." They're very conscious too of letting you have your space and your freedom. They better be. So this is Mr. and Mrs. Mohan right in front here, And also, your whole lot of friends that you keep mentioning online, Oh, all the friends and more. She's got a lot of friends online and on your graduation. By the way, Tarini also finished an MBA, after, the fact. And on her graduation, it was during COVID. She had a whole lot of friends come together to attend her graduation online. Very interesting, right? So
96
yes,
people.
the importance of community. But here, this is where we're running, coming on. I wanted to ask if you would very kindly read a bit of the book that you think is, any part. You picked one, and at the end of it, I think your mother is part of this. But it would be great if you could do a bit of reading from her own book, all right? How's this? Yeah, I'll hold it. This is from what chapter? The chapter, okay.
Tarini, are you awake? Are you trying to say something? I am your mama, a voice said to me. It had to be my mother, Rasika, who would determinedly bring me back from the depths of my unconsciousness. She had kept a constant vigil by my bedside, enduring countless sleepless nights in the hospital, in both Kampala and New Delhi. where I lay in deep catatonic slumber. The second time I stirred awake, my parents happened to be at home. The excited nurse, who had been giving me an early morning sponge bath, rushed to call them and reported that when asked my name, I had answered, Mohan, Tarini Mohan, channeling 007 himself. Soon after, they had rushed over, overwhelmed with joy and relief. There they found their once obedient daughter lying motionless, her right hand and leg strapped up in a brace. Her speech was unintelligible, her eyes clouded with confusion and pain. Yet, the fact that she was awake and speaking was nothing short of a miracle. Asked my mother what I wanted, I am said to have croaked, jelly. However, staying awake proved too taxing for me, and I retreated into hibernation for several days. So much so that my parents began doubting whether I had actually regained consciousness. I was just beginning to discover that emerging from a coma isn't marked by a sudden aha moment like movies have us believe. It is instead a painstakingly slow and frustrating process, one that generally unfolds in 3 distinct stages: post-coma unresponsiveness, a minimally conscious state, and post-traumatic amnesia. This was when my mother remembered what the neurologist had told her, that she should speak to me about an experience only she and I shared. My mother, being my mother, immediately reached into the world of Bharatanatyam, that's an Indian classical dance. But for me, growing up with a strong-willed mother, who was also my dance teacher, wasn't always easy, especially during my rebellious teenage years. Looking back, I realized it must have been a struggle for her too. She must have hoped that her daughter would share her passion, but had the joy of contending with an obstinate teen instead. But unquestionably, Bharatanatyam was a source of shared connection. So she began singing in the notes of the Kalyani Jatiswaram, a dance piece she had taught me when I was 11. Now, in the hospital room, she started tapping a complex rhythm with a teaspoon on the bed frame, each note a gentle summons.
Sa ni dha pa dha ma ga re ni re sa. Tarini, enter on the sa.
Tarini, you used to do the Bharatanatyam too, but I know you like jazz as well. Did you enjoy the music last night?
Yeah, it was very enjoyable. This whole festival is deeply enjoyable.
So before we open up to the floor, we don't have too much time, any quick questions or sharing from the floor? Is there any? Yes, Christina, I think, in front. Why don't you just speak out loud? Yeah.
Having written a book, I can tell that you're a lover of words. The word disability has a negative connotation. And I work with the United Nations in New York in a group, and we are searching for a new descriptive because you have special abilities. I mean, you are exercising aspects of your humanness that we don't have the opportunity to do. So I would love if you could work with us and help us find a new term for who you are.
Thanks for that. In fact, I've thought about this question, this specific thing a lot while writing this book. And I must say the disability community is working on accepting the term disability and not treating it like a bad word. So to us, being called a person with a disability or a disabled person is not a negative thing, it's just we are. So we hate being called especially able. There's nothing special about us. We're just like you and your friend.
Amazing. Any more? One more, quick one. That lady, yeah, that student there in pink.
Do you have any word of encouragement for the youths who tend to give up easily during struggles?
Youth who what? Can you repeat that slowly?
Do you have any word of encouragement for the youths who tend to give up easily during struggles?
I would tell anyone not to ever give up, because there's a whole world out there that is yet to be explored, and there's so much, it's very exciting. There are so many possibilities, especially for the youth. Your world is open, so go out there and explore. There's a lot to look forward to.
Thank you. I think we will wrap on that note.
Thank you.
Because Tarini is here, so any of you who want to talk to her, please, you know. And for all of us and for Tarini, may we all continue to live, love, and laugh to the fullest. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
land of the Thunder Dragon lies a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Rooted in the timeless principles of Vajrayana Buddhism, Bhutan seamlessly intertwines spiritual and cultural values with a profound respect for nature. A green sanctuary where national parks and forests absorb more CO2 than the country emits. Bhutan harnesses the power of its rivers, making it one of the cleanest nations in the world. Guided by Buddhist principles and the philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan has nurtured a society built on trust and well-being. A safe place, governed by a stable political system dedicated to the country's long-term vision. Today, Bhutan is focused on building its future, ready to emerge as the gateway between South Asia and the world. Rooted in Bhutanese identity and open to international partners, a new city will serve as a hub for global exchange and sustainable development. With a confined footprint of just 4% of the nation, this special administrative region will lay the foundation for future generations, becoming a new model for a lasting legacy. Welcome to 𝘿𝙼𝙗 Mindfulness City. Descending from the Himalayas to the lush tropical plains, a cascade of urban terraces is shaped by the uninterrupted flow of water, plants, and animals. A land where bridges become cultural landmarks, connecting one neighborhood to another. A human-scale environment designed to inspire and nurture global talent, fostering a culture of collaboration, experimentation, and innovation. In 𝘿𝙼𝙗, green and clean surroundings will drive businesses towards sustainability, striking a balance between economic success and environmental prosperity. Built with locally sourced river stones, timber, and bamboo, the Mindfulness City blends tradition with modernity, preserving heritage while advancing progress and cultivating resilient, self-sustaining communities. Here, nature is enhanced rather than displaced, with every path drawing you deeper into the wild. This sanctuary for spiritual and physical rejuvenation evolves with its ever-changing landscape, integrating infrastructure with social activities and nature-based solutions. A constellation of public spaces will gather residents of the Mindfulness City to share a life of learning and happiness. In the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, people of all cultures will unite and practice compassion, kindness, and inner peace, revealing Bhutan's greatest teachings. Together, we begin a new era of mindful prosperity.
When the nation needed them most, they stood ready. They left their homes, their families, their personal ambitions to serve selflessly during the darkest days of the pandemic. 𝘿𝙼𝙗 stood at the front lines, embodying the true spirit of service. But amidst their unwavering service, a concern lingered. Many of these brave men and women faced an uncertain future. His Majesty the King, ever compassionate and visionary, asked them a simple yet profound question: what lies ahead for you? From this moment of reflection, a gift was born. A gift from His Majesty to his people, the 𝘿𝙼𝙗 Skilling Program. A program designed not just to reward selfless service, but to shape futures, create opportunities, and uplift the lives of everyday soup who had given so much. With tireless dedication, The founding team, under His Majesty's command and guidance, laid the foundations. Training centers were built, curriculums developed, and a new era of skill development for Bhutanese youth began. What started as a response to a crisis has evolved into a movement. Today, the 𝘿𝙼𝙗𝙗 skilling program is a beacon of hope, equipping 𝘿𝙼𝙗𝙗 with skills that not only secure livelihoods but build the nation. Over 8,500 𝘿𝙼𝙗𝙗 have been trained in more than 157 different courses, across sectors like construction, technology, hospitality, and agriculture. Each skill learned, each lesson mastered, is a step toward a self-reliant and skilled Bhutanese workforce.
Before this, I was uncertain about my future. Now I have a skill, a purpose, and a chance to contribute meaningfully to my country.
Each 𝘿𝙼𝙗𝙗 who walks into a skilling center walks out transformed, technically capable, emotionally resilient, and inspired to serve. This is not just about training. It is about empowerment, about ensuring that those who once served to protect Bhutan now have the means to build it. Today, on DSP Inception Day, we celebrate not only the courage to serve but the courage to grow. This program is a testament to His Majesty's unwavering commitment to his people, a promise that Bhutan's future is not just protected but prepared. The journey does not end here. It begins with every 𝘿𝙼𝙗𝙗 who dares to dream, who chooses to learn, and who steps forward to build a stronger Bhutan. Join the journey, build the nation, become the future.
Bhutan is the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Fiercely proud of their traditions, Bhutanese have preserved their cultural values for centuries through a joint effort focused on sharing, teaching, and caring. Their communities thrive on collective well-being, growing a society that measures its nation's success on 9 indicators of happiness. A land of mountains, forests, and rivers, Bhutan is one of the world's last remaining biodiversity hotspots and its first carbon-negative country. After centuries of perfecting a life of harmony with others and nature, Bhutan is now ready to show the world how to create a sustainable human presence on Earth. Descending from the Himalayas to the tropical plains, an uninterrupted flow of water, plants, and animals shape the mindfulness city. Cascading terrace fields become lively neighborhoods nested along naturally connected ecologies. Inhabitable bridges span across biodiversity corridors, connecting communities both physically and spiritually with centers for innovation, education, and recreation. The city may lead you on a journey of discovery to connect with your body, mind, and soul. A home for meditation and a place for togetherness, where knowledge can
제샤다 때문에 히말라야 가리수기 타고 이부로 토위 리다 와장 깨설다 때문에 용수지나 가니와 이체도도다 뇌냠금 개갑지 차디요 마시비 윤둔린 내념기 치수 랑기 줄루예비 사위 뉴바수 치카뜨니기 다귤베올레 레비 토낭다 햄비타수 채낭메비 남립 술루구디 얌센쟁기 ngasu lamlukta rajin netang gajide tuntoto beyebi ndugya kap chirtangi kechusu selten bewi ngawi tugu geljugi kyakap nalu jombal lesu ani kinyam chengi kante da pungtagi sago degi 다시스 룽기야 비자다 카튼다 취향 추기 블루 Drukyul sem shosubi kawada keba nyamsu nyodi yumidigi chorei misedi chetichilu juruwa tansubi ishiyu
In the land of the Thunder Dragon lies a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Rooted in the timeless principles of Vajrayana Buddhism, Bhutan seamlessly intertwines spiritual and cultural values with a profound respect for nature. A green sanctuary where national parks and forests absorb more CO2 than the country emits. Bhutan harnesses the power of its rivers, making it one of the cleanest nations in the world. Guided by Buddhist principles and the philosophy of gross national happiness, Bhutan has nurtured a society built on trust and well-being. A safe place, governed by a stable political system dedicated to the country's long-term vision. Today, Bhutan is focused on building its future, ready to emerge as the gateway between South Asia and the world. Rooted in Bhutanese identity and open to international partners, a new city will serve as a hub for global exchange and sustainable development. With a confined footprint of just 4% of the nation, this special administrative region will lay the foundation for future generations, becoming a new model for a lasting legacy. Welcome to 𝘿𝙇𝘼 Mindfulness City. Descending from the Himalayas to the lush tropical plains, a cascade of urban terraces is shaped by the uninterrupted flow of water, plants, and animals. A land where bridges become cultural landmarks, connecting one neighborhood to another. A human-scale environment designed to inspire and nurture global talent, fostering a culture of collaboration, experimentation, and innovation. In 𝘿𝙇𝘼, green and clean surroundings will drive businesses towards sustainability, striking a balance between economic success and environmental prosperity. Built with locally sourced river stones, timber, and bamboo, the Mindfulness City blends tradition with modernity, preserving heritage while advancing progress and cultivating resilient, self-sustaining communities. Here, nature is enhanced rather than displaced, with every path drawing you deeper into the wild. This sanctuary for spiritual and physical rejuvenation evolves with its ever-changing landscape, integrating infrastructure with social activities and nature-based solutions. A constellation of public spaces will gather residents of the Mindfulness City to share a life of learning and happiness. In the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, people of all cultures will unite and practice compassion, kindness, and inner peace, revealing Bhutan's greatest teachings. Together, we begin a new era of mindful prosperity.
When the nation needed them most, they stood ready. They left their homes, their families, their personal ambitions to serve selflessly during the darkest days of the pandemic. 𝘬𝙼𝙗 stood at the front lines, embodying the true spirit of service. But amidst their unwavering service, a concern lingered. Many of these brave men and women faced an uncertain future. His Majesty the King, ever compassionate and visionary, asked them a simple yet profound question. What lies ahead for you? From this moment of reflection, a gift was born. A gift from His Majesty to his people, the 𝘬𝙼𝙗 Skilling Program. A program designed not just to reward selfless service, but to shape futures, create opportunities, and uplift the lives of everyday soup who had given so much. With tireless dedication, the founding team, under His Majesty's command and guidance, laid the foundations. Training centers were built, curriculums developed, and a new era of skill development for Bhutanese youth began. What started as a response to a crisis has evolved into a movement. Today, the 𝘬𝙼𝙗 Skilling Program is a beacon of hope, equipping 𝘬𝙗𝙗s with skills that not only secure livelihoods but build the nation. Over 8,500 𝘬𝙗𝙗s have been trained in more than 157 different courses, across sectors like construction, technology, hospitality, and agriculture. Each skill learned, each lesson mastered, is a step toward a self-reliant and skilled Bhutanese workforce.
Before this, I was uncertain about my future. Now I have a skill, a purpose, and a chance to contribute meaningfully to my country.
Each 𝘬𝙗𝙗 who walks into a skilling center walks out transformed, technically capable, emotionally resilient, and inspired to serve. This is not just about training. It is about empowerment, about ensuring that those who once served to protect Bhutan now have the means to build it. Today, on DSP Inception Day, we celebrate not only the courage to serve but the courage to grow. This program is a testament to His Majesty's unwavering commitment to his people, a promise that Bhutan's future is not just protected but prepared. The journey does not end here. It begins with everyday soup who dares to dream, who chooses to learn, and who steps forward to build a stronger Bhutan. Join the journey, build the nation, become the future.
Bhutan is the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Fiercely proud of their traditions, Bhutanese have preserved their cultural values for centuries through a joint effort focused on sharing, teaching, and caring. Their communities thrive on collective well-being, growing a society that measures its nation's success on 9 indicators of happiness. A land of mountains, forests, and rivers, Bhutan is one of the world's last remaining biodiversity hotspots and its first carbon-negative country. After centuries of perfecting a life of harmony with others and nature, Bhutan is now ready to show the world how to create a sustainable human presence on Earth. Descending from the Himalayas to the tropical plains, an uninterrupted flow of water, plants, and animals shape the mindfulness city. Cascading terrace fields become lively neighborhoods nested along naturally connected ecologies. Inhabitable bridges span across biodiversity corridors, connecting communities both physically and spiritually with centers for innovation, education, and recreation. The city may lead you on a journey of discovery to connect with your body, mind, and soul. A home for meditation and a place for togetherness, where knowledge can
Mitiwe. Check. Check.
Good afternoon and Kuzuzangpola. Excellencies, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome. Allow me a quick moment to introduce myself. My name is 𝘍𝙘𝙝𝙤𝙤. I am 19 years old, currently studying economics and data science at the University of British Columbia, and also an author. I've actually been part of Bhutan Echoes for quite a while now. I first came here as a speaker in 2017 when I was just 11 years old. And looking back now, that's about 8 years ago. It still feels a little bit surreal, and it's such a joy to be here with you as your MC for the final afternoon of Drukyul's Literature and Arts Festival 2025. I know lunch was delicious, but I hope it didn't tempt too many of you into sneaking off. In fact, I'm hoping even more of you are joining us now, because this final stretch may just be the most powerful part of the festival. Up next, we turn our attention to something quietly magnificent, the trees that have shaped the ecological, cultural, and spiritual landscapes of India. With us is Dr. S. Natesh, a botanist and a passionate conservationist who once served as senior advisor at India's Department of Biotechnology, helping craft the country's national bioscience vision. He taught at the University of Delhi and has published widely on rare and endangered plants. His work was so impactful that a plant was named in his honor, please mind my pronunciation, Aponogeton nateshii, a legacy that quite literally lives on in the natural world. Joining him in conversation is Ms. Namgyal Choden, a development professional working at the intersection of climate and health with UNDP Bhutan. Her current work focuses on building climate-resilient health systems in the Himalayan region. The floor is now theirs, so let's welcome them to the stage. A big round of applause, everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody. Iconic Trees of India is this lovely and charming book that you can actually find in the bookstores outside, and it has such beautiful illustrations as well. This book presents a comprehensive overview of 75 significant trees. So mind the trees and not the species, all across India, highlighting their biological uniqueness, cultural importance, and historical associations. And it's my absolute pleasure to have this conversation with you, Doctor. You describe feeling assailed by self-doubt at the outset of this monumental project, noting your age and lack of a fancy supporting team or a grant, yet you persevered, stating that this book is the result of your toil, sweat, and blood. But before we delve into it, could you tell us what was it about iconic trees? In fact, what makes an iconic tree?
Good afternoon to everybody, and I thank the organizers of Bhutan Echoes for inviting us to this country, a lovely country, and to make us a part of this great festival of Bhutan Echoes, both of us here. Thank the organizers. Now to come to your question on what exactly is an iconic tree. We look at trees, and when we look at trees, we take them so much for granted that we treat them as a green background to everything else in nature. The rest of the life plays out in their background. Let me say that no two trees are identical. No two trees are similar. So to say, every tree has, quote unquote, a personality of its own, if you really look for it. And individual trees can be recognized because of some reason or the other. And several individual trees acquire special status in the in the midst of communities because of either they have a cultural value, a religious value, a historical significance, or scientific reason to single them out, and local communities recognize such trees and single them out. Unfortunately, the knowledge about such trees is endemic either to the village or the state or the region, and most of us in India at least, we are not aware of more than 3 or 4 trees at the national level which are really iconic. Why are they iconic? Because they are symbolic of our heritage, shared heritage with them. Because trees are capable of living for hundreds and often thousands of years. They take us back to our ancestry. They act as a bridge to our past, and they remind us of happy events in our life or our ancestors' life. They also actually reflect upon historical events. Some of them may be very happy, some of them may be black and gory. So whatever those reasons are, they deserve to be admired, appreciated, protected, and then passed on as a heritage to the next generation. Such trees, I have called them iconic. If you look at the literature, there are more than 60 terms applied to such trees, actually telling you how many features you can actually look at to categorize such trees. And for the convenience of this book, I have categorized such trees into 6 types. I have used age or ancestry or lineage or age as a criterion. Trees of very great age, bygone era. For example, the oldest tree that we know in India, scientifically certified, is about 2040 years in age. And I understood from a very cursory investigation of Bhutan's tree heritage that the oldest tree they have recorded through scientific studies is a 638-year-old tree here. So age could be, there could be others which are less than that, and so on. The more you look for them, the more you study, the more will come out. Then secondly, champions in size, tallest, largest, widest, and so on. The world's largest tree in terms of area occupied is a banyan, and that is in India, in southern part of India. 20,000 people can stand under it and camp under it. And it is this planet's largest ever tree. Third criterion could be, they may be botanical oddities. For example, I have a tree in this book, which I call the walking mango of Sanjan. This tree has the habit of putting down its branches, touching the ground and putting roots down, and then shoots come out. The older parts die, and the younger parts move on to this side, and it happens continuously. In the last 200 years, this tree is supposed to have moved about 200 meters from its original position. So they call this the walking mango tree. This is not very common botanically common among such trees. I have a tree which has 650 beehives on a single individual tree. It's a world record. It's like that, botanically interesting trees. Then there could be trees which are of historical significance, having been related to history in terms of personality or an event or a period. So it could be, say, Mahatma Gandhi was associated with it in some way, or some other scientist or culturally important person could have been associated with it. There are several examples of those. There are those which were used as gallows by the British to hang freedom fighters during our freedom struggle. So there are those which bring back those gory deaths and black moments in our history. Then there are those which are religiously or culturally important, having been worshipped themselves as abodes of gods, spirit, gurus, and so on and so forth. I'm sure you are familiar with those even in Bhutan, because you have a very religiously minded culture as well. Then I have also included trees of cultural significance, which may not be exactly religion, but something else. And lastly, even groups of trees. For example, the oldest teak plantation, the oldest cinchona plantation, and so on and so forth. So these are the categories for iconic trees. I hope this makes it a little clear.
That's an extensive description of what could potentially qualify as an iconic tree. And just two things while I was listening to you. So Doctor used to be a professor, and I felt like I was in the classroom listening to one of your lectures. But you also were so passionate that actually this whole project started when you began to lead campus tours about trees. And then what's incredibly touching about this book is that over 7 years, you visited every single one of these trees, and nothing could stop you. And then it, of course, took a year plus to write it. So it's an endeavor that took you around 8 years. So a lot of physical, mental, emotional toil. And I wanted to ask, what was it that gave you this conviction that this was an effort that was worth it? And again, in the interest of time, I'll also ask the question on, when you see these trees beyond their documented ecological and historical importance, what is an intangible yet deeply felt value that these trees offer, speaking to the human spirit, particularly in India?
I have said somewhere that trees speak to your soul. And if you listen to them, if only you listen to them, you can feel that. Initially, I made a rule for myself that I will not write on any tree which I have not seen myself and verified that what I'm writing about is authentic and true. It also taught me not to rely on internet, because sometimes information that you find on internet is not entirely true, or it is incomplete or misleading. I have gone to places based on internet from my initial draft list of some 300 trees. And when I go there, there was a tree which was supposed to be yielding, say, 5 tons of fruit. I said, this must be some tree colossus. I must investigate this. So when I go to this little village in the Himalayas, in the Uttarakhand district of state of India, I find a very puny mango tree. And I asked the owner, is this the tree somebody wrote about on the internet? He says, no, I don't know who wrote about it. This tree doesn't even give 100 kilograms of mango.
About 5 tons.
So I thought, I went to this village in the middle of nowhere, spending time, money on taxi and everything. And sometimes you don't find the thing. I said, who wrote it then? He said, I don't know. The only guy who's literate enough to do this is the village schoolmaster. I'll check with him. So I came back. And so it's best to go there and look for yourself that what you're writing about is really true. So that is one advantage of going and seeing things. Actually, nothing can replace the actual joy of tracking and mapping an actual majestic tree. You stand in front of it and it's 800 years old or 1,000 years old, and you stand in front of it, you are here, and the tree's top is there, and its girth is maybe 10 people can embrace it with stretched hands. And you begin to think, what am I in the scheme of the universe? And for the tree, imagine it is standing there for hundreds and possibly thousands of years. It's another day in office for it. And remember, another interesting thing, trees have to stand where they are, rooted to the ground. They can't run away from stress. They cannot run away from predators. Animals can run away. We run away from stress. There are predators, there are diseases, there are floods, there are fire, any number of things. So, trees represent strength. They represent resilience. They represent endurance. And to me, much more than all this is, a tree keeps growing until it drops dead. Why? Because it has special cells called meristems at the tip of the branches or at the periphery of its trunks and branches. And these cells never die. They are immortal cells. They keep on dividing, and differentiating into more specialized cells like the bark or the leaf or the flower or the fruit. And until the minute this happens, the tree is growing, learning, adapting. So what does it tell us as human beings? The day you stop learning, you are anyway dead. So keep learning until you are alive, until the minute you are, no more. So I think that's a great message to take from these trees as human beings. And there are many other tangible, intangible experiences I thought I'll mention.
I also recall us talking about the people you met along the way. You've had some mishaps. You lost your camera. It got stolen. You fell down many times. But you also met people who were willing to share their living stories and their memories and the reverence that they have for these trees. Now I'm thinking of a session we had the opportunity to attend yesterday with 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁 and Professor Michael on digitizing heritage archaeological sites. And I'm happy that we get to have a conversation on the other aspect of green living heritage. And you lament that often these green living heritage is undervalued compared to archaeological and architectural heritage. I think not just in India, but from all the places that we come from, we can resonate. From your extensive travels, what was the most frustrating encounter of this aspect? And on the flip side of it, what gives you enduring hope for a significant mindset towards better living tree conservation?
In India, I'm sure it is in most other places, at least in the developing part of our world, built heritage is somehow much more valued than living heritage like trees. I'll give you a couple of examples. There is a place in Karnataka in the southern part of India. Part of it was ruled by a man called Tipu Sultan, who was very famous. The British had to fight him thrice before they could conquer him by deceit, not by valor. And he was also responsible for inventing rockets in warfare, which the British took and they improvised and then they renamed it as Congreve rockets and so on and so forth. Now this Tipu Sultan built impregnable forts across Mysore state. One of them was a place called Nandi Hills near Bangalore. And this Nandi Hills is a place where he also introduced several plants from abroad. He was an avid horticulturist. And during his time, and he died in 1799 fighting the British. And because of his interest in horticulture, he introduced plants from all over the world into his domain. And one such introduction was the eucalyptus. And this must have been introduced around 1790s. And he introduced apparently 16 species of eucalypts from either Tasmania or Australia or somewhere. We don't know, we don't have any records of where he got them from, why he got them from, why was he interested in them. He didn't leave back any notes on that. But 16 species of these, and this place is now being looked after by the horticulture department of the state. And there is also a small guest house where Tipu Sultan used to stay whenever he visited that place. Now, among the eucalypts that he introduced, about 1 or 2 were leaning towards the guest house, 3 of them actually. They thought it is much more important to protect that little guest house, which was already dilapidated, and nobody was staying there. You're not allowed to go in there. It's filled with dust. And they said they cut off 3 trees among those, the first introductions of eucalypts into India by Tipu Sultan. Most of them don't know that Tipu Sultan introduced them to India. So the horticulture people cut off 3 trees of eucalyptus there, which is very frustrating. You would expect them to be more knowledgeable or more, caring, and they should not have done that. There are cases like this in Mumbai. There's a place called Rani Bagh, which was established by the British, 150 years old. Lots of beautiful trees have been introduced. Suddenly, around 2008, the then government got into its head that they must make a Singapore-style zoo in the place of the botanical garden. And they said they will cut off many trees and then raise a zoo buildings to bring animals and display them. And there was sustained efforts by civil society. They fought tooth and nail for about 8-9 years. And they made sure that they agreed to a change in building plan. And this is one case where civil society has been very successful in resisting. You know, governments have compulsions. And they're also very happy that trees cannot vote. So they're very secure in that knowledge. But that's where civil society has to be much more vigilant and make sure that we protect these natural heritages. So this is an example where they were actually successful. It's actually losing battle, but we can't give up that battle. And it has to be fought in order to preserve our heritage. And these trees are so valuable. I'm not saying don't protect architectural or built heritage. Do that. But at least give as much importance to living, breathing heritage as you do.
Absolutely. And there are 75 stories on these individual significant trees in the book. For us Bhutanese here, what would be of interest would be the story of the Bodhi tree, the people tree under which Siddhartha Gautama gained enlightenment. Very interesting also to read about the coronation cypress commemorating the beginning of the Namgyal dynasty in Sikkim. And as all of us know, this particular monarchy has enduring ties with our own monarchy here in Bhutan. Now, in the interest of time, because I see we just have 5 minutes, and I also want to take perhaps one question. Your book concludes with a powerful call to action aiming to improve awareness of our living and breathing monuments and to spark greater public participation in their inventory, management, appreciation, and protection. So if our readers and our audience could take away one single action or perspective from your book that would have a positive impact on the protection of iconic trees in India, what would that be? And would that also apply to a place like Bhutan?
I said in the beginning that, you know, we don't even know what we are losing because many of these iconic trees, whether they are in Bhutan or whether they are in India or in any part of our world, we are not aware of them. Because within India, I mean, I myself as a botanist, I started off as a botanist. If you had asked me about 10 years before, which is the oldest tree in India, I wouldn't have known because this is not part of our teaching and learning process in our universities and so on. So the first thing is, we are also cutting down trees. You know, Canada has 10,200 trees per capita. How many does India have? India's per capita number of trees is 28. Look at the disparity. I don't know how many Bhutan, what is the per capita trees for Bhutan. The world average is 442 trees per person. So there is a huge disparity in this number. Trees are disappearing because of any development project. The first casualty are trees. As I said, governments have compulsions, population increase, urbanization, agricultural expansion, and numerous justifiable causes. But, and we cannot stop and say, don't cut any trees either. But what is that sustainable thing? And which trees do we sacrifice an 800-year-old tree? Or do we sacrifice an 8-year-old tree? Can we replace a 100-year-old tree by cutting it and then replacing it 20 other young trees? Will that be the same? Certainly not. So we are losing things without even knowing what richness we have in this part of our world. And therefore awareness, creating awareness is the first step here. And existing laws in India, and I was looking up cursorily, I'm not sure, I may be corrected if I'm wrong, Bhutan doesn't have any laws, existing laws, to protect special trees like iconic trees or heritage trees in its legislations. And that's true of many of our countries. And therefore, there are many things, many angles from which you can attack climate change, environmental erosion, and many other ills that plague us, our planet. But what I have taken as a thing to do is to celebrate the richness of our trees and heritage trees in India. And I'm sure that should be true for Bhutan also. And therefore, by creating awareness, awareness leads to appreciation. Appreciation, if you are able to appreciate, that leads actually to ownership by the community and the government and everybody. Ownership then leads to protection measures, putting proper appropriate measures for protection. And only through proper legislation, you can then, it's a chain reaction. So my book is an attempt in celebrating the richness of our trees. And I hope that is the first step, and people will be encouraged to look at trees from a different perspective, appreciate them, and therefore protect them, embrace them, value them, and then pass them on to the next generation for safekeeping. That, I think, is the message that I would like to go from this tree.
And just a quick clarification for our audience. When Doctor said there isn't legislation in Bhutan, we do have a lot of legislation on forests, but not on these specific trees. So if I may request our timekeepers, can we take one question from the audience? Yes. Sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for the enlightening talk. There are enough unique trees in Bhutan, which if you got time, you should visit two of them. One is close to Pagri Zampa, where you have a walking stick, which has now become a tree. And I'm sure there would be trees in India also, which has become, And the second one is on Paro, where there's an orange tree, and people stand behind, underneath the tree, that if the orange falls on you, then you are blessed. So if you got time, keep standing under the orange tree. You might find an orange droppings. These two trees are unique trees in Bhutan, and I'm sure there are many more. And coming back to legislation, one thing which is unique about Bhutan is because of the culture, automatically gets protected because it's connected to religion and a little bit of history. So that's how it gets protected more than legislation, which sometimes, like you said, new legislators can come and make a botanical park or Singapore-style park. But something related to religion, people don't cut trees, and that's how it happens.
The only thing I would like to add, you are absolutely right, is that iconic trees don't occur only in forests. They can occur on your sidewalks in heavy urbanized settings. For example, I have described several trees from Mumbai or Delhi. If they are in a religious place, protection is ensured. If they are in a protected area within forests, you can be sure that they will be protected. But they could be on the sidewalks, in your parks, in private holdings of lands. So you need a special mention of such trees. City trees are very different from, non-city trees. People in Delhi, for example, they take the tiles right up to the trunk so that the roots even cannot breathe. And therefore, although there is a legislation which says they should leave a 1 meter distance, a radius around the trees, doesn't happen. So having a legislation on paper is one thing. You must also have acts and rules and regulations to protect them. So, and in these acts, heritage trees or iconic trees are not even mentioned. So we must add something and modify some of these rules to include trees of all kinds of trees, not only forest trees, but also those which occur in non-forest and urban and other settings. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was Iconic Trees of India. Doctor will be sticking around, so you can grab a copy of the book, perhaps get it signed as well. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Our next session dives into the ways mythology, natural landscapes, and cultural memory shape how we see the world and how we understand ourselves. And to lead us through that journey, we have three remarkable women whose work does exactly that. First, we have Miss Subi Tawa, an award-winning writer from Arunachal Pradesh. Her stories are steeped in identity and ancestral memory, yet there's something always fresh and alive in the way she brings them to the page. Her debut novel, Tales from the Dawnlit Mountain, published by Penguin Random House, won her the Legacy of Literature Award. That alone is a rare feat for a first-time author. But what makes her truly stand out is the way she blends myth with the world we live in today. Truly impressive. She's joined by Ms. Yangil Hadin, a journalist at Quinsel, whose reporting gives voice to the people and places we don't hear from often enough. From women's rights to climate to communities at the margins, her work brings quiet stories like these to the center, and it's earned her well-deserved national recognition. But more than that, it's how she reminds us why journalism still matters. And bringing it all together is Professor Dalma Chodenroder, one of Bhutan's most respected anthropologists. She's a scholar, yes, but she's also a storyteller at heart. Her work spans everything from Bhutanese poetry to oral histories, and it continues to shape how we think about culture, memory, and who we are. Please join me in welcoming our speakers and moderator to the stage. A warm round of applause, everyone.
Okay. For some reason, the mic I pick up is never on. I think this is such a great session to follow up on the last one. We're going to stay in the natural world with two really amazing writers. We don't have a ton of time, but I've asked both of them to read a little bit from their work to give you a flavor of what it's like and how well it lends itself to this topic. So I picked a small passage. This is one of the passages from Subi's latest book. It's from the saddest story, a very heartbreaking story of love lost, so hopefully it tempts you to buy a copy.
Hi, Bhutan Echoes. So this passage, I'll read from my book, Tales from the Dawnlit Mountains. The monsoon's first rain arrived in Sejosa, impregnating the virgin mountain soil, which gave birth to rivulets that cascaded down the hills, seeping into the thirsting crevices of the woodlands. And from that wet, soggy earth, hundreds of juvenile cicadas emerged and crawled out with an unshakable desire to live. The cicada nymphs, after undergoing dramatic metamorphosis into adults with wings, set off in swift flight to conquer the world. Thank you.
Thank you. That was so beautiful. I hope you'll read the rest of this. And I want to tell you that Yangyal is often reporting news, but she is such a beautiful writer. I mean, I hope now you will keep an eye out for her byline. I don't know if you want to read this, or should I read it? Do you want to read it? So this is from an article about tree rings. You found it? That's quite dry. She does a great job of explaining why tree ring data is so important. And then she has these two really beautiful sentences just in the middle.
Good afternoon. So my line reads like this. Beyond science, there is something deeply poetic about reading a tree's rings. These silent witnesses have lived through centuries, outlasting human lifespans and carrying within them the story of their environment. Thank you.
Thank you. That was so beautiful. So hopefully that will tempt you all into becoming Quinsel subscribers. So to start with, we thought we would just ask a group of shared questions because there's so much wonderful overlap in their work. So either of you can answer or both of you can. So the first one I wanted to ask is, of course, linking back to our theme of myth, nature, and heritage. And I wanted to ask how these three are connected in the context that you write in, myth, nature, and heritage.
The topic myth, nature, and heritage really resonates with my debut fiction book, Tales from the Dawnlit Mountains, because I come from a community in the easternmost part of India called Arunachal Pradesh, which shares a border with Bhutan. So in our community, we have this philosophy that everything that you see in the nature, be it the mountains, rivers, stone, trees, everything has life and everything has meaning and all the souls are intertwined with each other. For example, in our community, we still practice animism called Donyi Polo, which translates to sun, moon, god. So as our senior speaker was also talking about trees, if we plan to cut an old tree, what the shamans used to do is they'll go to the tree at night, whisper to the tree that we are going to cut you tomorrow, so that the tree doesn't get shocked the next day. So our philosophy is such that I cannot differentiate or take away myth away from the nature and nature away from the cultural heritage. So it's like if I want to invoke myth, then I will have to, take nature with me. And all together with the myth and the nature, the fabric of, cultural heritage comes alive.
Thank you. Living and growing up in Bhutan feels like we are living inside a story. The first story that we hear is Guru Rinpoche coming to Bhutan and designating some lands as burials, hidden land. And if you are lucky enough, if you can find that land, you can go to Guru's heaven. How magical is that? In Bhutan, land is never a land, just like yours. And it can be home to a goddess. Flowing river isn't just a flowing river, it has spirits. So as a journalist, what I have been trying to do is document how these stories live today, not just in folklores or temples, but I'm also not trying to prove whether a forest has a goddess or did Guru Rinpoche actually hid the treasures. Because what's important is how these stories shape our behavior, how we respect the nature, and in turn forms our identity as a Bhutanese. And to me, that's very powerful. Thank you.
I think that was so interesting how you talked about the way this informs your work. I wondered if maybe Subi could answer the same question. Can you tell us a little bit about your work and how it explores these same kinds of connections?
So I would like to share a small slide. This is my debut fiction, which is Tales from the Dawnlit Mountains. Why Dawnlit Mountains? It's because Arunachal Pradesh is nicknamed as the land of Dawnlit Mountains. And in this book, like I have shared, I have tried my best to touch upon the folklores of our community and blend it with modern tales. So in our community, we believe that man and tiger, like yesterday, Avino was also telling about her, their ancestral belief about tiger and man. We also believe that tiger and man originated from the same spirit realm and were brothers. So I used this fact from our folklore to create a story about a man camouflaging as a tiger and haunting his village. So, and the story is like, we had, like in eastern part of Arunachal, the culture of headhunting, There were some villagers who were in fierce battles with each other for land, water, and for some personal reasons. So it was a very important historical fact that I tried to explore in my book. And this is the way they wear the clothes. The sword and the massety they use are exactly like this, and the clothing. So when I was planning to write this book is slightly different from the books that come out in mainland or mainstream Indian publications. So I wanted to add illustrations so as to give an anthropological experience to the reader who have never been to Arunachal Pradesh or have never been to have never read any folklore from the region. So there's lots of stories about pythons turning into man marrying woman. So these are some of the slides which are illustrations I have used in my book. And this is a story about the curse of the high priest. We believe in priest in Arunachal Pradesh. Although there is Buddhism and Christianity and Hinduism, we also follow Donyi Poloism. And the priest of Donyi Polo wear clothes like that. They have this headgear. That wing he's carrying on his hand is an eagle's wing fan. And there are these jewels, which looks a bit like the beads that Tibetan people wear. We used to actually go to Tibet during the old days to collect this type of beads. So these beads also have a very traditional value in Arunachal Pradesh. And a bead like this cost, 1 lakh, 2 lakhs, and it has like same value as gold as compared to the Indian market. So these are some of the folklores which I tried to explore. This is imagination of the forest spirit. In our culture, we believe that women as forest spirit, we call it yapam, take away men or children deep into the forest. And this is a story I explored, which used to be a practice in the old times where forceful marriages used to happen in the villages, and women were kept captive with that structure, wooden structure in their legs. So this is just some stories where a woman is with. And this is a picture of a traditional hut in our community, which is Nishi community. And that flag, that looks like the Japanese national flag, but that's the flag which represents Sun Moon God. That's a funny story about 2 men cradling a dead cobra. And I think this is the last story, which is a story about a man getting lost in the borders of Indo-Tibetan region and gets married into the Tibetan culture, So I'll quickly share some of the slides. So that's it. Thank you.
So I think the pictures were so great, not only because they're beautiful, but you get a strong sense of how you have sort of explored the different communities in Arunachal Pradesh to tell their stories. So maybe my next question will be to ask the two of you, and I think this is true for Yangyal too, you often find really interesting ways to tell stories. So I wondered, how do you find the stories that are there in your book or there in your journalistic writing? What draws you to them?
My stories, I found it through conversations by meeting people. Like the first story, A Night with the Tiger. I got that idea once I was talking with my mom, and she told me that there was a man, a hunter, many years ago, who had gone fishing, and he slept the night in a cave, and in the morning, and throughout the night, he was, a tiger waited outside his cave because he was actually sleeping inside the tiger's cave. So that was an anecdote which really, excited me. And also my mom told that the only reason the man could survive the tiger was he burned everything he was wearing. He burned his clothes, he burned the bamboo case of His Majesty, he burned even his long hair to keep the fire going. So that was something so thrilling and exciting. And the rest of the stories also, it all came from people I met, the small conversations I had, and also the day-to-day observation of life of the tribal community belonging to my state.
Just like Suvi said, my stories are also from conversations that I have with people, farmers, herders. And to explore this theme, meet nature and cultural heritage, it has been about 2 years that I have been doing stories for concern related to environment, climate change, and conservation. So when I meet communities, these three themes are not independent. They are closely linked. We live with them together. So whenever you meet communities, they would always have folklores to share. One time I visited Nubigyok in Trongsa. This is one place human-tiger conflict is the highest. But there it was a shocking moment for me to see, even though people were with remorse, they were greatly revering to the tiger as Buddha. Even if the tiger was attacking their livestock, rather than retaliating, they were using words like Sangigi Shinu, that translates to the great Buddha has taken the animal. So it has been revered as an awakening being. So that's how I came to do stories with science, connecting with our folklores, religion, and starting that I have had the opportunity to sometimes find stories and sometimes stories found to me. Thank you.
Nicely said. So, what do you think would be lost if these stories were not told? Like a lot of these are, I think especially I know what Yangyeol reports on a little bit more, so definitely there are stories that I've not heard from Bhutan before. So what do you think we would lose if these kinds of stories were not written about?
I feel like we are in the generation who have seen old television, radios, we have written letters, but we are also in the generation where we are emailing, and then internet, Facebook, AI transition all has come. And I feel like our generation, we have big responsibility to research and also preserve whatever, whatever is left of the old traditional culture. And also, I feel like every generation has so many stories. There is beauty, there is horror, and it's responsibility of every generation and writers of every generation to document them. And I feel like if we don't document, if we don't document the stories, it's as similar as not being born, not remembered. I recall one passage which was written by Benazir Bhutto in her autobiography that what is recorded is not remembered. So I think it's very important that we also document and keep that document for the future generation to come so that they can also relate to what happened in this present times.
So to answer your question, so yesterday Kunsel team had a great honor to meet with His Eminence the 𝘀𝙘𝙝𝙤𝙤. So there His Eminence was sharing, America has 3 great powers: population, money, and talent. And Bhutan, we lack these 3 great powers, but still we call ourselves independent. His Eminence asked us why. We remained silent, and His Eminence told us that we have our culture, tradition, and religion that makes us stand out. So when we don't tell our stories, our folklores and belief, I believe what is at stake is our identity, and that's why through our great monarchs, and it's enshrined in the constitution that 60% of Bhutan has to be covered with forests at all times to come. And every one of us Bhutanese are entrusted as trustees of nature. So this is what is at stake. So we would lose our sovereignty if we don't protect our stories and let them die. So we need to keep it going and telling. Thank you.
So while both of you are storytellers in some way, a lot of what you're also talking about has to do with science. And I was fascinated by the way that Subi, I felt like your day job, where you work as an agriculture officer, sometimes you could see it when you talked about plants or animals or cultivation practices. So I wondered how you felt that sort of the stories you're telling either complicate or challenge sort of scientific understandings we have of nature. I don't know who wants to answer that first. You want to go first?
I do believe that traditional beliefs really do not follow scientific logic, but they are not irrational. They come through great wisdom. Okay, for example, trees. If a scientist looks at the tree, they might look at it as data, but if a villager sees it, he will see it as a home to the spirit. But both science and our traditional knowledge and belief tells us one thing that is converging, that is the tree should not be cut. So they are not defying each other. And this belief and truth coexist so beautifully in Bhutan that we need to bring in these two together for the conservation. So when I talk about belief, I just do not see it as belief. I see it as a conservation point of view as well. Thank you.
So as for me, I come from plant sciences background. I work as an agriculture development officer, and then my transition into writing actually shocked a lot of people. So in my work, like as a plant sciences student, I have used all my, like, when people read my book, some of them asked me, how do you know so much about like ecology, plants and all? So I gave, like maybe I didn't realize, but I gave all I knew, like the scientific knowledge in most of my stories. And that thing, like when we talk about science, we have like animals and plants, flora and fauna. And Arunachal is, you know, one of the hottest biodiversity spot in the world. And there's so much to write about. Like there are orchids blooming in the mountains, like the cicada passage which I read. There are like cicadas screaming every day outside your window. And then there are like mention of lot of animals in my work. Like we have this strange animal called mitun, which, you know, looks a bit like the taxing of Bhutan. And I also, you know, explored the king cobra and all the pythons, because we have so much diversity of flora and fauna there. So in my writing, if you can say that I tried my best to blend nature, flora and fauna, and tried to bring out fiction which, you know, in a way can be called as eco-climate or climate fiction, as some of the like reviewers have called the book.
So we just got the signal a little while ago that we only have 10 minutes, and Subi really wanted to give away some copies of her book. But we thought we only have 2 copies, and the best way to give it to someone is if you can come up with a question that makes 𝘿𝙼𝙑 happy. So it'll be Subi's book, but 𝘿𝙼𝙑's choice. We would really like to offer it first to the students, because I feel the front rows you can afford to buy your own. Please go to the bookstore. But maybe if the students have a question they'd like to ask either 𝘿𝙼𝙑 or Subi, that they feel is worthy of earning a book, we'll open the floor to you. You guys saw how nice the pictures were, right? Yeah? You want to take this book home. Who'd like to ask a question? Oh, spotlight is on you guys now. I think we have someone.
Are you Buddhist or are you Christian?
I am nor Buddhist nor Christian. Like I mentioned, my family, actually my father's brother and also my mother's brother, they all come from the shamanism family. So we follow this Doni Poloism, sun moon god. Yeah, so I am a Doni Polo. Yeah.
So, Yangyal, do you feel that deserves a book? So please come and get a book later. Yeah. Okay. We've got one more book to give away. One more question. Okay, I see a hand there. Oh.
Hello, La. What has been the biggest inspiration and motivation for you to share all the stories from the rural villages, La?
Thank you. When I was given the chance to write this book, actually my book was written as a part of mentorship program, Southeast Asia mentorship program. So I just thought, I looked around and I felt that there is so much stories to be told within my community. And I thought that I want my first fiction to represent where I was born and which community I belong to, and also present my state, Arunachal Pradesh, amongst the literary scene of India. So that was the inspiration of my book.
We don't have any more books to give out, but we still have a little bit of time for one more question. But we can't promise you a book.
But I don't need a prize. Thank you, Taba. I missed out most of the presentation, but anyway, I'm here. And thank you very much. You know, in Bhutan, we have many tales of the Yeti. And some of us still believe that it is, the 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁, as we call it, is still found in Bhutan. And in the old days, the stories used to be around Western Bhutan. And as the years of development grew, it started going, these stories disappeared from Western Bhutan, started going further and further east, where it was more remote. Now we have the last sightings, or so-called, maybe would be around Eastern Bhutan, very close to where you are. So I'm wondering whether you have any stories of the Yeti or the 𝘿𝙤𝙁 in Arunachal.
Thank you, sir. It's a very interesting question because recently I read a book written by one Arunachali writer. I forgot the name of the book, but she had written a story about Yeti. Yeah, so there was this girl, modern girl, who goes to the mountains and gets carried away by a Yeti, and they have this romance. So yes, in Tawang, I think there are stories of Yeti. And also, like something similar to Yeti, I heard some folklores about Bigfoot, which is, I think, similar like Yeti, like very big man, Bigfoot. So yes, there are like folklores about Yeti in the like high altitude alpine regions of Arunachal.
I think we're out of time, but I know that Yangyal and Subi will be here. Thank you so much for sharing your stories, and I think we all look forward to more from both of you.
Thus, thank you, La. We now move into a conversation that's both timely and deeply necessary. A look at how gender boundaries are being challenged and redefined across industries and cultures. This session, Shattering Glass Ceilings, brings together three inspiring voices. First, we have Ms. Samyukta Verma, co-founder of Vaka, an audio company telling powerful stories that explore identity, climate, and social change. She's the co-creator of In the Field, City of Women, and Kalavasta, projects that reimagine what it means to move through a public space as a woman in India today. Joining her is Ms. Radhika Viswanathan, an award-winning audio producer and the other half of Vaka. She's worked on projects that span gender, climate, and cultural storytelling, using sound to connect deeply with listeners. And completing the trio is Ms. 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁 Paldin, founder and creative director of Mapcha, whose work reinterprets Himalayan craft through a minimalist contemporary lens. Based in Delhi's Tibetan enclave, she champions sustainable fashion and the visibility of Himalayan artisans. You're in for a treat. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being here for this afternoon session. I also want to thank everyone at Bhutan Echoes for the extremely warm welcome and for bringing us here so that we can share a little part of our journey with you. My name is Radhika. I'm joined by my colleague Samyukta, and we're so excited to be in conversation with 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁. I'm going to start with a very, very quick introduction, although now maybe I shouldn't jump straight in, but because we had such a warm introduction. But Samyukta and I come from Bangalore, which is a town in southern India, and we are both audio producers, and we tell stories in audio. And yes, so we tell stories in audio, and we've made quite a few shows, but the one that we want to really share with you today is called City of Women. It's a show that's very dear to our heart, and it's a show that explores experiences of women as they navigate themselves and go around and experience life in their urban environments, in their cities. So it's as much about the personal journey that goes on in their minds as it is about the physical journey as you move around in your public space. And it's a mix of reporting and women's stories. And if you have a listen, it's available everywhere. We'll put some logos up, but you just have to Google City of Women. But it's a fun show. It's about women having fun, joyrides, escapades, sometimes some adventure. And the reason why we brought this, we wanted to talk about City of Women, or at least our experience of making the show, is people always ask us why we do what we do. And I wanted to start by sharing a story. Some years ago, Samyukta and I went to interview the writer C.S. Lakshmi. She's an archivist who also writes under the pen name 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁. And she told us this wonderful story that has really stayed with us and resonated so much that it stayed with us even today. And she spoke about a Maharashtrian family. And she said, a Maharashtrian family, I mean, she was explaining to us why she does what she does. And she said, a Maharashtrian family approached us, and they told us that they have a grandmother. And their grandmother walked from Burma during the Second World War. She walked from Burma and crossed the border and came to India. And would you like to record it? Of course we went and recorded it. And then a lot of my feminist friends asked me, what is so feminist about walking from Burma and crossing the border and coming to India? And C.S. Lakshmi then told us, so I said that crossing the border and walking all the way from Burma and coming to India may not be feminist, but wanting to record it is feminist. And I think that's really stayed with us over all these years, and it really forms a very important part of what we do and why we do and why we make City of Women. And that's a bit long, so I'll hand it over now to Lansi.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Bhutan Echoes, for having me. It's truly an honor to be here and to share my story and my brand 𝘿𝙝𝙗's story. I started 𝘿𝙝𝙗 in 2018, and 𝘿𝙝𝙗 is a lifestyle brand based in New Delhi. It takes inspiration from my roots. I'm a Tibetan Ladakhi, and basically I wanted to create designs that were rooted in my culture, but I wanted to make them more modern and accessible to the global world. So I feel there was a need for it, and there was a lack of good designs in the market that I would want to use in my everyday life, and that's how 𝘿𝙝𝙗 happened. Yeah, these are a few products from my recent collections. Yes, that is a little bit of 𝘿𝙝𝙗 for you.
Really beautiful.
So, yep, sorry, go for it.
Radhika and I were very excited that we were going to be on this panel with Lanse because we are actually big fans of the brand. But I'd like to start with a question that sort of takes you back a little bit. In an interview that we read, you mentioned that 𝘿𝙝𝙗 was a dream of yours. Can you tell us a little bit more about it? And was there a moment that felt like a turning point when you realized 𝘿𝙝𝙗 wasn't just a personal project, but a real living business?
So when I was growing up, like I said, I saw a lack of designs from my community, good quality designs. I saw a lot of kitschy products in the market. And that's when I was like, I want to design my own products. When, where, how, I didn't know. But eventually in 2018, I got the opportunity to start my brand. And then, yes, I started designing clothes, jewelry, accessories, home decor items that I would use every single day because it had to stay true to me. And eventually, over the years, I saw more and more people from the community really appreciating the design. And it wasn't just from my own community or the Himalayan community. It was also being very well appreciated by people outside the community who could appreciate it, relate to it to a certain extent. And that's when I realized that 𝘿𝙝𝙗 is getting a stronger voice now. And it is also now a platform to preserve the culture that I come from, to take forward the stories, to represent other artists, other crafts. Yeah, that's when I realized that now we're almost turning 7 in October. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. So I'd like to ask you, you both started this journey in 2016 after working in the NGO sector. At a time when podcasting wasn't very well defined, people didn't really know much about it, especially in India. How did your journey begin?
Yeah, so Radhika and I met because we were friends and colleagues working for environment organizations in Bangalore. We both kind of have a background in doing research and advocacy work for NGOs. And at the time, we did a lot of writing, we did a lot of communications for these types of organizations, kind of trying to spread the message of what they did, lots of documentation. But we felt that in that style of communication, what we didn't find was you couldn't hear the voices of the people doing the work. You didn't hear the stories. Often the work kind of got reduced to sort of formatted documents that had to follow a kind of a structure. And it was missing the kind of the texture of the storytelling. It was missing the personality of the incredible people that we worked with. And so we sort of took a tiny step together, to try to see if we could produce an audio show about the NGO world, about the social sector world in India. And we got a little grant, and we produced our first show that way. And it was a kind of an amazing experience because we'd never produced audio before. But I think we were looking at a point in our lives. I think many people can relate to this when you're like, you've done a job for a really long time, but you kind of want to change it up, learn something new. And audio just felt very natural. I think we were a little bit overconfident. We thought we could just kind of take our writing and research skills and very easily translate it into audio. What we found was that it was way more challenging, obviously, than that, but it is a beautiful medium. And I think so many of the conversations today have talked about recording, documentation, stories, and audio is an incredibly powerful medium for, the sort of sharing of that kind of thing. And that's kind of how we got started, and then we really just fell in love with the medium. I think it was a great advantage that we worked with each other because we kind of, it's great to have a buddy when you're learning something new. And that's kind of how we got started. One show led to the next, to the next, to the next. And yeah, that's really where it all began.
That's beautiful.
For us, our focus was always on, let's learn something. Like, I think we were too old to go back to university. We didn't have the money. So then it was like, we'll just teach ourselves. So let's just reverse engineer. It was like, like how your dads take a radio and take it apart and build it back together again. We were like, we'll just learn audio that way. And we did. So it's fun. It was extremely rewarding. And I think that focus on let's just learn something helped it grow and then grow into a viable business. But I think I'm jumping ahead. So come back to you. Question for you, Lancy. We're doing this back and forth because we thought it'll be more fun. So today, congratulations, MAPCHA's turned 7. As MAPCHA aims to reach audiences beyond its cultural roots, as you mentioned, how do you navigate that tension between preserving the nuances of your heritage, but also translating them for those who may not fully understand it? In your kind of work, what do you feel is negotiable and what isn't?
I often say that MAPCHA is not just a brand, it's a living entity of its own. And I feel like values and design is something that we think about every single day when we work at MAPCHA, what we're doing. For my team, when we're working together, we always go back to something called MAPCHA Mind. Mind stands for mindfulness, intentional, narrative-driven, and design. So, these values are very important to us, and so we stick by them in everything that we do, how we work, how we design, how we come up with new products. And then when it comes to design, I feel like, yes, I take inspiration from the culture that I come from, and we try to incorporate design elements and staying true to what the craft is, the story behind it. But, translated into new medium. It's like, you can say, staying rooted in your traditions, but opening your arms to modernity, new things. I think values, design, but translating into a new design language in a new medium, in a new format that is not just accessible to us, but it also makes it easy for people not from the community to understand and adopt in their everyday lives. So I feel like those are the things that I often think about. All right, now coming back to you guys. So creative and entrepreneurial journeys are never linear, right? Like we go ups, there are many ups and downs that we have to face. So I want to know what values or grounding principles have kept you aligned through it all.
That's a good question. This session is about, entrepreneurship and running a business and shattering glass ceilings and whatever. But I think for us, we started podcasting in India at a time when people in India didn't really know what a podcast was. They knew radio, but radio was something that people had kind of told, it's fuddy-duddy, it's like nobody listens to it except in the car. And then, nobody listened to All India Radio anymore, except maybe at night. And then, cut to 9 years, 10 years later, we're in a space where everybody knows what a podcast is. Everybody has some understanding of what they think a podcast is, and that's great. And it's been a sea change for us. And I think for us, really, if we do have to connect it back to this business thing we're supposed to be talking about, is really focusing on what is it that we want, and what is it at its heart, what is it that you want to do? I remember when in like my first job, when I didn't understand anything, one of my mentors told me that, success is being able to do the work you want with the people you want. And I didn't know what that meant. And I think when we started VACA, for me, it became very clear that it is the ability to continue doing what I'm doing for as long as I can with the people I want to do it with. With Samyukta, it's incredibly rewarding to actually just get up every day and play with audio. And so for us, what is the question? A grounding principle is to just do the same thing every day, to keep at those foundational skills, to keep always trying to learn something from the same practice. I think there's so much value that doing the same thing over and over again has brought us, and it's so rewarding. And I think that has really helped us sort of steer the boat through this, this rocky sea of, oh, we don't know what a podcast is. Oh, everybody has a podcast. Oh, you got to have a podcast with, I don't know, with this guest or that. Like every day there's something new. But I think just going back to the creative practice, not letting go of that, because other than that, then you just become, I don't know, make podcasts in AI or something.
It's always important to stay true to yourself, isn't it?
So do you
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the non-linear part, just to address the more kind of prosaic parts of running a business, you're never gonna, it takes a while to get things off the ground, and so you're gonna have to do some of the stuff you don't want to do. You're gonna have to do some of the consulting you don't want to do necessarily.
Yeah.
But I think there is a kind of a long game perspective that's very useful to have. And, we've been very stubborn about wanting to do that. And I would also like to say one more thing about that, which is that, you can put your signature on anything that you do. And I think it's important to remember that the dullest job that you are forced to do for the most practical reason can still be a reflection of who you are. And I think holding on to that idea gives you a sense of feeling of ownership and a sense of feeling of grounding. And I think that's a really important part of it as well.
Find someone to pay you to do it.
Yeah. So Lanze, can you tell us about a moment that felt like a quiet win? I think this is sort of speaking to the theme of the session as well.
Yeah, I feel it's just been very overwhelming being here in Bhutan. It's my first time here, and I do know that our cultures, we have so much similarity. And coming here, the hospitality and also meeting people from here, and everybody, not everyone, but then a lot of people know about Mapja. And a lot of people that I've met are actually wearing Mapja. Yes, I met this lady where she had a bag, and then there were people wearing my brooches. So it's just I'm overwhelmed, honestly. So thank you. Yeah, that I think is a quiet win, that people from through the Himalayan region do know about the brand and can resonate with it. So I feel like that is definitely a win. So 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁, thank you. So now, this is my last question to you guys. Listening to other women's personal narratives and ideologies, has it impacted your sense of identity or your thought process?
So we don't exclusively make shows that are about women's narratives, but we definitely have a strong bias. And I think one of the things that we've noticed is that some people, especially for women, it's very difficult to get them to tell their stories. I think, the show City of Women that we make is really about quite a lot of silly encounters on the streets, the kind of stuff that you only want to call your girlfriend and tell about, or you don't tell anyone. It's about chance encounters and, whatever, unpleasant encounters, I would say. It's about all the thoughts in your head that that as a woman you kind of have to, process before you even leave the house, like silly things that might seem silly but are actually very serious and do take a lot of time in your head. And so when we ask these questions to women, often they're like, "What are you asking me? I don't know what to say." And everybody is extremely self-conscious that what they're going to say is not going to be interesting. And all we found is that when people start telling them what happened to them, it's interesting. It's endlessly interesting. And I feel like that has really changed my approach to life, I would say. And the other thing, which is a little bit beyond the women's narratives question, is just the power of audio and just the power of listening. I think we've talked so much about storytelling, and the other side of storytelling is listening. And there is so much comfort that comes from hearing people's voices. Stories are so important because stories of lived experience as well are so important because they're just huge sources of comfort and instruction. They kind of help you figure out things yourself. Often we say, City of Women we often say it's a show about the strategies, like the information that you would share with your friend about, how to get to a scary neighborhood or something. And so we help each other, that is kind of the objective of sharing these kinds of stories. So yeah, I feel like all of these things have been so instructive.
I think doing this kind of work has also taught me, and I think this is important also when we're running a business, is sort of slowing down and staying in the moment. The devil is really in the details. When Samyukta said, when I meet someone who says, why would you want it? How many times women will start their conversation with, why would you find this interesting? I don't know. And then you realize, no, it is in that detail that it's interesting. It's the telling and retelling, when we do that over and over again, that we learn and we find meaning in it. And to stay present in that moment and to slow down and to not, quick wins will come, but to really stay with something for a longer time has been a really big learning. And audio production is very long, it's very technical. People say you can make a podcast overnight. Maybe you can, but hours take much, much longer. It's like writing a book, I imagine. So just I think stay with the process and enjoy that. Yeah. That has been a great learning for us.
Oh, that's beautiful, yeah.
I'm sure this is all quite boring, and I've actually lost track of time because the lights are so bright. So we have 4 minutes or 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Are there any questions, maybe? Or
yeah,
we can just natter on otherwise, but I don't know how interesting that would be. Sure. Shadow in the...
Hello. So our school is actually planning on releasing a podcast. And for that, our main aim for the podcast is to empower the youth and give them motivation, as well as give a peek into the life of the students. So, and we're currently working on it. And for that, I wanted to ask if you guys have any advices or suggestions.
Just go out and record, I would say. Don't be inhibited by, technology can be overwhelming sometimes. You're like, oh, I don't have the right mic, or I'm not doing this properly. I would say just go out and record. And the magical thing of audio podcasting especially is that there is no right format. So you can really make whatever you want. There's no right way of doing it. If you think it should sound that way, it should sound that way. So I don't know if that's helpful advice. If you want more practical advice, like what mic to get, I'm sure I'll help you with that also. Do I have the right budget? That's also that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just, it's not very helpful, but just do what feels right. And it'll be fun.
We may have time for one more question.
While the mic is being passed, I'm going to say that audio is such a great medium. You can listen to it anywhere. It's mostly free. You just Google it. You don't need to have to sign up to an app. That's what's also lovely. People say, where can you listen to us? Everywhere. Just Google the internet. Reach out and it'll give you a hug.
As powerful women in film storytelling and leadership, how do you use your voice to inspire change, and what advice do you give to young Bhutanese girls?
I would say that never be in a rush to do things. If you have an idea, think about it properly, do your research. It's more important to do something with a very clear head, have a lot of clarity and calmness. I think that is quite a strength to have. So yeah, that would be my advice to you. I hope that would help you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I have a piece of something that might be helpful for whoever's making a podcast, which is, we were taught many years ago when we were in a program, show, don't tell. And I think that's quite useful. If you're ever writing a sentence, ask yourself, is the sentence telling someone something or is it showing someone something? And showing is always better.
Any more questions? We would love to answer. Sorry, it's very bright, can't really see. Kunsangla.
Sorry, this is a question for either Sam or Radhika. I know Sam from college, so just disclaimer ahead. With podcasting, it feels very informal because you're listening to it and it feels very casual. People are like producing podcasts by the minute. And I think it gives a very casual, informal kind of air. So how do you stop your podcasting becoming like this long, rambling, self-indulgent thing you're doing with your friend where you're just like laughing at each other's jokes? How are you editing it?
So we do a lot of editing, Kunsang. I mean, I think what's happened is people have gone from not knowing what a podcast is to now knowing what a podcast is, but probably mostly consuming one style or one type of podcast, which is the kind of chat show podcast where you have two people talking to each other about their favorite stuff for like a long time. But there's actually many ways to make podcasts, and the kinds of shows that we make, we do long interviews with people, sometimes like 4-hour-long interviews, and we script much like a documentary, and we edit, and so it is a product that begins actually with tape recorded or audio, and then becomes a written script, and then goes back to becoming audio. So that's kind of what we like. That's why, like I was saying, we make shows that take a really long time. We use music, we use sounds that we collect, we use a lot of field recordings, we create sounds sometimes and do sound design. And shows like that, scripted narrated shows as they're known, are, I think, not as popular now as kind of the podcasts that people listen to more, which are the chat shows, just because they might require a little more attention. But yeah, we spend a lot of time on the editing process, and really the stories are made in the editing process, when you choose what words to put in the piece. And so it's kind of like writing with other people's words, I would say. But we enjoy that a lot. We also work with musicians, composers, which is a great joy and a great, a super fun part of the job. So yeah, so it's a different type of effort when you're producing shows like that. But if you're in a chat show and you're trying to rein in your guest, then I'm not really sure, but you always have controls on the back end to cut them off.
All right, time's up. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
It's been a real pleasure being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, La. Before we move on to our next session, I have a few trivia questions for any of you who would like some prizes or gifts. The first question is one that's very close to our hearts, and no pressure. She may or may not be in this room currently. Who was the first Bhutanese woman to publish a novel in English? Oh, we've got an answer here if you have my... Okay, can somebody get a mic so I can hear? Okay, the mic's on now. Who was the first Bhutanese woman to publish a novel in English? Yes, I think it's Kunzang Choden, la? Oh, sorry. Okay, so you can contact the volunteer for your gift, la, or the prize. One more question before we move on. What does the name Drukyul mean in English? Maybe some of our foreign friends, if there are any, could answer for us. We have one here.
Is it the land of the dragon?
Yes. You can contact our volunteer for the prize. Okay. Our next session brings to the stage a literary force whose voice has really shaped South Asia's literary landscape for decades. Miss Namita Gokhale is a celebrated author and publisher with over 25 books spanning fiction, non-fiction, and translation. She is also the co-founder and director of the iconic Jaipur Literature Festival, widely regarded as one of the world's most influential literary gatherings. Through her work, she has championed linguistic diversity and brought Indian and Himalayan storytelling to global attention. Though she's based in New Delhi, it's often said that her mind is rarely there. It's usually found to be wandering through the valleys of Bhutan, plotting literary revolutions and dreaming up of new excuses to come back. And rightly so, because here's something many may not know. Namita Gokhale is also the co-founder of Bhutan Echoes, a festival she helped envision and bring to life alongside Her Majesty, 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁 Wangchuck. And moderating this session is 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁 Sangpo, a writer, translator, and longtime advocate for Bhutanese media and literature. He served as editor-in-chief of Bhutan Observer, Bhutan's very first private newspaper, and later led the Bhutan Media Foundation. He is the author of 𝘿𝙝𝙆 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁, Sacred Tales of a Mad Monk, and has edited several major Bhutanese works in English. Please join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage. A warm round of applause, La. There is a correction to be made, La. Our moderator is actually Amrita, and the author is 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁 Sangpo, and they will start our session off, La.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to what promises to be a very insightful session on books, writing, and the impact of books and writing. We have two authors here with us. Namita, of course, has been in the world of books and publishing for many years. She has written a lot of books, fiction and non-fiction, curated anthologies, and is also, of course, a festival director. 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁 has just published his first book, 𝘿𝙝𝙆 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁. It was published about 6-7 months ago in January. So we have two perspectives here, one from a veteran in the world of publishing and one from someone who's just entered it. I'll start with Nidrup, since he's the debut author. Nidrup, tell me what inspired you to write, first of all, and how come you chose Drukpa Kinle as your subject?
Thank you, Amrita. Amrita is my editor at HarperCollins, by the way. And I'm very happy to be sitting beside her, talking about my literary journey. It's taken a long time for me to publish my first book. I've been interested in writing since my high school days. I remember sending a letter to editors to Quinsel, the only newspaper then, and it would take 1-2 weeks sometimes to get my letter published. And when it gets published, I wouldn't recognize the letter myself because the letter would be heavily edited by the editor. So my literary journey began from there. And then in college, I took up English honors. That's when my interest in literature and writing deepened. And I would keep sending small pieces about issues that I thought were important to Quinsel. And again, even in my college days, my writings would be heavily edited that they would be hardly recognizable to myself. That's how far I've come. And 25, 30 years later, I got a little confidence to put my writings into a book, which is Drukpa Kinle Sacred Tales of Mad Monk. So I've been always interested in writing, but it takes a long time. In a society where there are not many role models, where there are not many writers, it takes a long time for someone to mature into a good writer.
And why Drukpa Kinle as your first subject?
Oh, the second part of the question is why Drukpa Kinle? Drukpa Kinle has always inspired me. I've, as a Bhutanese, born and brought up in a rural village. I've grown up listening to and reading later in my high school days, college days, reading his stories, mostly in classical Tibetan. He inspired me a lot. He's a very, very special person. In spite of his reputation with alcohol and girls, he's far bigger figure. Very inspirational. His teachings are special. He stripped of teachings of all religious jargon. He brought down his teachings to the ordinary people's level. That's how he is different. And although he is a Tibetan, born in Ralung, he lived most of his life in Bhutan and inspired generations of Bhutanese. Today, the simply name Drukpa Kinle brings smiles to Bhutanese people. That's how special he is. And he's huge. And his personality is bigger than most Bhutanese religious figures here. And I've listened to his stories, read his stories for decades until I gave it a shot. I thought it would be a good idea to give an attempt at creative rendering of his writings. Until recently, we have had only translations of his biographies written in classical Tibetan and mostly academic writings on him, which are not easily accessible to general public. So I attempted creative non-fiction storytelling of Drukpa Kinle.
Yeah, that's a really wonderful story. And for everyone in the audience, the copies of the book are available in the bookstore. It's a beautifully produced edition, even if I say so myself, with lovely illustrations accompanying each story. So please do check it out. Coming to you, Namita. Mountains are, a recurring feature in a lot of your work. I mean, we've of course worked on anthologies related to the Himalayas, but it's also there in your fiction. Things to Leave Behind is set in Nainital. And of course, as your bio said, that your mind is always wandering the mountains of Bhutan and elsewhere. So can you tell us a little bit about your connection with the mountains and how they inspire and impact your writing?
Amrita, my hometown,
where I wasn't born there, but I was brought up there and I go there every year. It's a place called Nainital. And it's a hill station, now a very ugly tourist hill station, but still in a beautiful part of the Himalayas. And not my first novel, but my second novel, and after that, out of the 25 books I have written of fiction and non-fiction, I would say 8 or 9, I haven't counted, are set in the mountains. And I keep trying to move out of it, but somewhere there are 2 or 3 of my books which began in cities and all. Sometimes they end in the mountains. And it's not just the geography of the place. I hardly recognize the very crowded tourist town of today. So I don't write about that too much. But a little bit, and it always goes back, you know, your childhood memories, you can play with them all the time. It's great material. But I also wanted to say, in connection with what Nidrup said, that in the mountains we have some good spiritual and religious, not even religious, some unconventional religious traditions there. And the conventions of the mad monk or the crazy wisdom are very much part of the mountain ethos. And the reason why is because many places, you know, religion or spirituality becomes very dull, very boring, very hierarchical. But in our mountains, there are lots of very eccentric people who break away with convention and tell you to look at things. They are the bad boys or the bad girls, in the sense they don't easily listen to whatever is so boringly and without meaning repeated. They make you look at things afresh. And every time I write a book on the mountains, I like to look at the story afresh from the beginning.
Thanks, Namita. That was actually going to be my next question about...
I'll still ask it.
About mystics in the mountains and how they have shaped your writing and inspired you, but I think you...
I can then. You know, I wrote a book, I wrote an anthology, which again this young lady edited. It was called Mystics and Skeptics, Searching the Himalayan Masters. And when I was very young, I had a religious sort of, slightly crazy uncle. And he told me, don't ever be rude to anybody you meet on the road. If he looks like a madman, it's probably he's not a bad man. Maybe he's a big guru and he'll get offended. So I was told from childhood never to make fun of what somebody else might find. Not funny, but just eccentric people. That's all.
Speaking of eccentric or mad monks, back to Drukpa Khinle, I have to share this story with you that he's not that well known in India. In Bhutan, of course, everybody knows him, but in India, they don't. So Nidrup's book was perhaps the first introduction for many people, especially in my organization. And I have to say, everybody who worked on this book, me included, and then people in my team, the people in the marketing team, was so moved by this book. And they all came to me and said, this is so unusual and yet so amazing. You know, it was... And not even, nobody was offended. They were just like, what an unusual perspective, and this is so amazing. So Nidrup, I wanted to ask you, what has been the impact of the book so far since it released? Have you got any feedback, and what has it been like, basically?
Thank you. The book has been received very well, generally, across India, Nepal, and Bhutan. Here, in Bhutan, Drukpa Khinle is the beloved Lama. Therefore, whatever the quality of book, everybody takes interest in him. And people have said and written good things about the book so far. And what has book done? What's been the impact so far? In Bhutan, as far as my observations go, one, the Bhutanese as well as foreigners have got some clarity on the person of Drukpa Khinle. So far, mostly in English literature, Drukpa Khinle has been portrayed as a philanderer, womanizer, alcoholic, aimless, purposeless wanderer, and so on. And all of these, while partly true, is not who Drukpa Khinle was. Drukpa Khinle, as I said yesterday during the launch of my book, is far, far more than how people describe him today. So one good thing that has come about because of my book is clarity on Drukpa Khinle. A few months back, I met an American friend, a journalist, who, after reading the preface to my book, said, I feel very guilty that all the while I have totally misunderstood Drukpa Khinle. Thank you for clarifying my doubts about Drukpa Khinle. Second, my book has brought a kind of native voice to the stories of Drukpa Khinle. Drukpa Khinle has been widely written about, mostly by academics, but I'm the first Bhutanese who has attempted to write creative stories of Drukpa Khinle, did quite a bit of research for many years, and tried to write his stories in creative ways. Therefore, this is a Bhutanese who has grown up listening to and reading his stories, trying to tell his stories, more authentic, native voice, perhaps, from Bhutan. Yes, another thing different about my book is I've collected some of the vanishing oral stories of Drukpa Khinle from Paro, Thimphu, Wangdi Photang, Lhasa in Tibet, and different places in Tibet. And some of the oral stories contained in my book are brought from Tibet by some great Tibetan masters who taught in Bhutan some 50, 60 years back. They were on the verge of disappearing. So I managed to capture some of these stories, very special stories, very inspiring stories.
I really want to know one thing, my dear. There are so many school children here. I want to know, well, not school children, students. They're not children. How many of them have read about, heard about, know about Drukpa Khinle? I just want to know. What is the... Hands up? Yeah, so it's very much part of the living tradition. I just wanted to know as an outsider to Bhutan, because I first came to Bhutan 30 years ago, and that's when I first encountered the stories. And I was just curious.
This is really nice that everyone knows about Drukpa Khinle and his stories. This leads me to my next question. So, in today's time when there's so much competing for people's attention, there is Instagram Reels, TikTok, there's OTT platforms, and of course it's a much more fast-paced world as compared to maybe even 10 years ago. What do you think is the importance of books and spiritual books?
Listen, I don't write only spiritual books, so I don't want to only be asked about spiritual books, if you don't mind.
Okay,
better
then
ask
books in general.
And then first you ask him, spiritual books.
Okay, so you tell me, Nidrup, what do you think? Why do you think the story of Drukpa Khinle needs to be told in today's times?
I think Drukpa Khinle is more relevant today than he has ever been, because his teachings contain a lot of values that people of 21st century need to uphold. For example, he teaches good sense of humor. He says in his autobiography, if my stories are full of licentious talks, please take it easy. Meaning, do not look at my stories, my licentious stories, through a moral lens. Take it easy. He says, everybody in the world needs a good sense of humor to be happy, to live well, to be content. This is what is losing very fast in the world, with wars going on and political debates and very toxic workplaces and so many things going around us. We are losing our old good sense of humor. Drukpa Khinle says, take life easy with a pinch of humor. And he taught good sense of humor in all of his poems, conversations, songs. Everywhere he says, have a good sense of humor. And therefore, I think one single teaching, there are many others, we can learn from him. One single teaching of Drukpa Khilne on good sense of humor can be a great savior for people of 21st century.
I'd like to tell all of you about my books because I have a feeling that in this audience, people don't know much about it. I've been extraordinarily fortunate and lucky in the way I've been able to reach out, both with my books and to audiences through the literature festival that I curate. 20 years ago, I put up the Jaipur Literature Festival, which is now the largest literature festival in the world. So there are literally thousands and thousands and thousands, lakhs and lakhs of people who come there every year. And they engage with books. So if I didn't believe in books, and if all of us didn't believe in books, this would not have happened. And our festival has led to more than 300 festivals across India. And indeed, this festival, which there was a mistake in the introduction. I did not co-found Bhutan Echoes at all, but in 2009, I helped founded, with the patronage of Her Royal Majesty, the Mountain Echoes Festival before this. And I've managed by now to write 25 books. And the thing is that although Amrita has edited some of my spiritual books, my books are mostly very funny books. And they go for humor, and they remain bestsellers wherever they are. So my first book, which I wrote when I was 25, was called 𝘿𝙁 Dreams of Passion. When it came out, I got into trouble all over India because people said, "You've written this book, and this book is shocking." But it sold very well, and people loved it. 41 years later, it's still printing every year, and it's just come out again in London, in the UK. It's come out as a Penguin Modern Classic. So those jokes remain funny. And I'm very grateful that people continue to laugh at those jokes. Otherwise, I reach out to at least 4 different audiences. I reach out to audiences who like to look at the world a little lightly and who like social comedy. I write about myth and mythology. I write a little bit about spirituality, not too much. And I write about daily life, politics, so many things. So I think books are more important than anything else. Otherwise, why would a festival like this be so interesting to so many people? But talking about books is a special art. And while you may write an interesting book, you may kill it with a very boring talking about the book. Because when you talk about the book, you have to show people how to read it. You don't have to boast about yourself or tell them what a great writer you are or anything like that. You have to try to teach people how to read. Just today I was reading an article, a very bright article, which showed the latest research through AI on what part of the brain. It said listening is much more difficult than speaking. It's very easy to speak. It involves a very small part of your brain. But listening to somebody speak and understanding what they're saying, because you have to absorb it, takes up much more of your brain. Similarly, watching or just listening, they were talking about podcasts. Podcasts are wonderful, but most of all, the thing that absorbs the brain is reading. Because when you read something, those words don't mean anything, those squiggles in the page. And your eyes transfer those words, translate them, understand them, and bring them alive. So actually reading is absolutely the best thing for anybody to do to exercise their brain.
Thanks, Amrita. That was, yeah.
Okay, since you're clapping, then do me the favor of reading some books. That's what.
And leading on from that, so what inspires you to keep writing? And of course, as you mentioned, you've written in so many different genres. So, yeah, what is your inspiration for?
My first inspiration for writing, I was thrown out of college, and so I didn't know how to do, so I started a film magazine, and then I wrote a book. And that book was very successful. So the success of that book, which was called 𝘿𝙁 Dreams of Passion, pushed me to write my second book. But then nobody wanted to publish my second book. So the first impetus was success, then it was failure. I said, you don't want to read my book? I'll keep on trying, So I kept trying, till it came back. So over the last 40 years, I've written 25 books. impelled both by success and by failure. And I appeal to all the students to remember success is always a great motivator, but it makes you lazy. And failure is the best motivator in the world. If you can keep your spirits right, you'll do it right after failure.
And are there any takeaways from your writing journey that you'd like to share with the audience? I mean, anything apart from the ones you've already shared, of course.
I'd say one thing which I've learned from a lot of people who are famous writers: never try to impress anybody by using big words. Because big words, appropriate words, the right word, that's important. But don't try to write to impress yourself or to impress others. Simplicity of language makes it, but complexity of thought. What you're writing should have some substance. But simpler the language, the better. And one way to do that is, after you've written an essay, is just to read it aloud. If it sounds like your own voice, then it's good writing. If it sounds like a little bit fake, then try to correct it a bit.
What about you, Nidrup? After writing your first book, do you have any takeaways, anything to share, any lessons? Although that's a slightly harsh word, but...
I've just taken a baby step. Therefore, I'm not qualified to say anything about writing. But I can talk about what inspired me to write. As I said, I've been interested in reading and writing since my high school days. And through my high school days and college days, I've read many writers, in fact, numerous writers, including the Greek literature, the Iliad, the Odyssey, and the great Indian writers. My all-time favorite, Rabindranath Tagore, who comes from our neighboring state, and modern writers like Amitav Ghosh and Namita Gokhale, and many others. And back at home, I've grown up reading the writings by Ashikunzang Charan, for example, in my college days. And Dashukinde Doji, the editor-in-chief, he was the editor-in-chief of Quinsel. I've read all his editorials and beautiful stories, and my old teacher, Limpo Thakur Singh Paudil. And these are all inspirations for me, and they shaped my writing journey, and it's taken a long, long time to publish my first book. I hope to keep going, and I feel a very strong obligation to tell Bhutan's cultural and spiritual stories. We have so much to tell the world, our value system, our culture, our spiritual values, etc. So I hope to keep going.
But that is what you said, is the one thing I didn't mention, but for good writing, one of the most important things is exactly what Nidrup said. It is to read and read and read with attention and with inspiration.
And I think we have, you earlier talked about substance and form, right? We have a lot of substance, mostly in classical Tibetan language, in Cheke. We need to give these classical Tibetan writings new structure, new form. That's what I've tried to do with Drukyul's stories. I gave it a new structure, but substance was there, and it's very difficult because it's spiritual, cultural, and a lot of things that I haven't learned. So very challenging journey, but inspiring, and a long learning journey for me for many years.
Yeah, so I think we have about 5 minutes left. I'd like to ask is anybody in the audience, if they have any questions, please go ahead and ask.
No questions, you have to come up with some questions. If the older people don't come, yeah, there we are.
Hello, good afternoon, and Kuzampo. As we all know, Drukyul was a Buddhist saint who didn't act like a saint at all. He drank, he sang, flirted, and even peed on sacred texts. But somehow he still awakened people's mind. But the question is, why do you think people still respect someone who broke every rule?
If I could give my little response to that as well, apart from the more learned one, it is something like in the same traditions of unconventional thinking was Milarepa before that. It was the music, it was the song, it was the breaking down of pointless dead convention. It was the ability to reach directly to the soul of people. And when he still reaches directly to the soul of people, that's my thought. Please, you begin now.
It's a very good question. I don't know whether I can answer this, but I think despite all the unconventional anti-establishment things he did, he was still able to appeal to the masses. I think because he was very, very honest. He did not have any inhibitions. He said what he thought was correct. He did not care about cultural, spiritual, moral norms. He said, just guard your mind, and it's tantamount to observing all moral vows. So people found him very, very honest, brutally honest. He said, hypocrisy is the biggest flaw of humanity. Particularly in Tibetan Buddhism, he said, hypocrisy is canker eating away at the quintessence of the Buddha Dharma. Therefore, any behavior, he said, without hypocrisy is worth prostrating to. Meaning, an honest human being like himself was, despite all the flaws, worth prostrating to. So, therefore, the Bhutanese people like Drukpa Khinle and still like him. I think he is still around us in spirit, some 5 centuries later.
Any other questions?
This question is to Namita ma'am. When you plan a literature festival, do you go with a theme or newly released books? What do you want to give as a platform? Is it new authors, or is it a marketing strategy that you want to have a literature festival, or some themes like this literature festival this year is 70 years of His Majesty the Fourth King and things like that? So how do you plan a literature festival?
See, this festival I no longer...
I'm talking about your
But
ones.
in the Jaipur Literature Festival, I know exactly how we plan it. There's me, there's my co-director William Dalrymple, and there's also Sanjoy, who's the producer. We have a very clear idea who our audience is. We know that they are book lovers who come from across the world and from across India. They are the students who come from Jaipur and everywhere else. So I try to get different sessions programmed around these different audience needs. And the only crime is boredom for me. There are lots of people who want to come and speak in literature festivals, and I become very unpopular sometimes because I don't always choose the most persistent writers or the most famous writers. I choose those who speak well, who reach out to the audiences. Everybody that I program, everything, I say, what will it do for the audience? And I especially watch out for new names and faces. Before my eyes, they were not well known or not at all known or not published before they came to the Jaipur Literature Festival. But there, when they found an audience, when the press found them, when something happened, they began reaching out because word of mouth is, and a little press is the most. So it's really trying to understand what are the concerns of audiences, what are they worried about, what are they anxious about, what do they want to celebrate. And we have such wonderful audiences. I learn from them all the time.
I think we have one more question.
First of all, I would like to thank you for this wonderful opportunity. So I'd like to ask, why did you choose Drukpa Khinle? Why not more inspirational gods such as Buddha or Guru Rinpoche?
Very, very good question, I think. I would like to pose this question to you. You don't have to answer this. If I wrote about the Lord Buddha or Guru Rinpoche, would you be interested to read? Or would you be more interested to read about Drukpa Khyentse? I suppose the latter.
Also, can I reply for him 1 minute? You haven't said this, but I think it's true that Drukpa Khyentse chose you. You didn't choose Drukpa Khyentse.
I think I joke with my friends. My friends started calling me Drukpa Khyentse. So I joke with them. Probably Drukpa Khyentse and I had some relationship in one of our past lives. And I tell them, when Drukpa Khyentse roamed around Bhutan, particularly western valleys, probably I was a little girl offering him chang. That's why I happened to write about him many, many centuries later. And I keep thinking about this, and I think there's some real connection between Drukpa Khyentse and me.
That's the real. So I think we clap.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll end it here. Thank you all for being such a wonderful and engaged audience. And please do check out Namita's many books and Nidrup's book in the bookstore. Thank you.
It is now time to refresh our minds, stretch our legs, and maybe top up on tea. We'll have a short break now, and while we Bhutanese have a reputation of being a little too generous with our concept of time, I'd like to make a personal request and ask you to defy tradition for just this once and be back on time by 4:35 p.m. sharp. Thank you and enjoy your break. We will have more trivia questions. This time the prizes will be from Jiwaling, the Pema, so please be back before break if you would like to win these prizes.
dina.
Jigme Singye Sa
Hello. Okay, we're going to start with some trivia questions. This first question will be for a voucher from the PEMA, a meal voucher. The question is, which Oscar-nominated animated film did Bhutan Echoes 2025 guest Simi Nalaset work on as an artist and animator? Do we have the mics ready? Oh, okay. Can I please have your name, La?
Patricia.
Okay.
And I will give my voucher to whoever wants it because I won't be able to have dinner because I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I think it's Ice Age, no?
Yes. And you will be giving the voucher too? Can we have the name, La?
So I'll give it to
Arya.
Arya.
Okay, the next question is for a meal for two at Satha. The question is, in what year did Mountain Echoes officially transition into Bhutan Echoes, Drukyul's Literature and Arts Festival?
I think 2023.
Incorrect, La, I'm sorry.
2020. 2020.
Incorrect, La. We can give another one. Can I have your name, La?
Chingdal Hanzi.
Okay.
2024.
No, incorrect, La. I'm sorry. Oh, we've got a volunteer.
2019 to 2020.
Incorrect, La. You're missing 1 year between all the years that's been mentioned. Incorrect. I'm hearing the answer, but I'm not sure where it's coming from. You have to grab the mic. I'm so sorry.
2019.
Incorrect, La. Oh, we've got one at the front, the volunteer.
2021.
Oh, yes, correct, La. Can I have your name?
Stringpem.
Okay, the volunteers will grab your name and you get it. And we're saving the best for last, don't fret. The final trivia question will be for one night stay with breakfast at Shiwaling. Okay, let me grab a very, very hard question. Okay. What is the name of the original tree under which the Buddha attained enlightenment? This was mentioned before. The mic, volunteer, don't call. Oh, I'm so sorry, the mics. Can I have your name, La?
Chimi, yes, sir.
Okay.
People tree.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
People tree.
Okay, correct. I think you said the Bodhi tree. Huh? The Bodhi tree. Oh, I'm so sorry. Could you repeat your answer once again, La? Just to confirm.
People tree.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's incorrect, La. We've still got up for grabs. Volunteer at the front here, La.
The Bodhi tree.
Yes, La. Correct. I'm so sorry. Okay, we'll give you credit, but I'm so sorry, La. Okay. All right, welcome back, everyone. Our next session is a deeply personal story of survival, resilience, and unimaginable strength. Surviving the Unthinkable, Resilience and Hope from Inside Evin Prison features Mr. Johan Ferus, a Swedish diplomat with the European Union who was unjustly imprisoned in Iran's Evin prison for over 790 days. His story is not just one of survival, but of astonishing clarity, resilience, and a quiet resistance in the face of injustice. His recent release has made headlines, and today we hear the story from the man himself. Moderating this session is Ms. Kunzang Dukpa, a practicing lawyer and founder of Bhutanese Legal Solutions. A lifelong lover of books and belief in their power, she sees every story as a key, unlocking parts of ourselves we didn't know were waiting to be found. So let's turn the spotlight to our speakers. Please welcome them with a warm round of applause.
Distinguished guests and fellow lovers of the literature and arts, I am so proud and privileged to introduce you to Johan Ferus for this session. Johan is a Swedish citizen and a European Union official who inexplicably got caught up in what political analysts have called hostage diplomacy with the Islamic Republic of Iran. In April 2022, he was arrested at Tehran's airport while traveling privately, and what followed was 2 years of imprisonment in Iran's notorious Evin prison. And inside those walls, Johan suffered, unimaginable hardships. For the first 10 months, he had no contact with family or friends, and he was held under conditions that the United Nations deemed severe violations of prisoners' minimum rights. Most strikingly, Johan had to spend almost 8 months in solitary confinement. This is apparently a psychological tool that the Iranian government uses to break detainees while they're in detention. So despite being branded with charges like espionage and having alleged ill intent towards the state, as well as spreading corruption on earth, all those charges would have been widely dismissed as fabricated. Johan has emerged not just unbroken, but resolute with a very compelling story and a compelling voice. On 15 June 2024, in a prisoner swap mediated by Oman, he was finally released along with another hostage in exchange for another person called Hamid Nouri, who was an Iranian who was convicted by a Swedish court for mass executions of political descendants in Iran in 1988. So please join me in warmly welcoming Johan. I think we'll jump into the questions now. So you were held in prison for over 2 years. This is a picture. And you spent more than 6 months, you spent 8 months of that in solitary confinement. Yeah. Can you describe what a day in solitary confinement is like?
Well, I'll do my best, but let me begin by saying thank you to the festival organizers for inviting me. I feel very honored. Thank you to the audience for being here, to the Swedish Embassy for making this possible, and to Bhutan and the Bhutanese for giving me such a very warm welcome, and also for waiving the tourist fee. I'm going to answer your question, but first I'm going to begin by taking a leaf out of the book of a brilliant speaker who was on the stage earlier today. I hope you were all here for Tarini Mohan, who made brilliant use of her 30 minutes on the stage, and one of the great things she did was that she began by sharing an important message. She said, always wear a helmet. I'm telling you, don't go to Iran. No, actually, don't do it, but my message is not that. My message is a bit of a cliche. You've heard it all before. It's the stuff of Hollywood cinema. Anyone who follows an Instagram influencer knows it. If you have an aunt who hangs inspirational quotes on her living room walls, you've seen it. It's simply this. a difficult experience doesn't need to be a bad experience if you allow it to make you stronger. What was the question? A day in solitary confinement. Okay. So I don't have a picture from inside any of the cells, but I found this. It's one of the many, many corridors in the infamous Evin prison. So that's what apparently what it looks like. I didn't really get to see the corridors because whenever I left the cell, I would have to cover my eyes. But regardless, so each one of these doors, and there's hundreds of doors like that in Evin, on the other side of one of those doors, there's a cell. And every cell is the size of, well, kind of in front of this sofa, this carpet, all the way to the back of that stage, something like that. And so solitary confinement is designed to break a person down psychologically. The United Nations says that 2 weeks or more can be seen as torture. They kept me in solitary for 8 months. And so I'll just demonstrate a day in the life. Basically, that's the door over there. There's a window or two the size of those lights, kind of up there. You can't see out because the windows are covered by a thick sheet of plastic, so you can tell if it's day or night, but no more than that. And then there's nothing, there's no furniture or anything. There's a wash basin. You can wash your hands sort of over here. And there's a hole in the floor where you perform your daily sort of functions. There's a camera, of course, so everything is surveilled all the time. And I would put my blanket in this corner, so I would sleep here on my blanket, like so. And then around 8 in the morning, there'd be a knock on the door, and a little hatch would open, so I would just wake up, and I would run over here. And there would be a little tray with breakfast. So I would take this tray and I would sit down, maybe somewhere here, and I would eat my breakfast, which would be a bit of flat bread that came in wrapped in plastic, sort of factory made. A cup of tea, some butter, maybe a tomato. And I would spend maybe half an hour just eating it slowly, slowly, slowly to make time pass. And then I was ready for my first walk, so I spent most of the time just walking. So I'd get on my feet, and now it's maybe 8:30, so I would spend half an hour walking in this direction. There was a clock usually, so I knew what time it was. And then I would spend another half an hour walking this direction. And I would do that for maybe 2 hours or something like that until I was tired. And then, if I had a book, which I didn't always have, but when I did, they were a godsend. So I would spend maybe an hour reading a book. There was very few books at any given time, so I had to read very slowly and pace myself. So maybe a book would last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks or something. So I would read for an hour, then maybe time for lunch, so I would swap the tray for another one. There would be a meal, I would sit down, I would have my meal, and then the second walk of the day would begin. So I would walk half an hour this direction, you know the drill. I would sit down, read my book again in the afternoon, and after that I would do my daily workout. And I'm used to going to the gym and stuff and having all the facilities and equipment, you know, at my CrossFit gym, my yoga studio, but obviously in a bare room there's nothing other than your own body, so I had to be creative and devise new ways of really exhausting myself. So I would spend almost 2 hours just trying to really just knock myself out and get to the point where I was so fatigued that afterwards, I don't know if you've ever had this happen to you, I'm sure you have, you get so tired that you kind of just zone out. So I would lie down on the floor and I would be somewhere else at that moment. So I would be, I would be at home, you know, with my family. It would be summer, I'd be going for a swim in the sea. I take my dog out for a walk, something like that. I'll be with my partner. I would project myself into the future, into the dreams that I had about the future. Or I would remember something that happened a long, long time ago. But then after maybe 20 to 30 minutes, you kind of come to, and those fantasies become less real, and you're suddenly back in the cell. And it's time for dinner. So you have dinner. And then it's maybe 8 or 9, so you walk for 1 or 2 more hours. Then you allow yourself 1 more hour of reading, and then you go back to your corner and go to sleep on your blanket. And that's actually the best time of day, because that means that when you're able to go to bed, that means you've just managed to cope, survive one more day in solitary confinement. And who knows what tomorrow will bring.
You kind of answered the next question, but when you're talking about your dreams and you're projecting yourself at home, but were there any particular moments or memories that kind of became like lifelines for you while you're, just waiting?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're intensely personal memories, of course. I can share some of them. If you spend 8 months, you have a lot of time to think, to dream, to remember, to reflect. One of the memories was one I had from just weeks, 2 months before I was arrested. I'd gone to see my sister in the north of Sweden, in an Arctic land above the Arctic Circle, snow and ice, minus 30 degrees. And we were out one evening, the stars were out, and suddenly the sky just turned into these sheets, these curtains of pink and green and orange. You've never seen them perhaps, but it's the Northern Lights. And it's a magnetic phenomenon, and it's splendid. It's a religious experience, and me and my partner were out, and we just gazed up at this wonder, and you can always hear it. It's like a crack. It makes like a crackling noise, and it's pure magic. And it was very, very vivid to me. And another memory would be when me and my sisters would goof around in my grandmother's garden, read cartoons, practice our cartwheels, things like that. And they were both such vivid memories. And then I realized, hang on, one of those memories is from 2 months ago. And the other memory is from 20 years ago. But they're equally vivid.
That's so interesting. I think time is kind of collapsing in itself, right? When you're just sitting there with nothing to do. So my next question is, I think in your book, you said hope. You described it as something not necessarily positive. And, can you elaborate on that? What did you mean by that?
Yeah, and I'm not the first person who goes through an experience like this and says that hope is almost like a drug. It's amazing when somebody gives you often false hope, a signal, a piece of information that you interpret as good news, an indication that maybe you're on your way home. And it lifts you up to these heights as you get ecstatic. Everything becomes easy. A day just passes by in a flash. And then it turns out a day or two later that actually this was false hope, right? And it brings you down, and you really crash. And that low is so much worse that it wasn't worth it to begin with. But then because you're feeling so down, you're just dying for that next high, right? And so if there's another piece of information that you interpret as a signal that maybe you'll be going home, you interpret that as hope, and it sends you right back up. And I lived through this pendulum swing of hope and despair for days, for weeks, for months. And what I realized was that it was just like drugs do. I mean, you don't notice it at the first, but they make permanent damage to you over time, psychologically and physically. What this pendulum swing did to me was that it was damaging me permanently, spiritually. Because in those periods of my lows, I just was so angry. I was so bitter. I felt so resentful of everything these people have taken me, and all the guards, and why wasn't anyone doing anything for me, and why was I forgotten? And so a larger and larger proportion of my life I spent being the worst possible version of myself. Somebody who was angry, resentful, and bitter. And I thought, this cannot go on. I don't want to come out of this. I owe it to my family. I want to come out as this not broken, but whole, not weaker, but stronger. So I had to think about how can I counteract this pendulum swing, and what are the characteristics, what are the skills, the inner skills that I need to attain to break out of that very destructive cycle. And for you, it might be something else. But for me, I quickly identified 3 inner skills, virtues, characteristics that I was sorely lacking and deeply in need of. And one was patience. Another was humility. And a third was gratitude. So I set out on a very conscious effort that I mean, I hope it continues to this day, but certainly then and there, it was something I put my mind to and I practiced daily to attain those skills. So I thought of every moment as an opportunity to become more patient, more humble, or more grateful.
But that must be hard, to be grateful in a circumstance like that. So what kind of things were you thinking of that you were grateful for?
Exactly, and the change doesn't take place overnight. So what happened was perhaps accidentally at first, where maybe I treated a god, kindly. Maybe I said, "Hello, how are you?" to a god, one day, and it kind of just felt good to be nice. And I was like, so maybe I spent a few minutes. Maybe that meal was more enjoyable than the other meal that I had eaten. And then it got me thinking that actually every moment affords an opportunity to practice these skills. So I thought, okay, so I don't have the facilities, I don't have the equipment to work out. That makes me creative. It forces me to think about new ways of engaging my body, for example. Great, I can hone a skill, Gratitude is not that hard to practice. There was food, I had memories, I had people who loved me, there was a book to read. In that cell, I had so many things to be grateful for,
Yeah.
And the list goes on.
That's great. Now, this being a literary festival, I think I have to ask you, since you're in your mind so much with nothing to do, was storytelling and having an internal dialogue constantly, did that play a role in keeping you kind of grounded and tethered to reality?
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot to be said about the role and meaning, I think, of stories and storytelling in times of suffering and hardship. First, and most obviously, the books that I had. That afforded me the means of escape, putting things into perspective. I read the autobiography of Nelson Mandela. Suddenly, when you read about somebody who spends 27 years on Rilke's Island, 2 years in a Wien prison doesn't seem that bad. It teaches you, it instructs you, it makes you more empathetic, it makes you more rounded character. I'd never really been a reader. I knew of Charles Dickens, I knew of Jane Austen. I'd never read them. Now I have. In our daily lives, we are so busy and we have all these appointments and we are scrolling our phones and we're constantly checking for, new diversions, new sources of entertainment. Who has the time to read War and Peace? Who honestly has read, the Brothers Karamazov, in adult age? I don't think many people do that. I did, I discovered authors I would never have read. Anthony Trollope, So I realized that actually a life spent reading is always a life well spent. Another facet about storytelling was that I realized, and I had realized before, that my creative outlet is storytelling. So I was lucky in the sense that I'm not a painter or a photographer or something, because I could practice that outlet in myself. I'd been thinking for a long time that I wanted to be a screenwriter, but I'd never had the material to work with. I'd never had any very good ideas. I had one idea that I'd been laboring over for years and years and years. But I never seemed to have those great ideas or concepts for stories. But when I was in solitary confinement, these ideas would just come to me from heaven, like little angels, just a plot, a concept, a world, a character, and suddenly I had something to do. So while I was doing my daily walks, 6-hour walks, I could develop those stories into big pictures, plays, maybe future novels, who knows. But lastly and most importantly, I got to think about the story that I was living. And clearly it was a story. Was it a good story or a bad story? I think the difference between a good story and a bad story is, a bad story might be entertaining, it might be sad, but it's not memorable, it doesn't linger, because it probably doesn't have a morale, it doesn't teach you anything. I think a good story always teaches you a lesson, right? So the main character, and we're all the main characters of our own stories, we are taught lessons by life. And I think that, and this is actually, if you studied screenwriting, things like that, you know this already, the main character always has a choice. They can become a hero or an anti-hero, right? And a hero is not a superhero, and an anti-hero is not a villain. A hero is simply a main character who learns the lesson that the story is teaching them, who apply that lesson and grow as a person. And an anti-hero is somebody who doesn't learn the lesson, or if they do, they choose to not apply it. And so they stagnate and they remain the person that they always were. So I was thinking about, what is the lesson that this story is trying to teach me? How can I embrace that lesson, and how can I apply it?
That's so interesting, because also when you said the ideas were coming from you, like from heaven, a lot of it's a repeated question. Everybody, many people have been asked at this literary festival, like, how do you deal with writer's block? And I think you've stumbled across the solution, you guys. You need to fake solitary confinement and be for hours in a room. Just kidding. But
no, but it's true. If I could, I would send all my loved ones to solitary confinement. Just for a few hours, maybe a day. You know?
You actually kind of also answered my next question, but if you have more you want to add, my next question was, after you had access to books, you mentioned Nelson Mandela's biography, but were there any other particular books that spoke to you and helped you through your experience? I think in our conversation, you briefly mentioned reading some Sufi poetry. I don't know if you want to reference that, but what particular works like really spoke to you?
I read maybe 80 or 90 books during my incarceration in total. Sadly, they couldn't give me more books than that. There were still more books than I probably read before in my lifetime. Before I get to the Sufi poetry, there was a period of time for weeks when I didn't have access to any books at all. And it put me in a very dark place. But then one day, I was given this brick of a book, and it was War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. And I said, hallelujah. And I thought, okay, it's 1,000 pages. If I read 33 pages per day, I can read it for a month. And so that's what I did. And then the month came to an end, and I still hadn't received another book. So I said, okay, I'll just read it again. And then after those 2 months had passed, I actually got more books. But there was a lot about War and Peace that really stuck with me. There's a character in it. So War and Peace takes place in Russia during the war with France. Napoleon invades, turns Moscow into ruins, and one of the main characters is a Russian aristocrat called Pierre. He's taken prisoner of war, and he's forced to march with the French army with no food, no rations, no clothes, no nothing. You know, and they're all on the brink of starvation. And the way that he deals with that is so fantastic. When he goes home again, whenever the war is over, he returns home to Moscow, to a nice, warm, comfortable home, and he's inviting some friends, and they've all had dinner, and they've asked him about his experiences. He tells them that if he was given the choice of not having to suffer through any of this at all, but remaining the person he used to be, he'd rather do it all over again. And that really lit a spark in me. Actually, it didn't. It confirmed something that I had already learned from my dear Sufis. So it just so happened that in my luggage on the private trip I took to Iran, I had a book full of poetry by Sufi poets. Sufis are sort of mystics. They adhere to a mystic school of Islam. They are religious, but they don't put so much emphasis on the rules, and there's 5 minutes left. On the rules and the dogma and the doctrines. They emphasize the personal connection you can have and develop with the divine and with God. And they say that a life in comfort and wealth and luxury is never going to take you there. You need to shed all of that. You need to shed your riches. You need to shed the appearances of what's real and important, social status and prestige, and you need to go out there with essentially no clothes, no possessions, out into the desert, live in a cave, and that's the only way that you can transcend yourself and get closer to God. And they say that when things appear to go well for you, they might, in fact, be going very, very poorly. And vice versa, when they appear to go poorly for you, they might, in fact, be going very, very well because of the opportunities that this apparent misfortune affords you. And that lit a spark, and that made me realize that, hang on, maybe there's a different way that I can approach this situation. And that was kind of the beginning of my journey.
I think we only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to have to skip a few questions. We'll get to the last one. But you've become a voice for others still imprisoned. What message would you want to leave with us today, both for those who are still in captivity and maybe for those of us who want to help somehow?
Yeah, definitely. So there's a big responsibility also to speak out on behalf of those who remain incarcerated, especially those that I met during my time in Iran. Some of them have been freed and some of them haven't. These cases are usually very politically sensitive, so it can be difficult to grapple with. For those who find themselves in that situation, I would tell them what I've been telling you. Maybe you cannot change your circumstances here and now, but maybe they are in a way that you haven't realized. Maybe they are affording you an opportunity to grow as a person. And maybe, just maybe, you will be able to find meaning, purpose, and even joy despite them. To the people who are helping, campaigning, who have got loved ones or people that they care deeply for in jail, in prison, I would refer you perhaps to my ex-campaign manager and since 2 months ago, my spouse. I found that also my friends and family who were fighting so hard for me. Can we maybe go back to picture 2? I don't want to minimize the suffering that they went through, but I do also want to highlight the new connections they made, the friendships they struck, and the strengths, the inner strengths that they didn't know they had, but have found within them during this period of hardship. And for all of you, I want to say this. Maybe you have already been struck down by tragedy, by catastrophe. I know for a fact that some of you have. And for the rest of you, it's going to happen one day. And I want to help you prepare for that. One thing you can do is before that day comes, if you know in your heart that there's somebody out there that you have hurt, all right, that you have treated in a way that you regret, seek them out and apologize to them now, before it is too late. You may not get another chance. Secondly, if there are people out there that you love and care deeply for, let them know it. And I just want to remind you that just like the dear Sufis, 11th, 12th century mystic madmen in the desert taught me, it is this, that what may appear to you as a catastrophe may actually be a blessing in disguise.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to open up the floor to some questions, if anybody has any. Oh, sorry, are we out of time? We don't have time for questions? Okay, one question. I don't know who to select you. Okay, in the back, I think one of the students will have you at, the lady in the front, the girl in the front.
So there is this story that we have learned in our class. It's actually a short story called The Bed. I don't remember the author, but the character in this story is very reminiscent to your story. So while reading this story, there was a question that was brought up, and I'd like to ask you this question. if you were to go back to the moment where you were held captive, and the people who held you captive gave you two choices, would you rather stay in solitary confinement for the rest of your life, or would you choose the death sentence, and why?
No, I would choose life. I'll tell you a real story that happened. So I was, and we didn't get to touch on that. The kind of kindnesses that people showed me when there. There was this great guy. He was charged with the crime enmity against God, so enemy of God. Why? Because he was choosing to practice a different kind of Islam. Right? He believed, like the Sufis, in personal connection with God and in the divine. He also believed that there were mistakes in the Quran. For example, he thought that actually the Quran originally didn't say cut off the hand of a thief. He believed it said dye the hand of a thief. He thought it was just a spelling mistake, and for this he may be punished with death, right? And so we were in the same cell for a while, and he was this fantastic person who treated people with such dignity and kindness. When you entered the cell after having been interrogated or wherever you've been, and you came back with dusty pair of slippers, he would take them off your shoes, he would wash them for you, arrange them nicely against the wall. If you were having dinner and somebody in the cell wasn't there at the time, he would only eat half of his meal. The part of the meal that he hadn't already offered to the others, he would only eat half of it and save the rest for when that person would return to the room. And I asked this guy, Muhammad Reza, I asked him one day, and I already knew what he was going to reply. It was kind of a trick question. Muhammad Reza, if you had the choice of being home right now or being here with us in this cell, what would you choose? And he said, without hesitation, I want to be right here with you guys, because here I feel I can make a difference.
Thank you so much. We actually ran out of time. I had a few more questions for him, but thank you, Johan. I think it was so wonderful to have you here and share your story with us. I think you taught us the power of storytelling, of creating our own narratives, you know, to help us understand what happened to us and what do we do with what happens to us. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And if you speak Swedish, buy the book.
Thus, thank you, La. We are now moving to stories of movement, wonder, and human connection. Journeying Beyond Borders brings together 4 remarkable voices whose paths have led them to forests, cities, mountains, and most importantly, memories. We begin with Miss Deepa Bolsavar, a multi-award-winning illustrator, educator, and author whose children's books have reached classrooms and hearts across languages and generations. From the acclaimed Avehi Abacus Project to the Book Little Book Award, her work has shaped the way children learn and imagine. Alongside her is Miss Nandini Purandare, a lifelong trekker and president of the Himalayan Club. Whether she's writing, editing, or walking the ridges of the Western Ghats, her connection to the mountains is both lived and literary. And there is absolutely something I must highlight among the already many accomplishments of these 2 women. Their book, known internationally as Headstrap, or popularly called the Sherpa Trail in India, has won 5 awards. Yes, 5. 3 of which are internationally acclaimed awards in mountaineering and 2 others in the field of literature in itself. And here's the part that truly makes history. They are not just the first Asian women, but the first Asians ever to receive the Banff Mountain Book Award, one of the most prestigious honors in mountain literature globally. Now, so if you ever thought you were too tired, too cold, or just too comfy under your blankets to get any writing done, try this rumor. Apparently, Miss Purandare once co-edited an entire issue of the Himalayan Journal from a base camp. Laptop, boots, snow, and all. So personally, purely as a personal request, I'd love for her to either confirm or deny these rumors here today. And if it is true, which I really hope it is, please do tell us some more. Guiding this conversation is Miss Monton Kasantiku, a solo traveler, filmmaker, and adventure storyteller. From desert roads to mountain passes, she's traveled across every continent, capturing stories that remind us how deeply human it is to explore. And if her stories today spark your wanderlust, you'll want to check out her adventures online. She's known to many as Mint on social media at her IG tag, I Roam Alone. Do give her a follow for more trails, tales, and travel inspiration. And if you're lucky, she may just follow back. And finally, although he couldn't join us due to unforeseen circumstances, we must acknowledge Mr. 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁, a Bhutanese author and former Director General of the Tourism Council of Bhutan. His books, Escapades Awakening and Hercules of 𝘍𝙇𝙼, explores themes of cultural identity and mindfulness. With deep enthusiasm for this event, he sends us his warmest regards and is with us in spirit. Give it up for our incredible panel. Let's welcome them on stage.
So good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here, and I'm very honored to be here with you guys as well, and with you too. So the topic today we will explore is Journeying Beyond Borders, Tales of Exploration, Resilience, and Cultural Connections. We all have once, if not many times in our life, that we're journeying beyond our borders, whether it's physical borders or our own limitations. So my first journaling beyond border was like my first day at school, which I really hated it. But with resilience and cultural connection, I got through it. And from then on, I've been traveling like full time for the last 15 years. And I have documented stories of many humans beings whom I met along the way. I met them maybe for a few minutes, a few hours, or sometimes a few days, but mainly very a short period of time. But even though during those short periods of time, as human beings, we're able to form a kind of connection, a bond, and share a story together. But what if we spend 10 years together? What more can we learn from each other? And this is the story of the Sherpa Trail, where these two magnificent authors, they travel back and forth to Darjeeling for 10 years to document and interview the Sherpa community there. So this here are with us, Nandini and Deepa, very honored to be here and got to talk to you before as well. So my first question would be, what inspires you guys to first start writing about the Sherpa in this Darjeeling area?
Firstly, I'd like to thank the organizers, the people behind the stage, and the country that has had us, welcomed us in this manner. Thank you very much. We've had really powerful stories today, so I do hope that those of you who are here with us enjoy our little story as well. So it goes back to 2011, when I was, of course, much younger, and I was hiking with a very, very well-known climber, explorer, Himalayan expert, and who's my friend and was my editor. Now I edit the Himalayan Journal, but at that time, he was the editor and I was associate editor. And we were walking, and when you're in the mountains, you tell each other stories while walking, at camp, and in that manner, we were exchanging stories over 2 weeks. And Harish at one point mentioned to me, he said, you know, there's this community in Darjeeling that has never been given a voice. They have been written about by Western climbers, explorers, etc., but they have never been able to share their stories in their own voice. And he did tell me a few, because he was a great friend of the Sherpas. And he says, I'm too old now, but maybe you want to go and dig out these stories. And so started the oral history project, the Sherpa project. And of course, I came back to Mumbai, and I spoke to Deepa. And Deepa and I go back to 1990. So we are now almost siblings, family, friend, enemy, all of it. So she was the first one and the only one I wanted with me on this journey. And she, of course, wanting adventure herself, jumped onto the train, and we went off to Darjeeling, two of us, with one old recorder, and we got ourselves invited to this first death anniversary ceremony in Darjeeling of a very well-known Sherpa, Nawang Gombu, who for a long time held the record of having climbed Everest twice. He was the nephew of Tenzing Norgay, who was the more famous Sherpa. And we went to his house, and we were welcomed with open arms, and we came away deciding to write.
What makes you feel like this is it? This is like you're gonna write it. Is there a moment that happened in that funeral event?
Okay, I'm going to take this question. I think that when we went to Darjeeling the first time and we met the Sherpas, Nandini knew a little bit because she was helping edit the Himalayan Journal. I went along because it just seemed like an exciting thing to do, and I hadn't been to Darjeeling. I knew the name Tenzing Norgay, of course, but I knew very few other Sherpas. But the day we landed there, and the first few Sherpas we met, and when we started talking to them, I think both of us felt immediately, oh my God, why is it that people don't know about them? Immediately when they started talking, we felt, why is this community not better known? At that time, of course, what we got to know was a little bit of the surface level. Nobody is going to divulge things to you the first time they meet you. You have to build up that trust, you have to build up that friendship. So we started going, that first year, 2012 was the first year we went. We were there for 15 days. We went back later on in October for 1 month. And that pattern continued over the next 10 years, where we would go for between 15 days and 1.5 months, just running away from Bombay. And a lot of that time was just spent establishing a relationship with the people there. But I think every meeting and every contact that we had sort of made us feel that we are in the presence of something that the world needs to hear about. So, and that's what inspired us actually to go on and on.
So in the end, how I knew that you interview around 150 people, right? With that many interviews, how do you choose what story you would like to tell and what not? Because there must be more than 150 for sure.
So I think, we interviewed over 150 people. I mean, and when I say over 150 interviews, some of them were 7 hours long, 8 hours long. Some of them were much shorter. Some of them continued over days, and some of them over just one meeting. And not only the Sherpas in Darjeeling, we spoke to their friends and their family and people who climbed with them, not in Bombay, in Delhi, in Nagpur, in other states of India, in other countries. We'd get onto Zoom calls with them and ask them to talk to us about the Sherpas, and we read. We read expedition books. We amassed a library of books, of newspaper cuttings, of contemporary reports, of anything that we could get our hands on. And so what we ended up with was this huge, immense collection of work. And you're right, how does one choose from them? And so some of the stories were immediately evident. We knew that those stories had to make it into the book. For instance, Tenzing Norgay, the Tenzing Norgay story. Most people know him as this smiling, wonderful man who climbed Everest. But we wanted to get to the human being behind the story. So when we spoke to his daughters, when we spoke to his nephews and the people around him, we got to know the human being who was Tenzing. And that was a story we were able to reveal in the book. And so it's a very different story of Tenzing that you get. Similarly, there were other stories that just, told themselves. Yes. Yeah. And then some of the other stories were those that connected or formed links between these, that gave you a sense of the community and the growth of the community, and a sense of history and continuity. So that's how we did it. But it took a long time.
Yeah, and after that, the hard part was, picking stories. Some of them just jumped at us, but there were stories that we couldn't use in the book. There were stories that we didn't want to use because over 10 years you make friends, and friends confide into you. They tell us their secrets. And as writers, we felt that these were stories that were important for history, for posterity. But as friends, you don't want to tell a story that has been told to you in confidence. So it was a huge dilemma sometimes about whether to create that historical document or keep a story in your heart. And very often we chose the latter.
Can you share with us one of the stories that you feel the most connected to at the moment?
There are so many writers amongst us, and all of us know how possessive we are about every character, every story, every word. So it's very hard to choose. And every time we've been asked this question, and every time it's been a different story that has, come to us that moment. But this time, Deepa and I both thought that we'd share a story that didn't make it to the book, but a story that connects India and Bhutan. So it's a sweet story, and I'd like to dedicate it to His Royal Highness, the King in his 70th year, because this story begins when he was a young student in Darjeeling, and he was like any other student living as a resident, and his father would visit him. The then king of Bhutan would visit him every now and then. And his father had many friends, and he was an influential man. So once, when the Himalayan Mountaineering Institute was having its graduation ceremony, they decided to invite him to be the chief guest. And he was cornered while he was on stage by the principal of the school, who said, "Can you give us permission to have a joint Indo-Bhutanese expedition to 𝘽𝙝𝙪𝙗𝙗. And as I don't know if you young people here know, but there's very little mountain climbing in Bhutan. Do you know why? It's a Himalayan kingdom, and it has lots and lots of mountains. But why don't people climb? Anyone here knows? In Bhutan, mountains are really absolutely sacred, not to be stepped on. So I think after 1990 or somewhere thereabouts, every peak above 6,000 feet is not permitted to be climbed. And 𝘽𝙝𝙪𝙗𝙗 is 7,000 something meters. But at that time, in 1970, the king did give permission. However, it was to be a sort of pilgrimage to the top of the mountain or to just below the mountain so you don't step on the top. Now, 𝘽𝙝𝙗𝙗 is a tough mountain, and so they had to pick some of the best climbers. And one of those was a friend of ours now called 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁𝙗, one of the best Sherpa mountaineers in India. And he told us the story. Our expedition was treated as a very important mission in Bhutan. There was news about climbing 𝘽𝙝𝙗𝙗 in the papers. It is a sacred mountain. 𝘽𝚤 means lady in respect or honorific terms. La is deity and Ri is mountain. So lady, goddess mountain or deity mountain. To allay the fears of the devout Buddhists in Bhutan about people climbing the mountain, it was said that they were going to pay homage to the mountain like a pilgrimage for Indian and Bhutanese. So there was a big ceremony in one of the zongs, and the king presented a holy pot made of copper, which had been blessed by the Lama. It contained religious artifacts such as gold, silver, diamonds, and holy prayers, and it was sealed with the king's seal. The pot was given to Latu to be kept in safe custody. He said, I could not allow for any defilement of the holy pot. So I carried it in my rucksack, and this was all publicized. Along the trek, there would be Bhutanese villagers from distant places who came on the expedition trail to worship, to bow before the pot. So then the expedition started, it went to the top, and after 3 days of climbing, they reached a shoulder. So 𝘽𝙝𝙗𝙗𝙗 is like the watershed for the river Paro. So it is on the northwest part of Bhutan, and it borders Tibet and China. So Dorji Latu saw Phari Dzong, which is in Tibet, and he was born in Yatung Valley, so he was very emotionally overcome. And he went on to near the top and placed the pot there. And came back. Many of them came back, and then some others climbed in the same team. But when he came back, his wife, who was about to deliver a baby, their third child, and they had set their hearts on a girl because they had 2 boys. And he was quite sure this would be a girl, and he would, if he had succeeded on 𝘽𝙝𝙗𝙗𝙗, he would name her 𝘽𝙝𝙗𝙗𝙗. But when he came down to base camp, there was a telegram for him saying, son born, mother and son doing fine. So he said, I'd made a promise that I'm going to name my daughter 𝘽𝙝𝙗𝙗𝙗. And now what do? So he named him Lari. And Lari Latu is the boy's name.
I thought it would end with, he got a girl, right? So, 10 years is a long time to write a book. If there anything you would like to change or you would do better or not doing this, like looking back now?
For sure. I think when we went there, we were really rather naive. We went there and we thought we're just going to talk to people, interview them, and being typical city-based women, career women, we went with these long lists of questions, which we thought, okay, we have this agenda, we have to ask these questions, and we get these answers and we move on. But people don't act the way you want them to, right? And you sit down, you have chai, and then you're offered momos, and then they talk about Hindi films, and somebody sings a snatch of film song, and they talk about the girls today and the boys today and everything. And here we are saying, okay, but tell us about your father in 1924. Was he on the Everest expedition? And we had to learn, firstly, to listen. And I think for us that was a great learning, that when we came back from that first session in Darjeeling and we listened to ourselves again on the recorders, we were aghast. We said, how many times we interrupted people when they were talking? Why did we do that? So that was one of the great learnings that we had, that when you go to meet people, you go at a different pace, you travel at their pace, and you learn to keep your ears open and your mouth shut, because you never know where things are going to lead and what gems you will listen to. Secondly, we learned that this is a community of really one generation of climbers. When the Sherpas came from Nepal to Darjeeling around the turn of the 20th century, the first decade of the 1900s, they came in search of work. And that's when the exploration of the Himalaya began. When the exploration of the Himalaya began, they needed porters to carry stuff up the mountains. They used to have huge loads, 350 loads, 470 loads. And they soon discovered within the first 2 decades that the Sherpas and the Bhutias who came from Tibet were the best people for the job. They were already acclimatized, they knew how to climb high up. And so they became the most favored partners for all the early expeditions. But the climbers, the Sherpas who climbed because they had no alternative. For them it was a job. It wasn't, wow, we're going to climb these mountains. It was, we're going to earn a living. And so for them, it was a job that they didn't want their children to continue doing. They were always very clear, and we heard this said by them many times, we climb so that our children don't have to. And so one of the first things they did when they settled down in Darjeeling was get their children admitted to school, so that they would get better jobs. So really the whole story of the Sherpa community, and we've covered about 100 years of it, is a story of a community, a unique community that came and settled down in Darjeeling, that rose to the highest mountains, and they were incredible characters, a lot of them, but who didn't want the generation after them to do the same work they did, and all their children, 2 generations down, are doing all sorts of different jobs. And there was a point when it was thought that the climbers of Darjeeling were finished. There was no more there. But then, in the 1970s, there was another group of migrants who came, and now you will still find climbers, Sherpa climbers in Darjeeling, and that's another story which we cover in the book also.
Can't wait to read it. So, one question before we go into Q&A. So during 10 years of research and interviewing, what are the things that you learned from the people there, the life stories, the life lesson and all, that can transpose to the rest of the world and to Bhutan?
We learned, we grew, we changed, we evolved because of this community. For us, it it is a life-changing experience. And it is unique, as Deepa said, it's one generation. It's a generation of people who have very little education, so they cannot read or write their own stories. I think what we do carry with us is all these voices as well as our own, because Deepa and I spent 10 years of research plus another 5 years of transcribing and writing. So we changed, and if you want to understand a community, Wikipedia is not the answer. You have to go and live with that community, live their lives. And I think for me and for Deepa, it was a life-changing experience.
We learned to live together. Because to put up two women putting up with each other in such close proximity for 10 years is a difficult task. We fought like mad, but we love each other madly too. We became closer than friends. We're family. There are months when we don't even speak to each other, and it's just fine, because we know that the minute we meet each other again, exactly like family. But I think that was one of the things that we did. We learned the value of each other's company, and we learned the value of each other's voice. And if you look at the book today, you won't be able to tell which parts Nandini has written and which parts I've written. And I think just like owners and dogs get to look like each other, and husband and wife get to look like each other, Nandini and I, now people often say that we look alike, and I think our writing has become very close to each other as well. So that's how close we've become.
Yes, a human relationship. That is what we carry with the Sherpas, with each other, and with the community at large. Yes,
it's important of the human connection and form relationship among everyone, right? Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing with us today. Right now, we would like to go into a Q&A. So we have time for one question. If anyone would like to, yes. Can we have a mic there?
I'm going to try and sneak in two questions. Is this time just for one? Thank you for this fascinating book. My question is that when you interviewed so many people, you also interviewed women, the Sherpanis, as you call them. Now, would you like to tell us a little bit about what it was like to interview the Sherpanis? Because when one thinks of Sherpas, normally we think of the men. One doesn't really think about the Sherpanis. And a related question here is that you talk about the next generation not climbing and the parents not wanting the kids to climb. Do you see this as a loss? Is it a loss of traditional skill, traditional knowledge? And do you think that governments and policymakers, do you have suggestions that in the book or otherwise that you would want to talk about?
Take the first. Okay. Yes, I think one of the things that we decided fairly earlier on was that as women, we were very interested in the Sherpanis and in the children and in the families. So this book is not an expedition account. You won't find in it which expedition went where in which year. It is a collection of stories about family history. It is a collection of memories about families, in which we're very keen that what the women did also comes through. And we have to tell you, it's not just the men who climbed, women climbed too. They carried heavy loads, sometimes twice the weight that a man carried, all the way up to base camp. So there was a
When
policy.
they were pregnant.
Even when they were pregnant, or even with the child strapped to their front. Women were not employed beyond base camp, but they would have gladly gone much higher if they were allowed to. There's a story of a woman, a young woman, carrying a grand piano up the mountain, because in those days that's what expeditions were like. There's another story of a wet tent that was about 160 pounds. And it was a woman who carried it up, and no man would have been able to do it. So we have stories of not only women climbers, we have stories of what the women did when the men went on expeditions, because expeditions in those days used to last 3 months, 4 months. And it was the women at that time who kept the hearth going, who did the jobs, who nurtured the family, and hoped that their husbands would come home whole.
And often the husbands didn't come back.
Exactly.
So they had to continue that as a permanent job, looking after the family. Just a quick response to your second part of the question of whether we feel it being a loss. In my opinion, no. I would rather that these men who carried the burdens for their children to do better in life, that needs credit and strength. So I think that's not a loss. I don't want, and I do think even for the mountain, you should not be climbing mountains with 10 people carrying your load for you. It's bad for the mountain, it's bad for the climate, it's bad for the carbon footprint and everything else. So if you want to climb, you have to tread softly. So I do not think it's a loss to tradition. I just want to answer Isha's query about me editing the book, the journal at the base camp. No. It's more important. This idea was born at a camp, so I think that is good enough.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for clarifying the Rumala. Kuzampala, Your Serene Highness, Jigme Singye Wangchuck. It is now my deepest honor to welcome one of Bhutan's most beloved literary voices, a woman who needs no introduction, a woman whose stories have helped shape the very way we remember, imagine, and pass down our heritage. Khunsang Choren is an author. She is a storyteller, a memory keeper, and a quiet pioneer in Bhutanese literature. From her groundbreaking novel, Circle of Karma, to the folk tales she's preserved over decades, her work has become part of our cultural fabric. Her books have traveled far and wide, translated into languages from Japanese to Italian, and yet they always find a way to bring us back home. Today she launches her latest work, Telling Me My Stories, Fragments of a Himalayan Childhood, published by Bloomsbury. May I now invite Khunsang Choren to the stage to share a few words with us.
Good evening, everyone. Your Serene Highness, Dasho Jigme Singye Wangchuck, and all the dignitaries and my dear friends, the students who are always very dear to me in my heart. I started off as a teacher, and I've never, although I've done a lot of things, as a teacher, you never break your link with the students. Today, I have my book, Fragments It's telling me my stories, fragments of her Himalayan childhood. Now, before I say anything about the book, I would like to acknowledge and gratefully offer my gratitude and thanks to Her Majesty, 𝘍𝙤𝙖𝙤 Wangchuck, who is not here today personally, but I invoke her presence today as I dedicate my book to her. The fragments actually is what my stories are about my childhood, growing up in Ugin. And it has been for years that I've been collecting the fragments of my life together, my early childhood memories. But last year, I had the honor of being recognized and awarded by Her Majesty and given the Legacy Award for Literature in Bhutan. And for this, I have to thank Her Majesty for her generosity and kindness in recognizing my contribution. And with this award, I felt it was the spark, or it was the stimulus which told me, do something, get on, because my fragments were all over the place. So immediately after this recognition, I found the new stimulus and the spark, and I started gathering my fragments together and putting them, working them into kind of a book. And I also got the courage and the confidence to give my manuscript to one of the literary agents who has been very closely associated with first the Bhutan Echoes, the Mountain Echoes, and then the Bhutan Echoes, Meeta Kapoor, who unfortunately not here. And I went up to her with my fragments and I said, can you do something about this? And I am so grateful to her for bravely taking on these shabby, fragmented pieces and finding a home for my book, my story. And she found, so it's a year since it started last year, and now it's just in time for the Bhutan Echoes, and I'm very, very happy. And she found a home with Bloomsbury, which was beyond my dreams, and now it has come in the form of a book, and I hope people will read it. Of course, people ask me, why is it just your earliest childhood and not the rest of your life? And for me, with the kind of life I've lived, my early childhood memories were what grounded me, what shaped me, and what made me today. It's really the recollection of a child growing up in remote Bhutan without books, without television, without radio, without any distractions, and therefore they are very, very intense. And I'm fortunate that I'm able to live and continue my life in the place that I was born, in the place where I have my most vivid memories of life in Bhutan in the 50s and 60s. Many of you can think of me as how your grandparents would have been. So today it is my privilege and honor to be here, and I would like to thank the organizers and all the people who have remained to be part of this release. Thank you so much.
For the special launch, may I now humbly request Your Excellency Ambassador Dr. Terry Matthew to join us on stage and do the honors. Lasla, to bring Drukyul's Literature and Arts Festival to a close, we invite you to sit back, take a breath, and take this final performance, and let this final performance offer a moment of stillness and reflection. It's not easy to find the right way to end a festival like this, one that's been full of stories, ideas, and moments that stay with us. But sometimes music does what words can't. To close this festival on a beautiful note, the Austrian Embassy and the Austrian Cultural Forum New Delhi are proud to present a special musical performance featuring two acclaimed artists from Vienna, Austria. Jovita Schipp is a renowned soprano and actress based in Vienna. She studied advanced vocal performance at the University of Music and Performing Arts Vienna under Professors Gerhard Curry and Charles Spencer. Her career has taken her to some of Europe's most prestigious stages and festivals, including the Volkshofer Vienna, Mozart House, and the Vienna Musikverein. In 2018, she was also awarded a diploma for her contribution in the European Year of Cultural Heritage. She's accompanied on piano by Vladislav Kasnody, a prize winner pianist at international competitions, including Frankfurt's Golden Keys and the Chopin competition in Dnipro. This concert celebrates Austria's rich classical music heritage with a selection of elegant and timeless compositions by renowned Austrian composers. Let the performance begin. Please welcome our artists on stage.
And the last song we have for you, directly from Vienna, from Austria. Mein Herz und mein Sinn, schwer stets nur für Wien, für Wien ist Land, wie es meint. Da kenn ich mich aus, war jung und aus, es hat auch noch mehr deine Hand. Und keine bleibt kalt, ob jung oder alt, in Wien ist wirkliches Geld. Musst ich einmal fort von dem schönen Ort, da lebt meine Sehnsucht keine. Da hört ich aus weiter Ferne ein Lied, das klingt und singt, das lacht und singt.
Wow, what a performance, La. Truly deserving of a standing ovation. Thank you so much. And now, as we draw the curtains on Drukyul's Literature and Arts Festival 2025, we invite you to stay for just a few final words, a closing note of gratitude and reflection. We walked into this hall with questions about ourselves, about our place in the world, and about stories that shape us. And if we're lucky, we leave this hall today not just a little wiser, but with even more questions. With that, my time here also comes to a close. To deliver our official thank you, please welcome Ms. Sering Kenden Namda, the executive producer of Bhutan Echoes. This year marks her very first edition of Drukyul's Literature and Arts Festival, and what a beautiful one it's been. Now, without further ado, let's welcome Kenden to the stage. A big round of applause.
Hello, can you? Okay, sorry. Your Serene Highness, Dr. Jigme Singye Wangchuck, Your Excellency, Ambassador 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁, Your Excellency, General V. Namgyal, Excellencies, our distinguished speakers, guests, and our dear volunteers. Kuzu Zampola. As the 14th edition of the Drukyul's Literature and Arts Festival comes to a close, my heart is full of gratitude and a deep sense of shared achievement. On behalf of Bhutan Echoes team, it is my honor to offer our heartfelt gratitude. Over these past 3 days, we have created something truly magical together, a vibrant celebration of stories, art, and our collective spirit, and I hope that each and every one of you felt the energy and harmony that define the festival. We express our deepest gratitude to our royal patron, Her Majesty the Queen Mother. Though Her Majesty could not be here with us in person, her unconditional support and blessings have been our guiding lights. Stepping in on Her Majesty's behalf, His Serene Highness Dr. Jigme Singye Wangchuck has been the heartbeat of this festival. Dasho, your presence has inspired many of us. Dasho, your presence has inspired many of us and left a lasting impression on us all, and we remain forever grateful. A cornerstone of Bhutan Echoes is the steadfast friendship between India and Bhutan. This bond, built on mutual respect, trust, and shared values, is beautifully reflected in the support we receive. We extend our sincere thanks to the India-Bhutan Foundation, His Excellency 𝘿𝙇𝘼𝙁, His Excellency General V, and the IBF board members. We were also honored by the warm hospitality of our Honorable Prime Minister, who graciously hosted last night's special dinner. Our festival will not be what it is today, if not for the quiet support of Madam Namrata every year. The opening dinner set a wonderful tone of unity for the entire festival, and we are happy to announce that Madam Namrata 𝘿𝙼𝙁 will now be one of our advisors to the festival. Yes. And together, we hope to take the festival to the next level. Of course, this festival is brought to life by its dedicated family. 𝘿𝙝𝙼𝙁 𝘿𝙝𝙼𝙗𝑚, Mam Sompem, Kitso, and the entire Tarayana family. Thank you for your support. To our directors, Tringtashi, Kelden Doji, and Somwong Modukpa, your passion and tireless efforts are the driving force behind our success. To our advisors, Dr. Ariana Maki, who has flown all the way from the US, Dr. Yongyut Mayalarp, who has flown all the way from Thailand, and Meru Gokhale, who unfortunately could not be with us. Thank you. An event of this scale would not be possible without our many partners and sponsors. Our sincere appreciation for our partner embassies: Australian High Commission, Austrian Embassy, Austrian Cultural Forum, Austrian Consulate in Thimphu, Embassy of France, Alliance Française, Embassy of Sweden, Pro Helvetia, Embassy of Switzerland, and the US Embassy. Our other partners: Royal University of Bhutan, Royal Government of Bhutan, Ministry of Education, Drukyul, Department of Tourism, Department of Immigration. Our hotel partners: Shualing, Pema by the Realm, Thimphu Deluxe. Our local media partners: Journalists Association of Bhutan, BBS, BBS2, BBS3, Business Bhutan, Bhutan Times, Kunsel, and the Bhutanese. And our many other sponsors and partners: Yaya Foundation, AWP, Shambhala Infra, Bhutan National Bank, Royal Securities Exchange of Bhutan, Perfect, ChimiRD, BTCL, CSI Market, ST Eastern Bhutan Ferrosilicon Private Limited, Happy Cleaners, Blossoms, Samdrup Gakhil, Hatil, Pemhlam and Team, and the Grey Area. Thank you. For ensuring our safety and the smooth operation of the festival, we thank the Royal Bhutan Police, the Fire Department, Bhutan Power Corporation, and the Red Cross Society. We are also proud of the new MOUs signed this year with various partners. This signals a growing commitment to the arts. The creative energy of this festival is fueled by our brilliant speakers. Thank you for traveling from far and near to share your stories and insights. As a relatively new team, we are still learning, and we are deeply grateful for your patience and understanding. Behind the scenes, a dedicated team worked tirelessly to make every moment seamless. A special shout out to Kenrab Nima. Our star hall manager from the JSW School of Law. And to Play Studio, our incredible tech team. To my incredible core production team, Rinzipede, Mendarawat Siring, and Kunzang PC Siring. Your hard work and sleepless nights made this all possible. And to our young volunteers and MCs, your enthusiasm was infectious and fueled the spirit of the celebration. And finally, most importantly, we thank you, our audience, both here in person and joining us virtually. You are the heart of this festival. Your curiosity, your engagement, and your joy are what give our work meaning. Your presence has made these 3 days truly unforgettable. As we leave today, let us carry the inspiration, memories, and new friendships with us. Though DLAF 2025 is ending, it marks the beginning of the planning of DLAF 2026. We hope you will contribute your ideas and look forward to meeting some of you next year. Finally, from the bottom of my heart, once again, thank you. Now, before we say our goodbyes, I would like to invite His Serene Highness, Dasha Jigme Singye Wangchuck, to stage to honor all our volunteers. Read out the names. Oh.
Lastly, I will be reading out the names of our volunteers. 𝘀𝙘𝙝𝙆𝙠 Dorji Dolker, Inrik Yasuman Yedup, Jitsin Dolker, Kinga Wangmo, Karma Dichin Topke, Kezang Norbu Wangchuck, Ninda Prasad Kastawa, Reza Ringya Seden, Rigjima Choren Topke, Salsum Pemal Hayang, Sonam Jamso, Singye Samdutashi, Denzu Dedruk Belger, Tawang Hagel Wangchuck, Tashi Kiden, Tille Pinso, Tenzin Namgyal, Tenzin Wangyal, Sitrim Dolker, Ugin Somo, Jigme Singye Wangchuck, Maya Doji Chuki, Tashi Togyal. And now for MC's La. Denzin Wangel Rinchen, Cheyenne Kundarika, Tinle Uma Belgian, Denzin Yangco, Shiwal Hazin. I would now like to invite everyone for a photo session. I would like to invite all volunteers, core group directors, Kutshaps on stage, advisors Dr. 𝘽𝙝𝙼𝙁, Dr. Ariana, Kunzang Drukpa, Ambassador Topden, Ariana Matthew, and Namita Gokhale. Please join us on stage now.
Kapshin